Yes, it is that time once again. Another broadside fired for liberty and managed democracy. It's time for the Captain's Cast.
Be amazed, ladies and gentlemen, because we are clearly looking at the greatest hero to ever exist on this great earth.
What? Oh, sure. When Godzilla destroys half the city and kills the unstoppable threat to save the world, everyone cheers. But when I do it, everyone gets all grouchy and judgmental.
I see how it is.
Hey, way to go, Godzilla. You killed those awful creatures that only wanted to breed. You know who else wanted to procreate at the expense of humanity? Zod. That's right. You're welcome.
Godzilla!
It's so good. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast. That is very germane to Godzilla X Kong, and we're going to talk about it. But welcome to the Captain's Cast. We have Godzilla X Kong. We have Bob Eiger continues to lie. We have a lot of wins in the cultural space. Folks, it's not a... There's no ideological win here. It's not one side versus the other. Common sense. Common sense and good storytelling. That's all we advocate for on the Swords and Starships channel, and it is returning to its proper place of primacy. So we have good news to talk about, and we have STD, that would be Star Trek. We have Discovery. Screw Alex Kurtzman. Have I said it today? Anyhow, and we have all kinds of things in the stack. I have lots of funny stuff for you. The silver SurfHER has been announced. I have to admit, that one was kind of shocking. You know, it's like you just when you think that Disney maybe just one time is gonna like not do exactly the thing that has caused them to fail. They just do it again. So which in its own sick way is kind of good news. But we'll get to that. So we have that. We have I have some Mass Effect and BioWare to talk about. As you know, I am a giant Mass Effect fan. And I hate to tell you, but I think that BioWare is going right down the tubes. It's not good, folks. But the good news is they can have it. Kurtzman can have Star Trek. Kathleen Kennedy can have Indiana Jones and Star Wars. They could all they could just have it because we're going to build new things, especially on this channel, because we have on this channel original story-driven content premiering this Friday. That would be Fallout Dead Man's Cache: A Fate RPG. It will be the first ever edition of, and the title is tentative, but I think I'm going to go with this, Fatecast. Fatecast! And we're going to have a tabletop RPG, and it is going to be an epic, character-driven story generated organically by the participation of the players. You're going to love it. So welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter, and eventually more platforms. I'm working on that. And welcome, please. Don't forget to remind me to tell you to please like and subscribe because we are a growing channel and the views are growing and we're working on it. And we have lots to go over. So let's get into the chat. Let's get everybody aboard. Let's get everybody aboard the Swords and Starships vessel. We have SurfHER says, gun teams ready, targets plotted, awaiting fire mission orders, Captain. Very good, sir. Very good, sir, as you were. SurfHER is ready to go. and says, I am so glad you brought this up, Staffy, right? I am so glad you brought this up. We're going to talk about this today. Don't you worry, Star Fury. We're going to talk about this today. No, Star Fury says, Koichi Shkishkima. Shkishkima. I think that's how they say it in the movie. They're like, Shkishkima. 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 All right. Koichi Shkishkima still should have died in Godzilla -1. Very good, sir. Very good, sir. We shall discuss that at your leisure. Star Fury says, what I learned from Hollywood today, I had to read this one before I put it up. I'm like, hearty advocacy for the use of small children as cudgels in a fight. Oh, dude, you're right. Star Fury's right. He's talking about Godzilla X Kong. He's talking. You must have seen it, Star Fury. Wait, did you? You must have seen it because that's what you're talking about. I swear to God, that's what happens in Godzilla X Kong. We're going to talk about that. Wait, did you say Disney? Oh, you said Hollywood. Okay, good. I was going to say that's not, it might as well be a Disney. Well, that's a bit harsh. Okay. If you liked Godzilla X Kong, it's not all bad news, okay? The captain's going to be I'm going to start with what's good about it. And then I'm going to tear it to shreds. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, well, it's not as bad as Madam Web, okay? It's not that bad. And it's certainly not in the league of, like, a Marvels. You know? Fu Man Blue says, LOL. Dude, I almost want to play it one more time. It's so funny. Godzilla, the best part is when Godzilla belly flops into the ocean. He's all... Actually, no, the best part is the look on Godzilla's face. It's this kind of shit-eating grin that he has. He's got, because like Superman's all bitching and complaining, and then Godzilla's just kind of got this, I mean, I'm the man. What else? Yeah, whatever. I love the look on it. The expression on Godzilla's face is the best part of that. Okay. Anthony Rondelli, a.k.a. Rondo, says, can't wait till Friday. That's right. He's referring to Fallout Dead Man's Cache, which will be my own homebrew Fate RPG set in the Fallout universe. It will be competing directly with Amazon's, and folks, every day that goes by, I'm more certain of this, abortive failure to adapt the Fallout video game universe. I'm going to show you how the captain does it. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. This could be a total disaster. And you're like, okay, well, unsubscribe. Thanks, YouTube. That could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, though, because I am loaded for bear on this Fallout story. You just wait. I'm like watching fan theories and stuff. Just getting all tuned up on the Fallout universe. Been listening to Fallout music by Einen Zur. Someone said to me, not to me specifically, but someone said on a YouTube, who was it? It was Lauren Chen. I was watching Lauren Chen's reaction to the Fallout trailer, and she was kind of just giving her thoughts, and I mostly agreed with her. But she was saying, she's like, I know that she was saying that like the set design in the show looks ridiculous. It looks like a theme park. It really does. It looks like a theme park. Everything is way too clean. This looks like cosplay. All that's true. All that's true. And she said, I realize that Fallout is supposed to be a little bit, or no, she said, I know that in the games, the Fallout universe is a little bit goofy. However, this looks blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, the Fallout universe is not goofy. This is the problem. See, Hollywood assholes, that's how they look at this stuff. When they go to make a Batman movie, when they go to make a Marvel movie, take the character of Captain America, okay? The most shocking thing to me in Marvel Cinematic Universe phases 1 through 3, the most shocking thing to me was that Captain America was in the Stars and Stripes and they took it seriously. I could not believe that in the first Avengers movie. I really couldn't. That scene where he says, aren't the Stars and Stripes a little old-fashioned? And then Agent Coulson says, I think people need a little old-fashioned. And then he's there leading. He's leading the Avengers and he's giving them orders and like, call it, Cap. Like, I could not believe that, because most of the time, Hollywood folks, they look at something like Captain America and they think he looks dumb. They think it's silly. They think Master Chief is silly. They think these characters are goofy. When they see the Fallout universe, all they see is the Pip-Boy stuff. And they think, oh, it's a goofy, wacky world. No, it isn't. It should be like the Book of Eli, folks. Fallout should be like the Book of Eli. That's what it should be like, with in the universe, some elements of the pre-war propaganda that are a little bit wacky and consumerist and silly. That's a detail in the universe. Okay? But it is Book of Eli, folks. It is, people are getting murdered on the road. People are dying. Slavery is a thing. It's bad, folks. Radiation, people getting mutations. You get eaten by a death claw. It's not a goofy universe. Doesn't mean there can't be goofy stuff in it. It's not a goofy universe. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. And this, by the way, is the number one reason that even a talented writer like Jonathan Nolan is about to screw the pooch. He's about to full-blown screw the pooch. Okay, what else we got? Haler said... Haler. I'm like, I literally combined 5 different words in the chat. I just speed read the chat. Wrangler says, Hail, Wrangler. Fu Man Blue says, yo, Rondo. Tom is in the chat, says, salute, and a captain salute to you, sir. A captain salute to you, sir. Wrangler says, the best part is when Charles Barkley elbows Godzilla in the jaw. What part? What are we talking about? You'll have to... I'm missing that. Fu Man Blue says, the way we gauge the quality of things is to assess the remaining matter after we shred it. Well, there's more left of this one than Madam Web. There was a very vivid thought that occurred to me while I was watching Godzilla X Kong when they're fighting and they're trashing. They're trashing the pyramids. Just trashing them. And I remember thinking this thought that I'm going to share with you, and it was a very melancholy thought that I had, and we'll get to that. Storm Crow is in the chat. It says, Friday, sir. On Friday, the world will know William Kurosawa. That would be Storm Crow's character that he is going to play. Unless he gets eaten by a death claw, you better be on your toes, Storm Crow. Or a Mirelurk Queen. Or even maybe an angler in the fog. That's a hint. You'll see. You will see, Hobbit says. You will see. All right, well, let's just dive into Godzilla X Kong, folks. All right, so let's start with the good news. Here's the good news about Godzilla X Kong. It actually functions mostly pretty well as relates the monsters, the kaijus, or as they call them in the Monarch universe, which I detest, the Titans. Which is, actually, I like that name for them, the Titans. Okay, cool, I like that. It functions really well as a superhero story for Kong. Now, I find that... how could I put this in a way that is not... Because if you like this movie, I don't want to, rain on your parade, okay? If you like the movie, more power to you. There is stuff to like, and I'm kind of getting at that. But what I will say is, just for me personally, when I'm watching this giant CGI ape expressing his, in the opening scene that, oh, I'm so lonely. Oh, and then he gets a toothache and he's like, oh, my tooth. He's not saying anything, but that's what it's communicating. Oh, it hurts. And he's like, I just wish I had someone to love. I'm like sitting in the theater. I'm just like, this is so silly. I am a dork, okay? There are far dorkier things that I've been totally into. So that's fair. This is not me judging anyone, okay? There are definitely things that are dorky as hell that when I was a kid, I was a giant fan of Captain Planet. That's maybe the dorkiest thing in the universe, quite frankly. It's radical environmentalist propaganda BS, and I loved it. Okay. That aside, if you're just looking at the story structural elements, it actually works pretty well. I was thinking this might be a buddy love story with Godzilla and Kong. It's actually not. But it actually might have been. It kind of swerved into being a buddy love story with Kong, and I hate to report this to you, but baby Kong. There is a not Kong's baby, but there is a baby Kong in it who kind of attacks him with a group of other Kongs, and he fights them off, beats the crap out of baby Kong. This refers to what Star Fury's talking. This is in the beginning of the movie, right? Kong is alone. He's in Hollow Earth. Hollow Earth. All right. I'm a fan of Avatar. Let's just roll with it. All right, Hollow Earth is a thing. And Kong is living happily in Hollow Earth, but, well, not happily. He's living unhappily. He's lonely. There's no lady Kongs for him to get with. I'm a little disappointed that they didn't have LGBT representation in the Kong universe, but whatever. I guess he's a boring straight Kong. Anyway, he's looking for a lady Kong, or just some other Kongs he can hang out with, because it's pretty, one is the loneliest number. He's fighting off all kinds of nasty creatures. He's getting tired. There's almost a kind of I'm getting too old for this shit thing going on where he's like really tired after beating the crap out of all these bad guys. There's a scene where he takes one of the creatures that's attacking him, a kind of roughly analogous to like a wolf at Kong scale, and he gets one of them above his head, and he tears it in half, right? Which was kind of cool. But then the blood of this thing was green. It was green, and he gets drenched in all this green blood. And I thought, you see, this is a half measure, is what this is, because we're trying to impress upon the audience that Kong has a destructive capacity, that he's the king of the beasts and all that stuff. But we don't want to show blood, because what we want all the kids to be able to be in the movie. By the way, there were a lot of little kids in this movie. About half of them were having to leave the theater because it was too scary, which was interesting to me. There were like there was a scary bad guy in this, so we'll get to him. But there were about half the kids that were loving it. And I don't know, because like one of the kids in my row seemed to be bored. He was kind of like just, and it's like, it was distracting. It was distracting because he kept shifting around in the chair, and I'm just like, dude, settle down. So anyway, Ryan Kinnell would have been annoyed. He's like, oh, shut the F up, people. No, I'm just kidding. And it wasn't like Mario where everyone was having a good time. The adults did seem bored to me, though. Like the adults seemed like they were kind of like, eh. But then when the credits rolled, there was one person in there that, I don't know if this was meant to be ironic, but she literally just clapped and she, whoa, yay! It was a full-blown shill. I like that. Maybe she liked it. I'm not going to call her a shill. That's me. And then, so Kong is like, he's sad. He needs like someone to hang out with in the Hollow World. And he gets attacked by some other Kong-like apes. He beats the crap out of them. He beats the crap out of the little one that's attacked this monkey, grabbing him, and he kind of befriends this little ape. And I guess I could summarize the plot, but the plot is so bananas in this movie. It's so ridiculous because I titled this video Kong X Godzilla X some girl X Australian vet X whatever. There's so many characters in this movie. It's so ridiculous. But who's the main chick? I don't even know her name because I really could care less. She's such a boring character. All of the human characters are insanely boring. And the most boring are the ones that they're trying to make them kind of larger than life. There's like this wacky Dr. Doolittle kaiju vet. He's a kaiju vet. This is the Pokemon. It's becoming Pokemon. Like these kaiju are like, they're like the Pokemon of humanity. If the Pokemon were like giant and trashed cities and we cheered for them. But Kong X Godzilla, the new empire, the ballad of song serpents. What is Eileen Andrews is the name of this character. That doesn't even like ring a bell. You know how like you forgot the character's name, then you hear, oh yeah, that was her name. It doesn't even ring a bell. I don't even think it even went into my head the first time. Like, who is she? She is obligatory scientist babe. That's what I'm going to call her. So obligatory scientist babe has adopted the girl who's the key to everything, which is Gia. And she is the deaf girl from, I don't know, what, the last Kong movie. And she was like the Kong Whisperer. She was the last of her kind from Skull Island. So you have her, and she's been adopted by obligatory scientist babe. That's the half of the plot that is insanely boring, and I really hate it. Everything to do with the humans is cringe. I mean, full-blown cringe. Awful. However, Kong kind of goes on this quest. He digs into a deeper layer of Hollow Earth, and he uncovers... I don't want to get into spoilers here, but I will just say he is essentially a superhero. That's basically what his character is. He is a superhero who has something missing. His curse is that he is in exile. His special power is that he's sort of the king of the monsters, and he's our greatest hero and all that. But his curse is that he's alone. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And so he kind of befriends this little Kong, and slowly but surely they go on this adventure and they start to form a friendship. They encounter a nemesis. He is this, and I swear to God, the level, the just bananas exposition that explains all of this is such an eye roll. It's unbelievable. But there's this false king. There's this false king called. There's like this false king, and he rules. I'm just gonna mild spoiler here. I'm not gonna spoil the ending. Kong discovers a bunch of other Kongs that are enslaved, okay? And they're enslaved by this false King Kong. And of course, that's because they all had some kind of battle with Godzilla in the ancient past, and they fought Godzilla, and Godzilla won, and he exiled them all to Hollow Earth. And they all... First of all, how does Godzilla exile a bunch of Kongs that he defeated? This isn't like they signed a treaty. It's not like, oh, they formally surrendered. They signed the Geneva Convention of Kaiju, and then Godzilla marched them off down into Hollow. That's not how that works. But whatever. It happened somehow. Somehow Godzilla sequestered them in this deep layer of Hollow Earth. And there's even a moment, like, in the movie, they have the titles Hollow Earth to let you know where you are. And then there's a moment where Kong breaks into a deeper layer of Hollow Earth, and the title says, New Territory Discovered. Like it's a video game. It says, like, undiscovered location, unmapped. And I'm like, this isn't a Bethesda game. Why are you doing that? It's so weird. But anyway... I really think this movie was aimed at, I hate to say it, but not just kids, but I think like little kids. I think this movie was aimed at little kids, which is, that's literally kind of where we're at with the storytelling level. I was like, this wasn't made for me. It just wasn't. But, because as a kid, my heroes were like the Ghostbusters, Quantum Leap, and MacGyver. Those were my childhood heroes. When I was a child. Those were my heroes. So I don't think this movie, I might have liked it when I was that. I might have liked it, but we'll get to that. So they encounter this false king. He's actually a pretty good villain. So he's the nemesis for Kong. He beats there is a good bad guys close in section where he really like beats Kong, and Kong has to go recruit allies to defeat this false king. So it actually has a pretty good superhero journey for Kong, and there were a couple of payoffs in the third act of the film, which, by the way, the third act of the film is some of the dopiest shit I've ever seen. It was like, it's not as bad as like an Ant-Man Quantumania level. It's not that bad, but it's getting close, because the level of just bullshit magical stuff in this is off the charts. Like, every 10 minutes, they introduce another magical bullshit. Oh, there's a gravity well. It's a portal that takes us to Hollow Earth. Like, the Hollow Earth thing is just barely this side of plausible. Like, oh, maybe it's a pocket down in the core of the Earth or something, like in the Matrix, Zion, whatever. But then they have to add that there's this magical bullshit gravity well, but that they, for some reason, have to activate with technology, whatever. Then there's all this bullshit magical stuff about how Godzilla, quite separately, is on this side quest to go absorb all the radiation from all the radiation. He goes and absorbs a nuclear power plant. By the way, in this universe, why is anyone operating a nuclear power plant ever? Ever! Like, those all have to be decommissioned immediately because they're catnip they're kaiju nip is what they are. And then here comes Godzilla and he just trashes a nuclear facility to absorb all the radiation. That's magical bullshit. But even within that scene, they add more magical bullshit, which is he's just trashed a nuclear facility. Oh my God, radiation's going everywhere. Oh, good. He's absorbing it all. What? So he's just hoovering up all the radiation and it's all glowy and there's all these effects. And I'm like, it's Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter level magic in this. And it's not, there's like science fiction in any plausible level of sci-fi is out the window with this movie. It is flat out magic. And then we have this underground world where there are these two opposing pyramids that are made of crystal, and they can transmit the thoughts of the people who live down there, and they resonate with each other, and they can open more portals, and they've been hidden and guarded for years. And I'm like, what? There is so much magical bullshit in this movie. You can't even believe it. It's like the never-ending story. It's like every minute there's another thing. And I'm like, I am so I got into that third act of the film. I'm telling you right now, chat, I felt my brain going numb. I'm not saying that as my mind was numb or my thoughts were wandering or I was in a mental fog. I'm saying I physically felt my brain tissue numbing. I felt my brain tissue numb inside my skull. I'm like, what is this? And yes, in the first act of the film, when Godzilla is beating the crap out of the other apes, he grabs the little Kong and uses him as a cudgel to beat the crap out of all the other apes. It's so bizarre. But okay, so that's all fine. Now, what I will say is, Kong's hero's journey as a superhero basically works and does have some crowd-pleasing moments. There is the moment where he's bounding over the hill with Godzilla, and I couldn't help but think of Stranger Things when they're playing that great, we're climbing up that hill, and it's all the heroes are together, and it's like Space Jam with kaiju. It's Space Jam with kaiju. Now, now that's not terrible. There's not really any wokeness in it. There's nothing really super, there's no the message in it, so that's all good. And it does work as a superhero story on the Kong level, okay? Now, here's the bad news, folks. The bad news is this is one of the dopiest films I've ever seen. It is, like I said, stuffed to the rafters with bullshit magic. Now, you know that I like science fiction exposition. Explaining how faster than light travel works, or explaining how the warp core works in Star Trek, or how the Stargate works, or whatever. I'm fine with all that. I like that, and I like it when they take it seriously. But there's a difference between science fiction exposition that is presenting a fascinating science idea, right? And explaining the plausibility. A good example would be Dr. Weir in Event Horizon explaining how the event horizon is going to punch a hole in space and travel through it. Okay, that's fine. But there's a difference between that and just obligatory exposition that is just info dumping. It's just info dumping a bunch of nonsense. And basically what I would say is all the characters in this movie, the humans, speak in a language of pure exposition. All of them. They are only there for exposition. The comedy comes from the annoying podcast guy and the annoying Australian Dr. Dolittle kaiju vet. And they have the most odd, effeminate, and off-putting interactions all throughout this film, and it's typical of modern era. It's typical. They deliver these lines that are meant for laughs, and all it is, oh my God, you're so awkward. Oh my God, bro, this is such an awkward moment. We're both so awkward. We're such awkward people. That's all the comedy in this, the whole way through. There's another superhero story going on in this, which is honest to God the worst part of the film, which is the little kid, Gia. She's the girl who's the key to everything, and folks, it is one of the worst. It's one of the most eye roll girls that's the key to everything you've ever seen. It's so bad. I'm gonna get your comments in here very soon. But let's see. I hear the Discord popping up. By the way, the Discord is in the chat. And hey, if you think I'm right about Godzilla X Kong, consider subscribing, like it if you're seeing it on X, formerly Twitter, or Rumble. And if you think I'm dead wrong about this, make sure you hit that like button because you're going to want to hear more. So, all right. So what I would say is Gia is this deaf girl who can hear God, there's so much magical bullshit and there's so much mumbo jumbo in this. It's hard to unpack it all, but basically she hears this distress signal coming from Hollow Earth, which leads her to go to Hollow Earth, where she has to reconnect with the last of her people, because it turns out that she's like the prophesied one who can keep the false Kong King from escaping to the surface. And she has to learn how to use her powers. And I'm watching all of this, and I'm thinking, this character is not interesting at all. The obligatory scientist babe is not interesting at all. They are, listen, the film Five Nights at Freddy's, which I was not a big fan of, you had the character of Mike and his little sister Abby, who he's become the guardian of because their parents died, and he's taking this job at Five Nights at Freddy's. And much of the dramatic tension of the film comes from the fact that he's not really her dad, and he has this kind of strained relationship with her, and he doesn't really know like how to be a guardian to her, but at the same time they kind of need each other, and so there's that dynamic going on. It makes you like them. They're likable characters, right? The obligatory scientist babe and this Gia girl, they are not interesting at all. They are, and part of it is because most of what they do in the movie is expositionary. It's just, they are just there to make us understand and bear witness to what Kong and Godzilla are doing, right? So it's very frustrating because I'm like, I really did sit there and think about it, and I'm like, think about Shkishkima, and honest to God, every human character in Godzilla -1 pulled me in. Every single one. Shkishkima, Koichi, their little adopted daughter, Akiko, and then his neighbor, the neighbor lady who at first is slapping him and calling him a coward. Even she has this little arc where she donates rice, even though she's like, oh, you guys are stupid. I'm done helping people. She says that in the movie. And then she comes over and gives them rice so they can feed Akiko. And she's like, well, there goes the best of my rice. I love that moment. I love that. She actually doesn't want to involve herself, but she can't help it because she's a good person. I love that. Then you have Oda on the ship, and then you have the kid who wishes he had gone to war, and Kishkima shakes him, and he's like, don't say you don't mean that. Say you don't mean that. Tachibana, the guy who blames Kishkima for being a coward, but then changes his mind and tells him to live. That's brilliant. Every single character in Godzilla -1 is interesting, meaningful, impactful, and moves the story forward. How is it possible that in Godzilla X Kong you don't have one? There is not one human character in this that's interesting. Not one. Least of all the girl who's the key to everything. So there you go. That's Godzilla X Kong. Now, I want to tell you about the profound thought that occurred to me while I was watching all this nonsense in the theater. So I'm going to get to that. My final score of this film is, I'm going to score this film a 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10 on the epaulets. That's a fail. That's like 5 is It is an acceptable. 5 is like neutrality. I could take it or leave it. Anything below a 5 is a fail. 4 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. Is it as bad as the Marvels or Dial of Destiny or Ant-Man Quantumania? No. It's much more worth your time than any of that trash. So yeah, it's not absolute trash or anything like that. But it's boring. It's I think lacking in any kind of heart. People say soulless. It doesn't have any heart, this movie. It has a little bit in the character of Kong. That's where I will give it credit. Kong as a character actually is pretty likable, and I enjoy the character of Kong quite a bit. Godzilla in this is like, he's honestly like that How It Should Have Ended Godzilla. He's like, he, honest to God, is really that character in this movie. Godzilla! And then he's like, jumping in the pool. You know, that's what Godzilla is. Kong's pretty likable. And it is fun seeing Godzilla and Kong, as dumb as it is. It is fun to see them bounding over the hill and just trashing the other monsters. All right, fine. That's about it. The rest of the movie is pure nonsense, and I would never have seen this movie if not for the intention to review it, and I definitely will never watch it again, unless it's for the purpose of making a video. So yeah, I'm not a fan. I hate the Monarch universe. I think it's a bunch of garbage. As a kid's movie, it's also a fail, because frankly, it scared the hell out of the little kids. So it doesn't really work for super little kids. For mid-age kids, they deserve better. They deserve better. And I'm going to explain exactly why. And my thought about this movie, this profundity that occurred to the captain, is part of why I say that. And I'm going to get to that. But first, your thoughts, chat. Programación Evoles 3D is in the chat. The girl or the magical animal from the cartoon. Yeah. Welcome to the chat. Programación Starfury. Starfury says, lonely. I'm so lonely. What has a Kong got to... Wait. What has a Kong got to do to get right swipe in Hollow Earth? Yeah, Kong wants a right swipe. I swear, they could have just had Kong just swiping on like female Kongs. I would have enjoyed that quite a bit. Yeah, Fu Man Blue's like, good one. Good, nice one, Staff here, eh? What else? Wrangler says Starscream transforms into 00 Mustang. Programacion says, I wish they'd make TF Hearts of Iron someday. I'd watch it. Bumblebee transforms into General Lee, says Staff here, eh? And abuses his new horn, says Wrangler. Starfury says, the captain is speaking of the infamous Star Trek, like technobabble that all bad sci-fi movies have to delve into. You know, Star Trek technobabble, not always, but often, was good, because most of the... Now, sometimes it was purely to just make the plot happen, and that's fine. You know, it's like, oh, we have to reverse the tachyon beam. Actually, I think Voyager was the worst. Voyager was the worst with tech talk, because so often the plots in Voyager revolved around, they just have to reverse the polarity or some stupid shit to get out of whatever it is. And I always kind of hated that, but they all did that to some extent. But then there were times where it was really good, like in the episode Parallels in Star Trek Next Generation, when, Worf is slipping into... By the way, this is before multiverses were commonly known. This is before everything was a multiverse. It was like... this was my first exposure to this concept at all as a kid, which was Geordi explaining, well, there's this theory of like every possible choice we make that we could make does happen in an alternate reality, and Worf is slipping into these realities. Like, tech talk like that is fascinating, so there is a way to do it. Tim Allen says, are you saying they screwed over the Godzilla X Kong movie? I am saying, for me, they did. For me, it's a 4 out of 10. It's not trash. It's not like woke or a bunch of crazy bullshit. It's not full of the message. I feel that it is a meaningless story. That's my personal opinion. Is it maybe enjoyable if you just want to see a cartoon about kaijus beating each other up? It actually has a lot of crowd-pleasing lines, I said crowd-pleasing moments, I should say, for that. So, yeah, if you just want to see a dopey monster fight, it's not bad. I would say it's not bad. To be fair, there were like pretty dopey Japanese-made movies like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. Like, you know, those movies were kind of like this. They were sort of dopey, and it was Godzilla's just going to fight a monster of the year, right? And but what really bothers me about this, I will get to very soon. Programacion says the science explanation the characters give is total BS. Yeah, look, I don't care. I don't want to hear like. It was, let me give you an example. There's a scene in the movie. What is this character's name? Because I can't, he's the obligatory nerdy, Bernie. He's the Brian Tyree Henry's character. Bernie, he's a podcaster. He's the obligatory male boob who's socially awkward. He was my least favorite character in Godzilla vs. Kong also. And I was like, oh, great, he's back. Thank you for that. Because he just is there to play awkward, nerdy male. And it's so cringe because he's like talking about how he's building his YouTube channel and like how he needs likes and subscribes. And I was like, oh, this is very close to home. So maybe that's part of why I didn't respond well to this. But, he's living in this apartment in Miami. It's pretty funny. But anyway, so Bernie is this is one of the most crowbarred into the plot kind of things I've seen in a movie recently, which is obligatory scientist babe. She needs to explain why girl who's the key to everything is drawing pyramids all the time at school. And what does this mean? And so she brings because they're also detecting seismic events that are matching that on the chart. You know, oh, it's like these spikes we're seeing, and she's drawing the same thing, and oh, there's something going on there. I've got to go find someone who can explain this. And who does she go to? She goes to Bernie, this podcaster. Not a scientist, not like an expert in, you know, seismology. No, she goes to this guy because we need him in the story. And she does explain it. She's like, well, none of my colleagues will believe me. Why? Okay. Because they won't. Because reasons. They won't believe me. All right, fine. So she's like, I need you to oh, this is going to mean I have to call in a lot of favors and you have to take me to Hollow Earth. And so he sort of crowbars into the story this way. The moment comes when he explains to her what he's found out. And it literally was just a word salad. It was like, it's like, well, I had to call in all these favors and I had to reach out to this and I had to reach out to that. And it's supposed to be played for laughs. She's like, Bernie, just tell me the answer. And he says, well, you see, the seismic, the square root of the X blah, 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 and the blah, blah, blah. And it was just a bunch of word salad nonsense. It didn't mean anything. And she's like, just get to the bottom line. And I'm like, wait a minute. She is a scientist, women in STEM, and she is a genius. Why would that bore her? He's giving her a technical explanation of what he's discovered. Now, if it's a dumb jock that he's talking to, then that makes sense. If it's a dumb jock, it does make sense that they get impatient and they're like, just skip to the bottom line just bottom line this for me, right? But she is a scientist and she does understand the technical side, but she still says that. Why? Because it's nonsense and the movie knows it. And it's like, and the movie is bored with it. And so he's like, it means that we have to go to Hollow Earth or something. Okay, great. Off we go. Okay, fine. Whatever. It's meaningless. So I hate that crap. All right. What else we got? Tim Allen says, damn it. Give the property back to Japan so they can fix it. I mean, they own it. They do still own it. And Takashi Yamazaki, I mean, can still make another Godzilla movie. But yeah, it's interesting because when the first Monarch Godzilla film came out, I appreciated it if not loved it, but I appreciated it because that 90s movie with Matthew Broderick was so Americanized. It was like that Godzilla was just a giant animal, is all he was. And he was killed by basically missiles, right? So that bothered me because I was a fan of like Godzilla 1985. I was a fan of the old Godzilla that was indestructible. And I liked that. And so when the American Monarch movie, he looked right, he sounded right, he had the blue fire, he was invincible, that I liked that. And so that made me happy. What made me unhappy was just how kind of mindless it all was and how Godzilla he was like a superhero. And I'm like, no, Godzilla's the bad guy. Godzilla's coming to wreck our shit. My opinion has sunk quite low after this last run of movies. So, yeah, there you go. Programacion says, score of 4 out of 10 is good enough. Time mark. If that's good enough for you, okay. I aim to please here. Well, look, I gave Dial of Destiny a 3. And frankly, that seems kind of generous in retrospect. I think look, Quantum Mania is like a 0. That's like, I don't think I ever give a 0, but I've given that one a 0. Like Echo is like a 0. That's like 0 points out of 100. We are all now dumber for having seen Echo. SurfHER, he says, let's not reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. It will bring my Doctor Who PTSD. I know, it's bad. Tim Allen says, other than TOS, I enjoyed DS9 as far as Star Trek goes. You're saying that you only like the original series and Deep Space Nine? I mean, those are respectable choices, indeed. Yes. DS9 was fantastic, and I consider it the crown jewel of the original 5. Tim Allen says that he loved it. Okay, let me catch up in the chat. Talking some Babylon 5. Love to see it. 90s had some great TV shows. Indeed, it did. I could not get into Lex, Fu Man Blue. Like, Lex was too weird for me. I tried watching that, and I was like, what is this? Sequest. I remember Sequest airing, but I was such a Star Trek snob, I wouldn't watch it. Says Fu Man Blue. Yeah, so here is the profundity that occurred to me while I was watching Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. There are many scenes in the film in which Godzilla is just bounding across the world, trashing whole cities while he defeats a bad Titan. Okay. Layered over this, there is all kinds of triumphant, heroic music. Oh, there he is. It's Godzilla. And there's also this voiceover of obligatory Science Babe. And she's always saying like how great it is that Godzilla is defending us from all of these threats because he's, in the technical sense, he is an animal defending his turf, which benefits us because he's trashing all the worst. He's the lesser of the evils, right? And so he's out there trashing and there's a scene where he trashes Rome, and he takes out like this age-old cathedral, and this cathedral's gone. Thousands of years it stood, gone. Then he trashes a Roman bridge that stood for 2,000 years, gone. And then he curls up for a nap after. That's why I say it's Pokemon. It's Poke Kaiju. You gotta collect them all because after he kills like 4 different beasts in this, just rando beasts. They're like goons to him. Like the way James Bond kills bad guys in a James Bond movie is how Godzilla kills Kaiju in this. He just knocks them off and says a cute applause line, which is "Arr!" And then he goes and curls up for a nap in the Coliseum. And he just curls up in a little ball and he naps. Godzilla's tuckered out. Godzilla's all tuckered out and he's having a nap. And he's like making little purring noises, he's like, And everyone's like, well, tourism of the Coliseum is closed for the time being because our favorite hero has taken a nap in it. Like, What? It's kind of cute though. I have to admit, it's kind of cute. I almost want like just a poster of like cute Godzilla taking a nap in the Coliseum. Star Fury, you've got to watch this movie. Star Fury. Have you seen it, Star Fury? Yes or no? Quick in the chat, Star Fury. Have you seen Godzilla? You have to have seen it. If you said that thing about the cudgel, you have to have seen it then. But so Godzilla's curled up for a nap after trashing half of Rome. He trashes part of the Colosseum when he gets up from his nap, because then his foot goes through part of it. And there goes the Colosseum, thousands of years of history. He doesn't destroy all of it, but most of it. Parts of it. Then he bounds off to some other city, trashes that for a while, another ancient, priceless architectural landmark destroyed. He might as well take out the Eiffel Tower at some point. Why not? We get to about the third act of the film, and he shows up. He shows up at the pyramids, right? He's for like the first 5 minutes of the scene, he doesn't trash the pyramids, and I thought maybe they're going to let the pyramids slide because he's got some other business in Cairo that doesn't involve the pyramids. Thank God. And I'm thinking, okay, they're not going to trash the pyramids. Now, why should I care? We're here to watch a movie about monsters trashing shit. But the odd thing is, it did bother me. It was like, I don't enjoy seeing these things destroyed. You know, it's when the YAASSSSS in World War II were retreating from Rome, they deliberately blew up bridges that had stood for 2,000 years. And yes, it was to slow down the enemy, but sometimes there was no tactical benefit. They just did it because they didn't want anyone else to have it. They were that vindictive. And so they just, which, you know, that's not unusual. Authoritarians always do shit like that. If you can't have it, nobody can. That's the kind of people they are. So they blew up a bunch of ancient stuff. So my point is, generally speaking, I don't enjoy seeing like great artistic marvels and architectural marvels of human culture destroyed just for the sake of being destroyed. You know, if you watch Independence Day, the White House gets blown up. Why does that get a pass? Well, it gets a pass because in the movie, that's the point. We are watching our culture, our heritage, the seat of our democratic power being blown up. Like, that's meant to have a psychological shock value. But in this movie, Godzilla X Kong X Monarch X Girl Who's the Key to Everything, in this movie, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, The New Empire, it is purely about the fun of watching Godzilla trash shit. I don't find it fun. I don't find it fun to watch him taking out all this ancient stuff, you know? And of course, it just puts a splinter in my mind because now I'm thinking like, well, gee, the world seems awfully cavalier about the fact that every day he's trashing yet another legacy architectural thing. It's like, yes, I can understand that people are grateful that he's taking out the trash, the worst monsters, but at the same time, wouldn't the world just be horrified about this? Wouldn't the world be horrified? They're like, oh my God, we lost this cathedral that stood for 700 years. Gone. You know, the Louvre, he took out the Louvre. My God, all that, you know, the Mona Lisa, it's unrecoverable. Even if we're happy he's taken out the trash, we'd still be unhappy about that, wouldn't we? But not in this movie. In this movie, he literally is like Superman. So it's Godzilla! But then he doesn't trash the pyramids, and I'm thinking maybe the movie is trying to back off this just a little bit, right? Then Kong shows up, and they fight, and they don't just trash one of the pyramids. Folks, they literally, it's like there's a famous well, maybe not famous, but there is a Steven Seagal movie in which he's fighting a bad guy in a jewelry shop, and he deliberately puts the guy's head through every single jewelry case. So every piece of glass in the jewelry shop, he puts the guy through. That's what it was like. It's like Godzilla and Kong trash every single pyramid, and they just level them. They just level all of them, and all to the sound of triumphant, exciting action music. Okay, and it suddenly hit me. it suddenly hit me what this film, the whole moral like suggestion of this film. Let's think about two films: the original 1956 Godzilla film and the original King Kong film. I'm talking about the old silent film, the original King Kong. Okay. Godzilla 1956 was a story about how nuclear weapons and the destructive nature of the human being had unwittingly mutated an ancient beast into something horrific and indestructible, and he became a literal personification of our sin as a species and our destructive nature. He was the avatar of our own self-destructiveness. He walks ashore onto Tokyo, he starts trashing the city, and they are watching lives snuffed out. They are watching their great works of architecture destroyed. They throw all of their military might at him, and it only angers him and makes it worse. They are facing the annihilation of their culture. They are totally at his mercy. They have no hope. The only thing they can do to stop Godzilla is to unleash yet another super weapon on the world that now can be used for evil. But it is necessary to stop Godzilla. So it's a metaphor for yet another nuclear age dawning, because the weapon that kills Godzilla in the first one, like the nuclear bomb, is a genie that once it's out of the bottle, you can't put it back in. So what are the themes in the original Godzilla film? Our own self-destructive nature, the looming threat of nuclear war, the double-edged sword of science, how it can save lives and also destroy the world, and how do you reconcile the morality of that? Now let's take another film, King Kong, the original story. What's it about? It's about a group of explorers who go to Skull Island, this unknown island. It's this pristine paradise. They make contact with these natives. They discover there's this great beast, this magnificent great beast that's living there, right? But rather than seek to understand the culture of the natives, rather than seek to observe but not interfere with King Kong, they see an opportunity to make money and to turn him into an attraction. So they wrestle down this great beast with all this significance to the local people. They drag him back to New York City because they think arrogantly that they can control him, and they decide to turn him into a circus freak and exploit him for money. But what happens? He breaks his chains, he gets loose, and he starts trashing the city. And then he climbs to the top of the Empire State Building. Now he's a threat to all of the city, and we have no choice but to shoot him down. So what do? We shoot this beautiful, magnificent creature that is the only of his kind, and we kill him. What are the themes at work in this? Well, the themes of colonization, the idea of first contact poisoning, a culture that's never been exposed to a more advanced culture, how we trample nature, how rather than observe and admire nature, we try to control it and harness it and monetize it, the greed of wanting to use it, essentially it's a metaphor for like killing a rhino just so you can harvest his tusk. That's basically what it's like. It's like poachers who kill an entire elephant just so they can get the ivory. That's basically what it is. And then the arrogance that we think we can control everything. And he gets loose, and the tragedy of the story is that we must destroy this one-of-a-kind, never to be seen before or since creature. We kill it because of our own foolishness and not his. He should have been on that island. He should have been left in his natural environment, and he would have been fine. But no, we just had to go and meddle and destroy something beautiful because that's our nature. Or at least that's our nature when we give into things like greed and avarice. Those are the themes of the original King Kong and the original Godzilla. Those are deep, powerful meditations on our destructive nature, our greedy nature, our ignorance, and our arrogance. When Kong or Godzilla in those films is destroying things, it's a big deal because he's taking lives. He's destroying lives. Contrast that with the amazing, exciting final battle between Godzilla and Kong in Rio de Janeiro, of course. It has to be right in the middle of an iconic city. Of course it does. There is just a level of absolute destruction that is unbelievable. The tail of Godzilla shoots his pink fire through all of these buildings that are just ringing the bay of like Rio de Janeiro. And you just see all these buildings get decapitated. There's a part where King Kong picks up a piece of a building, or I think it's the false Kong, and uses it like a club. And I'm thinking, you just watched tens of thousands of people sitting in their homes get killed. But the soundtrack to all of this destruction and violence and bloodshed is, yay! Dun, dun, dun! Godzilla's saving the day, and King Kong, and it's a superhero MCU movie soundtrack, right? And I'm thinking to myself, and who's in the audience? Kids, young people, adults. And a community of people, we're sitting here in this theater, and it's as if the movie is saying to us, this is what you want, isn't it? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? This is what you want. You don't want to think about nuclear weapons. You don't want to think about irradiating your own environment. You don't want to think about the trampling and destruction of the natural world. You don't want to think about consumerism and greed run amok. You don't want to think about how we turn every beautiful thing in the world into a commodity. You don't want to think about any of those things. What you want, my dear viewer, is to watch thousands of people get squished for no good reason, laugh, and hear a great soundtrack with it, and cheer for the monster. Oh, wonderful! Wonderful! Oh, what a spectacle! Well, I think that is appalling. I think that is haunting. It's deeply concerning to me as a human being. I'm like, I find this movie, I find that cavalier, ridiculous tone absurd, and I find it disturbing, quite frankly. You know, because it's amazing to me how we have transmuted these original tales that were very important in their own way. You know, the man versus beast, the man versus nature, the man versus his own self-destructive nature. We've transmuted that into an absurd carnival ride where we are cheering on the visual imagery of thousands and thousands of innocent people being stepped on, squished, crushed, and demolished, also while watching our works of art, our cathedrals, our colosseums, our bridges that have stood for 2,000 years get trashed and destroyed, and we are laughing and cheering along with it. And I started to think, in a strange way, this is mirroring almost exactly how our civilization is going, because there was a time when those things were precious to us, and the sight of watching them get destroyed would have been unthinkable, unless there was a good narrative reason, a proper narrative weight to it, right? I'm not saying we don't want to see it destroyed. I'm saying with a good narrative reason, like, the War of the Worlds, right? Seeing Big Ben get heat rayed by the Martians, well, that's meaningful in the story because we're watching the death of our civilization. But not like this. Not like this. Not with, little kids in the audience. Yay, King Kong! And it's like you're watching thousands of years of human history destroyed, and you don't even see it. You don't even see that part of it. So this is the thought I had while watching this movie. And I thought, quite frankly, I'm starting to think 4 is a little high, but it's fine. I'll leave it at a 4 out of 10. But what I will say is, as a purpose for telling a story, and if you like the movie, that's fine. I'm not judging you. Enjoy the movie. But I'm just saying, me personally, I just find this a detestable reason to make a film. I really do. I find this detestable. I'm not saying I think it shouldn't be allowed. I'm not going all Matt Walsh on you. We need to stop having movies. No, it's fine. Have a mindless movie. Plenty of movies are mindless, stupid. Every film by Eli Roth is just torture porn. I find it disgusting, but if you enjoy it, enjoy it. But maybe just without, I don't know, depending on how much you enjoy that. Never mind. Listen, what I'm saying is, this is the equivalent of Jerry Springer, as Jerry Springer is to daytime television, Godzilla X Kong is to meaningful stories about kaiju. It's a Jerry Springer watching them throw chairs at each other and watching the decay of civilization and laughing with glee. And maybe there's a place for that, and I'm just being too precious about it. Fair. That's possible. I'm just saying, for me, I just find it kind of sad. And I much prefer something like the original Godzilla or King Kong, or the Peter Jackson. Frankly, the Peter Jackson King Kong preserves all the themes of the original King Kong. If you want a really good Kong movie, go watch the Peter Jackson Kong movie. That's really the movie that lives up to what the tale is about. If you just want to enjoy some kaiju beating each other up, I don't hold that against. Enjoy it. Have fun. I'm just saying, could we do it with a little less glee when we're watching the cathedrals get taken down? I wonder if there's any artifacts, or if artifacts is the wrong word. I wonder if they would accept the imagery of the Taj Mahal getting trampled this way. Would they accept that? Do you think they'd make that in a movie? How about Mecca? Could we ever watch a movie where the kaiju are wrecking Mecca? I don't think so. Frankly, probably not Jerusalem either, for that matter. Could we watch a movie in which, I'm trying to think, are there any other sensitive? Could we watch the Kremlin get taken down? I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is, it may sound like I'm nitpicking here, because who cares? It's just a movie. It's all fiction. Who cares if we watch the Colosseum get trashed, or the pyramids? The pyramids get trashed. Priceless ancient works of human creation. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal is, put it in the right context, and it's a big deal. There's no way they'd make this movie if something super meaningful to a certain culture would be offended. They only trashed things in this movie that they thought they could get away with. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they would have trashed anything that was a symbol of someone's religion. I don't think they would have done that. And to be fair, it's not like they trashed the Vatican. I don't think. I wasn't watching closely enough. But so even the fact that I can make that presumption suggests to me that there is something to the fact that we're watching the destruction of priceless things, but we're laughing about it like it's bread and circuses. And I just find that somewhat, it was a very melancholy feeling when I had this realization in the theater. And just to put a final thought on this, as for the last 45 minutes of this movie, my brain was numb. I was like, what? I feel like I'm eating glue. My popcorn turned into glue. I'm like, this tastes a lot like paste from kindergarten. Anyway, Pacific Rim. I was not a fan of Pacific Rim, man. I guess I'm just not that guy. I'm not that guy. I don't like mindless stuff like that. I mean, I'm a fan of Independence Day, but that one maybe is grandfathered because I saw it when I was 13 and it was such a spectacle. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong about this, or that you're right or wrong if you disagree or agree. I'm just saying, I don't know. It's just not my thing, man. But welcome to the chat, Ultimate Kahuna. I'm glad to see you here. Staffuri says Pacific Rim calls references the heart of the kaiju mythos. Yeah, I mean, let's just dispense with all of my moral grandstanding for just a moment, and let's just take the idea of, hey, I just want to have a fun kaiju fight each other movie. Now that's fair, and I respect that. I do respect that. Isn't there a way we could do this that's at least not so damn boring? Seriously, like, isn't there a way we could do this where the humans are a little more meaningful? I happen to think that the first Godzilla film with Bryan Cranston, that was the most interested I was ever in this Monarch universe. I thought the idea of this man, like that first trailer where he's like, what happened down there? In that amazing Bryan Cranston emotion of, what happened down there was not an accident. That was no earthquake. You're hiding something. You're hiding something, and whatever it is, it's going to send us back to the Stone Age. I'm like, oh, that's exciting. Because there's moral gravity. There's weight to that. You know what I'm saying? There's weight to that. And that's what I liked. But then you actually watch the movie and they off Bryan Cranston in like Act 1. He's kind of an idiot character, really. He I'm not saying he's an idiot, his character. What I'm saying is he's treated as this crackpot that's estranged from his son, and really he should have been the driving character, and his son is who they want to be the principal character, but the guy who plays him is so boring. He's a charisma vacuum, a complete block of wood, as the critical drinker would say. And he is the protagonist of the film, and the only purpose of Bryan Cranston is for Bryan Cranston to bring his son into it. And I found that irritating because Cranston's character was by far much more interesting. And a man trying to protect his family is a primal story that would work brilliantly. But instead, they stuff it with all these stupid monarch characters that aren't interesting and muddy the plot. So I'm not saying you can't have some fun kaiju on kaiju action. Hello. But if you're into that sort of thing. But what I am saying is, I think there's a way to get at it that's at least a little more interesting and, dare I say it, but, emotionally impactful than just laughing hysterically while he trashes the Coliseum. I don't enjoy that. It's just not a good way to get at it. And Star Fury says, I loved paste in kindergarten. Well, so did I, Star Fury, but we all have to grow out of it. My complaint, no, listen, no shade to anyone who ate paste in kindergarten. Look, we've all been there, bro. We've all been there, okay? But the difference between us and the typical garden variety Disney Lucasfilm or MCU writer is they never stopped eating paste. They got a taste for it, and they live on a steady diet of it. That's the problem. Pooh Man Blue says, we know, Star Fury. Now the question though, Star Fury, is did you eat paint chips? Did you? I know, Tim Allen, if you're into hot kaiju on kaiju action. You know what the saddest part though is, Tim Allen? You know what the saddest part is? Like, Kong never gets together with a Kong babe in this. But if he had, just think about it. There would have been some blue hair on the internet somewhere who would have been all butthurt about it. They would have been like, oh, of course they make Kong heteronormative. You know they would. You just know it. You know that some Tumblr wacko would have been like, how come we assume that Kong likes a female Kong? That's very patriarchal. You know what? This is a very patriarchy-coded movie, though. It is. Like, Kong is the head of a patriarchy. It's seriously, this is a very patriarchal movie. Stuff here, he says, and Godzilla bodied Charles Barkley. I don't know what you're on about, Stuff here. What are you on about, man? Glue drip. Yeah, they used lead paint in Star Fury's bedroom as a child. Yeah, they used depleted uranium paint for Star Fury. So, actually, although technically depleted uranium is not radioactive, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not. Or it's minimally. Star Fury says, I will have you know I am old enough to have eaten lead-impregnated paint chips. I am really special. Oh, no. No, Ultimate Coda, no. We do not want that Rule 34. Oh, no, we do not want Kaiju Rule 34. Oh, my God. Oh, no. It's out there somewhere. I'm sure it is. It's probably out there. Oh, no. Erigma Varillion. Erigma Varillion says, Hail, Erigma, author of the Star Shatter science fiction series, and his authored by Black Knight, his alter ego Black Knight. So, yeah, it's this movie was better than I hoped, worse than I feared, is kind of where I'd leave it. So my final thought on Godzilla X Kong is, with all that being said about the lack of themes and just the absurdity of all the bullshit mumbo jumbo. But really, the fact that humanity is portrayed in this movie as a bunch of clapping seals while Godzilla is wiping out thousands of years of culture and architecture and history, stomping people. Kong is trashing whole blocks of buildings, with innocent people dying, and everyone's excited about it. And so the thing that comes to my mind is just quite simply this.
I
was so worried, but now everything's okay.
Be amazed, ladies and gentlemen, because
We are clearly looking at the greatest hero to ever exist on this great earth.
What? Oh, sure. When Godzilla destroys half the city and kills the unstoppable threat to save the world, everyone cheers. But when I do it, everyone gets all grouchy and judgmental.
I see how it is.
Hey, way to go, Godzilla. You killed those awful creatures that only wanted to breed. You know who else wanted to procreate at the expense of humanity? Zod. That's right. You're welcome.
It's so good. That is all you need to know about Godzilla X Kong. I love his smile. It's so funny. The whole time Superman's talking, he's just like... That's so funny. Godzilla's like... He's like, dude, I'm the man, dude. Don't even try, Clark. Like, you're wasting your breath, man. They love me, man. I can do no wrong. There's nothing this 300 meter lizard can't do wrong. I just mangled that. But anyway, God, that's hilarious. He's so happy with himself. He's almost exactly like that, though, in this movie. I mean, I swear to God, Kong is... Or not Kong, but Godzilla. It's so weird because you have the superhero story with Kong, and he's on this journey with baby Kong. You have obligatory science babe running around in Hollow Earth and everywhere else narrating everything. But then you have Godzilla, who is quite separately just on his own journey for no reason, and he just wants to scoop up all the radiation of all the other monsters, and so he's just knocking off monsters like a hitman. And I love, too, how he knocks off one, and then he swims to the next one. I'm like, well, geez, there's like 10 of these things tearing up the world at any given time. He ain't even got time for a nap. And then he just hoovers up all the radiation, and he's practically grinning the whole time. Everyone's like, Godzilla! Yay! I haven't even really mentioned the fact they turned him pink. I'm like, honestly, that's the least of our problems in this movie. That's sort of the least of our problems. So it honestly didn't even occur to me that much. I was like, oh, whatever. Oh, God, that is so funny, though. Oh, what else? What we got in the chat? Oh, Stormcrow's in the chat saying, hail to Eric Ma. God, oh, I know, Star Fury. The sheepish smile for the sheepish smile is the best part of that. Yeah, when I do it, when he does it, everyone's all excited. But when I take out Zod, you're all buttered about it. Godzilla's just like, he's like, yeah, keep talking. You ain't gonna convince him, man. You ain't gonna convince him. I'm a rock star, man. I own this city. Come on, man. I'm Godzilla. You're just a little man in a red cape. Get out of here. Get out of here, Clark. Go home. Go back to the farm. It's so good. But what's so funny about it, it's exactly true of the audience, though, because the audiences of Man of Steel were pissed. They were pissed that Superman trashed the whole city to stop Zod, and it wasn't exactly his fault. It was like that's where Zod was fighting the battle, and so he trashed all of it. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. And then we get Godzilla trashing the cities, and it's like, yeah, yay, this is great. He's such a hero. Dude, that's exactly it. Star Fury's like Godzilla's the Chad. He's the Chad of all heroes. Because like literally like Batman takes out like a little bit of city property and everyone throws a fit. But it's like, oh, I saved you from the Joker. Godzilla can trash the freaking Coliseum and everyone still loves him. That's a Chad, man. That is an absolute alpha Chad right there. He don't owe shit to nobody. Godzilla don't. Oh, did I even forget about the fact that they give Kong a power glove? Give him a power glove. They give him this giant metal glove. Whatever. Fine. Give him a freaking Iron Man suit for all I care. Just suit him up. Give him an Iron Man suit. Make it nanites. I dare you. Just make it frickin' nanites. You might as well. We discovered that nanites are way better than other stuff. Fine. That's not even a shred as ridiculous as anything else in this. There are magic pyramidal crystals, and there is hollow earth. There are green-blooded creatures living down there. There is just, the hoovering up all the radiation for, it's just, there is so much nonsense. There's freeze breath. There's freeze breath. They have a Godzilla analog. There's like another Godzilla species in this, but that does freeze breath instead of fire breath. Why not? Of course. Next we need the Earth Godzilla, and then we need the Wind Godzilla. We need like all four elements. We need Fire Godzilla. That's why I'm saying they're like Pokemon now. They're like Pokemon because it's like Godzilla is like the Charizard, and then there's the other Godzilla, which is like Squirtle or something. I'm not like super well versed in Pokemon. Star Fury says, Batman, I brand a few people and you all get bent out of shape. I know, right? Clark was like willing to take out Bruce over that. He was like, the Bat is dead. Don't ever come back. Consider this mercy. Big jeez. Tim Allen says, green-blooded Vulcans? It's so weird. It's like they just don't want to ruin the fact that it's a kid's movie. Although I'll tell you, the one good thing in the movie is Kong's bad guy, his nemesis, the evil Kong. He's pretty creepy. Like, he's pretty scary. He's got this man. Actually, I will say one thing that worked well about Kong's nemesis is that he's got a kind of swagger to him. I'm trying to think of like he reminded me of like some really good villains that just I can't like a type of really good villain. He's like the kind of villain that's like scarred and nasty, but he kind of loves it. He's kind of like he's just a psycho. That was kind of what the anti-Kong was like in this movie. It's pretty cool. As a villain, that worked really well, and it scared the shit out of the littler kids. And so the weird thing is, it's like, okay, you made it safe for the kids, but it's still not because it's, that Godzilla was pretty scary. I'm talking the little ones, not like, they were like, people brought babies to this movie. I was like, why are you bringing your baby to this? But, I understand. You got to get out sometime, I guess. Eric Marr says, watch kittens eating with doom musing. I will consider that, Eric Marr. I will consider it. Now, we have more stuff to talk about because I want to talk about Mass Effect. I want to talk about Mass Effect because BioWare did something interesting this last week that I think, unfortunately, proves my prediction. So we're going to talk about that. And also, did you know that our very own Star Fury claims that I am wrong, that Shkishkima should have survived the ending of Godzilla -1. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to hash that out after this short break. I will be right back. Don't go away. And we are back on the Swords and Starships channel. I am Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content and the hot takes about Godzilla X Kong and my rather melodramatic grandstanding. Now, I want to wind the clock back a little bit because SurfHER, our sweet prince across the pond, says that the captain was incorrect in his assessment that Shkishkima should survive. I'm just going to mess with you a little bit, SurfHER. Where is it? I had it right here. Damn it. I need to go Control F, SurfHER. There it is. Okay, there it is. All right, so some time ago, I did my top 10 best and worst of the year, and I had this to say, and I'm going to share it with you. Hang on. All right, here we go. Share. Share screen. Share. There it is. Saying that one life can change history. One life can turn the tide. One life. This is a pro-life movie, not to get all political, but this is a pro-humanity, pro-living movie, right? And in a way, it's like one light is enough to banish the darkness. That's kind of the way I see it. And so what's so interesting is you have all this darkness that Hollywood dumps on us. You have all this garbage, all this destruction that they wreak on everything that we love, right? And it gets overwhelming. We start to think, my God, how can we ever resist this? How can we ever stand up to all of this? And so all I can say is, we do stand up to it. Because one film about one hero's journey is worth 100 woke dumpster fires. It's amazing how quickly one beautiful film banishes the darkness, chases it away, and turns it all around. So there you go. Hat tip and a salute to the best film of the year, Godzilla -1. The captain salutes you and thanks you. Takashi Yamazaki, brilliant writer, brilliant director, knows how to budget a film. You give him credit for that, so you can stick it where the sun don't shine, Disney. And that led to this moment on the stream. Good to see ya. SurfHER says, okay, Captain, the rousing music and speech changed my mind. Look at that! I warmed the cold, dead heart of SurfHER. I just appreciate you, SurfHER. He heat raid. He heat raid. Oh, that was definitely me. He heat raid. He heat raid. There it is. You see, SurfHER. There's the proof. The smoking gun, as it were. Yes, my dear Watson, we've proven it. I gotta see it. What's he gonna say? SurfHER. I'm actually nervous now. I'm nervous. I'm poking the bear here. He says, mess all you want, but it's a hornet's nest. You want to be very, very careful, sir. Be very careful. He said, I allowed your eloquence to sway me from my path of righteousness for but a moment, but I have come back from the darkness. No, you've come back to the darkness, SurfHER. I've never seen the captain so happy. I know, I persuaded SurfHER. You don't even know what that meant to me. It was like, it's better than it's like an Academy Award or the day that I convinced SurfHER. Yeah, this one goes on the shelf. That's basically what that would be. No, I'm just kidding. I just had to mess with SurfHER a little bit, but no. We love SurfHER. He's the master gunner on the ship, and that's for good reason, folks. He's out there. He's out there. All right, what do we got? Okay, so I want to show you what happened with BioWare, which, by the way, I'm just beaming on SurfHER. Everybody is entitled to their opinion on Godzilla -1, but I stand by mine. Here it is. Yeah, so I had this prediction, and yes, we're doing 2 Captain's clips in as many minutes, which is a bit overboard, but let's roll with it. They can't, because video games have to sell. They have to. If they don't sell, if people don't play, if there's nobody in the multiplayer line. SurfHER, you are not the butt of the joke, SurfHER. It's just receipts, that's all. Listen, it meant the world to me that I convinced you, SurfHER. You don't understand. I'm just kidding, SurfHER. It is, you have the right of it, sir. As do I. Hobbies. If there's nobody buying the stupid freemium crap that they stuff all these games with, if nobody is paying for the DLCs because the game was broken and shit when it came out, well, then it loses. It goes down. It makes no money. People go out of business. People get fired. So what's happened is all of this is coming to a head. The mediocrity has tanked the whole gaming industry. Not the whole gaming industry, but a lot of it. It's blown a hole through the mainstream gaming industry. I'm telling you right now, I have zero faith the next Dragon Age is going to be good. I have zero faith the next Mass Effect is going to be good. Dude, I'll pull up the Mass Effect trailer right now. Okay, so that was my prediction several weeks ago. And it turns out, in the words of Razor Fist, frack you, I was right. Frack you, I was right. All right, hang on. But first, we have Fu Man Blue with a $5 super chat. Says, you wanted me to remind you of my message. Hail the Iron Age. Why, Fu Man Blue, first of all, thank you. Your unwavering, unflagging support continues to be noted, sir. But second of all, you do not have to send a super chat to remind me. You don't have to do that. You can just go at Swords and Starships, but I appreciate the donation. I do appreciate that. And SurfHER says, Suicide Squad, anyone? The DLC failed as well. I know. My pleasure, Captain. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. Yeah, that's on tap. That's on deck right now. Where is it? I have it in my messages, I think. Because, yeah, I do want to address this point. That was about... Oh, yeah. We'll get to that, because it is germane to what we're about to talk about. So this is what happened with Mass Effect during the Easter holiday. And I just want to pull this up for you, and I quote tweeted this. Hang on, let me grab it real quick. Now my argument there was simply that mediocrity in general is what sneaks in the door when the woke mind virus is holding it open. That's really what I'm saying, because not everything that's bad is a direct result of wokeness, because obviously, something like Batwoman on the CW, that's a direct result of wokeness, right? That's a direct, like when he says, oh, the bat suit is perfect, and she says, oh, it will be when it fits a woman. It's like, well, that's a direct woke messaging that is specifically a piece of propaganda that's placed in there. And that's cringe as hell and fine. But there's plenty of times where, we've all been in this position of having to say, well, it wasn't really woke, but it wasn't really good. And it's like, but in an indirect way. And when I say woke, I mean intersectional feminism. I mean critical race theory, DEI, wacko lunatic collectivist crap. That's what I'm talking about. Implemented with authoritarian tactics. It's the marriage of authoritarian tactics with an insane obsession with identity politics, smushed together. And I'm saying that because I hear a lot of people saying the word woke is overused, and fair enough. And so I want to make it clear that I know exactly what I'm talking about when I say wokeness. And I practice defining it all the time because that's the old gotcha question. What is it? Can you tell me what it is? Yes, I can tell you exactly what it is. Being a lunatic. That's what it is. Believing in things that aren't real. That's what it is. Okay, now, back to my point. So what I'm saying is that the fact that you have all these rules about who can be there and how we have to portray women, they've all secreted themselves into such a situation where it's harder and harder and harder for people who just want to tell a good story and are just good at their job. It's harder and harder for them to get hired, and it's easier and easier for the loons to get hired. People that eat glue, essentially. You know, they never gave up their taste for paste from the kindergarten. like our dear Starfury. I'm kidding, Starfury. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. So anyway, on Easter Sunday, okay, this was posted on the BioWare page. I'm going to share this with you. You've probably seen it. From BioWare. Today is Transgender Day of Visibility. Trans people have always been a part of our worlds. We're proud to support them both within our games and in real life. Which is cringe as hell. Absolutely cringe. But the thing is this, right? What do they always say? I always say that wokeness and the followers of woke, the acolytes of woke, they have no principles. They have no principles. Because a principle means that you believe in something larger than yourself, and that sometimes that belief will require you to do things that are uncomfortable for you, because you're going to have to live up to that principle, because a principle by its very nature must be applied equally. Equally. Principles require actual equality. Have you ever thought about this before? Think about it. The very point of a principle is if you believe in freedom of speech, then it must be applied equally. Or else it's not freedom of speech. That's the whole point. Well, what is the principle they're always talking? Well, we're inclusion. That's the principle that they claim to hold. Inclusion. Everybody's included. Everybody is visible. Everybody has a seat at the table. Everybody's voice is risen. But what's the problem with that? Well, the problem with that is on the day they posted this, it was also another holiday. It's maybe not quite as old and celebrated as the Transgender Day of Visibility, but nonetheless, it's a holiday for some, and it's called Easter. Was there a post on BioWare saying today is Easter and we wish all Christians a happy day of celebration? No. So they do not actually hold the principle of inclusion, because if they held the principle of inclusion and, by extension, diversity, then they would have wanted diversity and inclusion in their holiday celebration. They would have said, today is the Transgender Day of Visibility, happy Transgender Day, and happy Easter. Because that would have been inclusive and diverse. It would have been diverse. That would have been a diverse thing. But they don't care about that. They don't care about any of that. They just want to virtue signal. They just want to pretend that they're all excited about this. And this was my quote tweet. So I quote tweeted this. Here's my quote tweet. At BioWare. BioWare believes that their let me rephrase that. I got to get in the right frame of voice here. BioWare believes their DEI gods to be the pinnacle of evolution, but the reaction of their deities will be most telling. They are always offended. The woke mind virus does not desire the pitiful virtue signals game developers hurl at them. They are just tools, And no amount of compromise on their artistic freedom will change that. R.I.P. Mass Effect, R.I.P. Dragon Age. If you don't know, that was a direct quote, a paraphrased quote of Saren speaking to Shepard about why the Geth worship Sovereign. He's basically saying that Sovereign does not desire the pitiful worship that the Geth hurl at it. So there you go. I used a quote from my favorite game of all time, Mass Effect, right there. And that is my favorite game of all time, Mass Effect. So why do I bring this up? Well, I bring this up because that is a sign that the fox has or the wokeness has let the fox into the henhouse at BioWare. So regardless of whether or not they have talented writers there or talented developers, this sickness is there. And it is going to poison everything, because anytime an artistic director wants to have another sexy babe like Miranda in it, you're going to have some DEI sensitivity wacko saying, oh, that's very misogynistic. You need to make her look ugly and like a man. And by the way, over here, this man needs to be very feminine and should not be effective in anything. And that shit is going to happen. Now, will all of it get through? Maybe not. And I'm sure that there will be some great stuff designed. There'll be some great artwork. There'll be some great technology and whatever. The problem is, at least some percentage of their staff is going to be idiot losers who do not know what the hell they're doing in a game in a game development environment. They are only there to fill a quota. That is all they are there for. They do not have the talent. They do not have the credentials. They do not even give a shit about gaming experience or storytelling. They are only there because they are mediocre people who are acolytes of the sick, woke worldview. And their mediocrity, their loser mindset, and their unquenchable thirst for revenge and resentment and getting even with everyone they perceive as their ideological enemies, it will infect the development of these games. There will be a drop in the quality at launch. There will be a drop in multiplayer performance if they have a multiplayer mechanic. There will be a drop in the storytelling quality. It's just like Starfield. It'll be just like Starfield. You will go from Skyrim and Fallout. You will go to boring, bland, colorless environments filled with boring characters droning on and on about bureaucratic gobbledygook, right? Because these aren't people that know how to write. They don't know how to show and not tell. And if they do, if someone there does know those things, they're going to interfere with those people. They're going to interfere with them. And then BioWare, by its very nature, is already demonstrating that they must bow. They must bend the knee. Frankly, the fact that, my point here is that the fact that they are even willing to put this on their page means they've bent the knee. They're over. They're over. The minute you let these wackos dictate one thing you do, it's over, folks, because no amount of concessions is ever enough. It's never enough for the woke mind virus, because it's not about fixing anything. It's not about actual equality. It isn't. They don't care about that. Some of them, I think, genuinely think they do. Like, it's a delusional mindset. But what happens is when they get what they want, they're not happy. They're never happy, because what they're after is a scalp. That's what they want. They want a scalp. And so when they get a scalp, they just want the next one. That's all. They'll never be satisfied. BioWare mentions this character. They put this character in the frame. This is Krem, actually. I know this character. I interacted with this character a lot when I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition. This is Krem, who is one of the mercenaries who works for Iron Bull. Iron Bull is Freddie Prinze Jr.'s character in the game. He's a Qunari. Pretty badass character. The interesting thing about Krem here is that Krem is, well, first of all, the only transgender character I've ever noticed in a BioWare game. So they're a bit overstating their case here. Now, trans people have always been a part of our world. Wait till they find out, BioWare, that this is the only one. Okay? Wait till they find that out. Then you're going to be in trouble. You're such fools. You are such fools for giving into this. You are such fools for hiring the idiot that posted this. Not because, I'm not even saying because it's bad to celebrate trans people. I'm neither saying it is or it isn't in this context. I am saying the mindset that results in this post is going to tank your company. It's going to happen. Get ready for it. But this character in isolation, Krem, is a fine character. There's nothing wrong with this character to me. The character is a transgender male, but honestly, that never actually even comes up in conversation unless you dig for it. Unless you specifically ask the character, hey, you seem like you're maybe a girl that's dressed like a dude. What's up with that? If you ask that question, then the character will explain. And actually, the funny thing is, the character comes across as quite authentic because the character just says, I don't know. I've just always felt like a boy. I've just always preferred those things. And this is how I live. It's just what it is. And there's even a dialogue option where you can ask Krem, have you ever considered magic in order to try and transform yourself into something? And the interesting thing is, I actually quite liked the character's response, which was, are you kidding me? Trust a mage to meddle with my genital? No way. I'm not going to do any of that. Deepening my voice and a nice sock placed in the right location is fine enough for me. That's it. And that's the end of the conversation in the game. It comes across as strangely enough, it comes across as it sort of fits in the world. It doesn't seem like it's interfering with the lore. It actually seems like, no, that makes sense in the Dragon Age world. This is just a chick who always thought of herself as a dude. She lives as a dude. He is in this case, is a good warrior, and his mates don't care. And they're mercenaries anyway, so all they really care about is money. So who they're fighting with doesn't matter as long as they're a good fighter. That's basically how the game deals with this character. So what I'm saying is, in this case, the character is fairly authentic and doesn't bother me at all. It's actually a pretty well-written character, mostly. It's a minor character in the game. Krem is not like one of the main characters, but you can talk to Krem in a tavern, and that's fine. Here's the problem. Krem is not enough for the wackos. Krem is not enough for the wackos. What they're going to want next is they're going to want 10 more, and they're going to want several of them to have transitioned magically. And if they say, well, this character doesn't want to transition magically, they're going to be like, this is very bad. There's not enough trans representation. This is a trans mass deletion. Oh, we're sorry. We're going to put a character in that's been mutilated by magic and is now, whatever. That's not enough because that's only a B supporting character. It needs to be a main romanceable character in your party. And the character must have an important quest, which is all about the quest to transmission. But that's not part of the main story. It's like, well, that's because you are heteronormative and part of the patriarchy. Otherwise, that would be in there. Oh, okay. We value all trans lives matter, and we're going to put that in immediately. Good. Now, there is only one of these characters in the main party, and there is only 5 of them as supporting characters you can talk to in a tavern. There's going to need to be 10 times that number. Well, we feel that'll unbalance the cast. Of course you do, because you're bigots, and you don't like trans lives. Oh, okay, we're sorry. We will make all of the characters gay, lesbian, and trans. That's a start. That's how it's going to go, folks. That's how it's going to go. It's not enough for these people to have a meaningful character that's well constructed and character driven, that does not interfere with the experience of the player. If you're not interested in this character, you can walk right past him. If you're interested in this character, you can investigate and find out why are they the way they are, and they'll tell you. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. That is good storytelling, and I will never have a problem with that ever. In fact, in video game storytelling, I think that's the best part of video game storytelling, is that you as the player are the protagonist and you are driving the experience. I mean, specifically in an RPG environment, that's the case. You are the player, you are driving the experience, you are making the choices you want to make, and you're not making the choices you don't want to make. And that's fine. That's what's called freedom. That's what's called liberty. That's what's called player choice. Authoritarians hate that shit. Most of all the wackos. The intersectional feminist, psychosexual activist wackos. They're not going to like that. So listen, I don't have a problem, I think that games should be made with authenticity in mind and character-driven characters, and there is enough room for every type of character in a video game, provided the story justifies that character. And what I'm saying is leave players to make their own choices. Put the characters in the game you want to make and let the player make their choice. That's a social contract we can all live with, but that's not where this is headed. That's not where this is headed. So I have no hope that Mass Effect is going to get better. I think it's going to get a lot worse. A lot worse. Tim Allen. Well, tickle me, Brown Star. Well, jeez, Tim. That's woke killing gaming. Yeah. Star Fury, wondering if Fu Man Blue played the DLC for Mass Effect 3. It made the game almost acceptable. A typically acerbic observation by Star Fury. But I cannot forgive the ending with the Kalurs. If you're talking about the extended cut Star Fury, I thought it helped a lot. It was a compromise. And actually, I was just watching that episode of Stranger Things where Hopper says his definition of compromise, which is where, what did he say? Halfway happy. It's halfway happy, right? And that's what I would say it is. It makes me halfway happy as a player that they gave, because trust me, I played the original non-modified ending of Mass Effect 3, and it was a absolute unmitigated catastrophe. Unmitigated catastrophe. It was a joke. It was so bad because it didn't answer any questions. It was not an ending. It didn't even end the story. It was just, okay, here's a 30-second cinematic that tells nothing about what happened at the end of the story. It was horrible. And but the extended cut said, okay, we're sticking with our ending, but we're going to add context. We're going to fill in things. We're going to give you a resolution. It added a voiceover that narrates what happened in the aftermath of your choices. I can live with that. But yeah, is it perfect? No, it's definitely not. So I'm pretty much with you. I'm mostly with you on that, Star Fury. And I hate to say, it was a kind of stupid way to end it anyway, because it's why do you give the player 3 choices that will radically, dramatically change the fate of the galaxy? It's like one of those sounded like a good idea at the time sort of things. No, what you should have done was given them some variety in the choices, but that more or less lead to a canon ending that we can run with in the future. It's I think a better way to get at it is the way they did the ending to Mass Effect 2. The way they did the ending to Mass Effect 2 was perfect because Mass Effect 2 is a suicide mission. You can launch the suicide mission fairly early in the game. But if you get all of your team, if you get all your team loyal, if you upgrade the Normandy, if you invest in all those things, it's going to improve the ending. It's going to improve your chances. Then when you are in the suicide mission, choices you make, such as who you attach to a party, who you assign to be the leader of a party, all those things affect how many characters are going to die. All those things affect how many characters are going to die, if any. And believe it or not, the first, I would say probably the first dozen or so times I played through Mass Effect 2, I always lost at least one character at the end. I always lost at least one. And sometimes I'd be scratching my head being how did I lose that character? And I did not even know this. The first dozen or so times I played Mass Effect 2. I did not know that you could save the Normandy NPC crew. Normandy has a staff that works on the Normandy, and they get abducted by the collectors. And the way I always played it, they never survived. It was always you go into the collector base, you find them, and you watch them get liquefied and turned into goo. But I did get to the point where I could save all of my main companions, right? Then I read online that no, there's a way to save the whole Normandy crew. You have to immediately go through the Omega-4 relay after they get abducted. And I was I did not know that. So if you race through the relay, which means you've got to get all your business done before you do the mission that triggers the collector abduction. Once I figured that out, you can save everyone. Now that's pretty brilliant because the ending is canon. The ending is Shepard either survives the suicide mission or doesn't. If Shepard does not survive the suicide mission, that Shepard story ends. And that's the end of that Shepard story. If Shepard survives the suicide mission, it's just a question of how many lives did Shepard save, how much damage was done, and then did the elusive man get what he wanted or not? That's basically it. That allows you to have a mostly canon ending, but still preserves the player's ability to have consequences for their choices. I think that's pretty brilliant, and that's how they should have done Mass Effect 3. It is Shepard either saves the galaxy or doesn't. If Shepard doesn't save the galaxy, that's the end of the story. If Shepard saves the galaxy, then it's a question of how many of Shepard's companions died. Did Shepard, his or herself, die in the process? How much of the galaxy was saved? How much was lost? I think that's a pretty good way to do it. And that's how they should have done it. But they just are, it was the hubris. Instead, they have this dopey three-way choice where it's like, okay, you can either become God Shepard, who controls all the Reapers and is now this Orwellian, creepy overlord of the galaxy. Ugh. Or you can combine all human DNA with all synthetic DNA and change the nature of all life in the universe forever. That's actually my least favorite ending, believe it or not. I hate that ending. And then in my view, the most palatable ending is the destroy ending, which is where you destroy all the Reapers. Of course, they try and guilt trip you that like, oh, but soon they'll invent AI and destroy themselves, so you're really screwing the galaxy. It's, oh, shut up, Starchild. I don't need your input. The Reapers deserve a boot up their ass, and that's exactly what they're gonna get from this Shepard. But anyway. The destroy ending is the only ending where your Shepard can survive, by the way. It's the only one, and you have to max out all your war assets to get that. They hint that Shepard survived. However, there is no scenario where the destroy ending does not immediately kill all of the Geth and EDI, the AI that you become friends with. Those characters will die if you choose the destroy ending, no matter how good you did in the game. And I think that is Fracked. I think that is a Fracked ending, because I think it should have been that if you don't get enough war assets, or there's certain choices you don't make along the way, combination of both, I would say, if you don't do certain dialogue choices or certain mission choices, you will lose EDI, or you will lose the Geth. But if you get enough war assets and you make the right choices, you save the Geth, even when you destroy the Reapers. That would have been the right ending. But, you know, we can't get everything we want. What else we got in the chat? Let's see. BioWare says, Star Fury says, BioWare can want whatever it wants. I can withhold my money and buy something else when your company dies. I can raise an eyebrow and then forget you ever existed. I agree with you, Star Fury. Well said. Star Fury is ready for battle today. Tim Allen says, check out the mods for Star Wars Empires at War on Steam for good gaming. Cool beans. Star Fury says, no giant human Reaper for that smoking bastard. Oh, I know. Well, I was going to say, actually, you know what? I was asked on Wrangler's channel, we were doing Weekly Wing It, and somebody asked in the chat, like, if you could be any villain, who would you want to be? And I said, what did I say? Gus Fring. I was kind of on the spot. I couldn't think of a good one. I thought of it. The Elusive Man. I would definitely, that is the villain I would want to be. The Elusive Man. He is the coolest villain. He's maybe my favorite villain in history. I got to be quite honest with you. He's one of my favorite all-time characters ever. And as played by Martin Sheen, brilliantly. I love that character. He's so intriguing. He's so fascinating. He's kind of on the level of Andrew Ryan for me. He's like Andrew Ryan as played by Armin Shimmerman, who played Quark in DS9. Andrew Ryan in BioShock is on that level of just a super intriguing and fascinating character, this kind of industrial magnate that's pulling all these strings, a kind of Wizard of Oz type character. Really cool. Love that. Where is the captain's bib? What did I do? What did I do, Star Fury? Why are you being mean to the captain? Why do I need a bib? Did I spit? I may have spit. Return of the sippy cup. Fu Man Blue. Oh, yes. You're talking about, this is my athletic water bottle. Only elite athletes have a bottle like this, Fu Man Blue. This is not a sippy cup at all. That is an athlete's water bottle. Fu Man Blue says he's going to go on a hike right after. I need to go on a hike. I've been a lazy SOB. I've just been working in front of this damn computer for too long, and I'm starting to live up to the meme. Starfury says the Elusive Man backstory is awesome. It's so good. Yes, Jack Harper. Which, by the way, I was very intrigued in Mass Effect Andromeda that the female companion, what was her name? I know her last name was Harper. I want to say Cora, but I could be wrong about that. Mass Effect Andromeda Harper. What was Harper's? Cora Harper. I was right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Cora Harper in Mass Effect Andromeda was super interesting because she talks about how she was genetically, engineered. She says something about how, it's been a long time since I played it, but she had some kind of backstory implying that she had a little bit of extra work done to make her biotic. And I thought that's exactly something the Elusive Man would do, which made me think she's his daughter. That was my thought, was that the Elusive Man's daughter is Cora Harper, but they never confirmed that in the story, which I thought could have been really interesting. You're right, SurfHER. They guilt trip you with killing the Geth. They do. I never wanted to kill the Geth. I sort of thought the Corians were more the assholes in the situation. I was always kind of on the Geth side because of Legion. Because Legion is such a cool character. He is a great character, is Legion. There's such a great interaction where he's always got an answer for everything, and he always is very analytical. Everything has a dispassionate reason for it. We monitor organic communications. We watch you. And then he's like, Shepard asks, "Why do you have a piece of my armor strapped to your shoulder?" It was an efficient field repair. Why not use something else? Why specifically my armor? No data available. And I just love that because it's like Legion had a sentimental reason for doing that. That's kind of funny. I think that's great character work. That's great character work. A stupid SJW writer would have wrote that line as, "Because we admire you, Shepard, and we are super fanboy over you. That is why we have your armor strapped to us. Also, we are super sexually attracted to you." And we prefer new pronouns. Would Shepard approve of using new pronouns for this unit? That's what, but when in the hands of a good writer, it's no data available. Fu Man Blue says, "You look totally athletic." Well, you noticed. You noticed, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate that. Tim Allen, that is a sippy cup. It is not. It is not a sippy cup, Tim Allen. Jeez. What is this? Why is the captain being infantilized today? Star Fury says, "I swear the captain eats baby food." No, actually, it's quite the opposite, Star Fury. My mom always tells this story that when I was a baby, my paternal grandmother, who was a bit odd, she'd be feeding me. I'm like an infant. She'd be feeding me baby food, and she would give me a bite, and then she would take a bite. And then she'd give me a bite, and then she would take 2 bites, and then she'd give me a bite, and she'd be like, "Wow, this is really good." And she'd freaking devour. She'd elbow me out of my own baby food. So it was quite the opposite stuff here. I was robbed. It's probably, it probably affected my development, although I'm pretty flawless. I've turned out pretty well, so I don't think it affected my development at all. Star Fury says, "Who is making the choo-choo sounds as we move the spoon into his mouth?" No, she did that and put it in her mouth is the story. LOL, project much Star Fury? He does. Geth went way gay for Shepard. They kind of did. They're like, you opposed old machines. We oppose old machines. Mutual cooperation furthers mutual goals. And Shepard super hot. That's basically what happens. This unit has installed new software to make sexual relations possible. No, that's okay, Legion. I don't need that. It is okay, Shepard. We have upgraded our software. It is now possible for us to mate. No, I don't want to do that. I said I'm not interested. It is okay. Our studies of human behavior suggest humans often say no when they meet. Shepard's like, no, shut the unit down, Edie. Shut it down. Legion is fully functional. This unit is fully functional and ready to pleasure you, Shepard. Who's willing to admit in this chat they have a Garrus body pillow? Show of hands? Star Fury looks both ways. Rondo, you will be, oh no, you will be assimilated. Yeah, we don't want that. Dude, Darth Melvin was doing his shill cast. He was watching all the shills react to they're all defending. What were they talking about? Yes. We're going to watch this trailer. The Star Wars Tales of the Empire trailer. They're all just getting all hot and bothered over the trailer. And Darth Melvin was just getting more and more disgusted. And he pointed out this one shill who had a baby Yoda in the back behind him. And it was him and his wife. And he's like, I bet this shill, he just has his wife just insert baby Yoda. Oh yeah, insert baby Yoda. I'm like, oh jeez, that's so. It was harsh, bro. It was very harsh. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Says, who's ready for the world to implode tomorrow with the eclipse? You know what's so funny about this? This kind of reaction to the eclipse in the modern 21st century makes me think we are not as far removed from our ancestors like burning witches as we think we are. We're just not. We're just not. We are just as superstitious as we've ever been as a species. This is why I think the woke worship of science is so chilling to me, because they are these are the same people that'll say, trust the science. Also, what is your sign? I'm a Cancer. Oh, I hear Libras are very loving people. What? Like, aren't you the one telling me to trust the science? But wear your mask. But also, what sign are you? It's like, we are no better than we've ever been. Like, we are just as superstitious. And we are like one EMP pulse away. I know that's repetitive, but we are one EMP detonation away from like worshiping, totems again. Okay. We're like this close, folks. Closer maybe than ever. That's actually why I think the children of Atom in Fallout are such a brilliant idea. It's like they worship Atom. And they believe that whenever an atom is split, it creates another world, that's actually kind of brilliant. They're like, it is our destiny to, what do they call it? What's the word they have for it when you divide? Division. Yes, our destiny is division. It's so funny. Staff here, he says, the eclipse is burning a path that is appropriate portions of the UK and America. Redoubt says, at least the totem can't speak back to me. How do you know that, Redoubt? Staff Fury, there's an interesting point. It really is highly, highly unusual in the universe or in the galaxy to have a planet with a satellite that is exactly the perfect size and distance from its mother world to block the sun. Like, that's like a 1 in a trillion like shot that we live on a planet that can do that. Like, most planets, either the satellite is too close or too far away to do that, or it's not the right shape. The fact that we have this perfectly shaped moon that just so happens to line up with the sun once in a while, that's very unusual. And by the way, has not always been the case, because the moon has not always been at this distance. So there was a time in the past, and there will be a time in the future where eclipses were not possible. At least not a full eclipse, that is. I find this fascinating because this means that in science fiction, it's actually pretty plausible to say that Earth is very unique. Like many other alien worlds would not have that. And so they would find this like one of the great wonders of the galaxy, that the humans live on a planet where this happens. There'd probably be tourism around it. I know. Okay, so I wanted to get to Fu Man Blue's comment because, by the way, we have a bustling Discord community that is growing by leaps and bounds. So the link is in the description. Make sure you join our Discord if you want to have fun with the rest of us over in the Discord chat. And Fu Man Blue, and make sure you like and subscribe. Throw a like on it. You know, give the captain a little love. And I'm going to take a drink from my not sippy cup. Fu Man Blue in the Discord says, watching this Disparu vid, hat tip Disparu. A goodly chap is Disparu. Reminded me of something that I thought of a while back. Maybe woke had to happen for positive change. The institutionalization of entertainment and media in general was a rot in our culture that showed no signs of changing. That standard was primarily preserved due to a certain level of ignorance on the part of the peons. When the woke came in and started saying the quiet things out loud with their social plot armor, a rainbow-colored light was shone upon the standards and practices of these companies and brands, one that arguably may not have been seen for years, if ever. Some pendulums swing too slowly to be perceived in any focus greater than generationally. And for a culture as late stage as our own, our society might not survive the depredations of the cause long enough to find and administer the cure. So you're basically saying that, like, we had to see how bad it could get before we started turning things around. And I fairly agree with you in that what I think is, things come in waves and there are pendulums. And what I really think the problem with wokeism, what I think wokeism really is it's collectivism. It's collectivism. I was watching this film last night that just came on HBO. It's an independent film. I think it's a Polish film. And it's called The Zone of Interest. It was like an Academy Award winner this year or something. It's about Rudolf Hess, who is the commandant of the Auschwitz death camp in World War II. And it's basically about him and his wife, and they live in this lovely little estate right next to the death camp. Okay? And it's a pretty bone-chilling movie. It's a brilliant film. It's absolutely brilliant. There's a couple of fascinating choices that the filmmakers make in this film, among many, that really stood out to me. One of them is they never do or very rarely do a close-up shot on any character in the movie. It's a fascinating choice visually because every single scene, when there's a dialogue or the kids are at dinner or they're playing in the yard, the camera is always just a little bit removed, or it's looking at them at an angle where you're sort of a fly on the wall, or it's just a little farther than comfort. And it has an odd effect on you as a viewer because you feel this constant sense like you're trying to lean in, like you're trying to get a closer look at all the characters. It's fascinating. And at first, I didn't notice it. At first, I just didn't notice it. And then I started to realize that I was kind of squinting to see a character's face, and I suddenly realized they've not done a single close-up on this character. I'm actually not exactly sure what this character looks like up close. And I thought, that's a really interesting... Now, why are they doing that? Why that artistic choice? And what occurred to me was that I think it's because they want you to feel like a fly on the wall. Is one, they want you to feel like you're seeing something you're not supposed to see. Second thing I thought is it mirrored the detachment. There is a mass death being executed by these people. but we are watching it with a cool detachment, the way that they are living right beside it with a cool detachment from it. A bureaucratic, pencil-pushing detachment from the hideous crimes that they are committing. And the luxury they're living in. Oh my God, there's a scene where one of their slaves, one of their Jewish slaves, basically, comes in and brings them a bunch of laundry. And the wife of Ruta, Mrs. Hess, pulls out all these clothes and lays them out on the counter and says to members of the household, take something that you like, and or neighbors or whoever they are. And she's like, take something you like, enjoy. And it's like, oh my God, these are the clothes of the inmates that they've stolen. Oh my God, there's so many things like that are just sort of horrifying. Now, that choice is very interesting. The second thing in the film, they never show any of the actual crimes. They never show any of the people getting off the train. They never show anything going on inside the camp. You see the walls, but they never show anything going on inside. If they do move a scene inside the camp, they just show a character's face, but they don't show any of the atrocities. But you hear it. Folks, it is toe curling, because the whole movie, you can hear, you basically are in the perspective of the house, but you are hearing what's going on the other side of the wall. They'll be like having lunch in the garden, and they'll be, over tea, they'll be having a chat, and you'll just hear this pop, 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 pop of gunshots going off. Or you'll hear just the whiff of like someone yelling, or the sound of the train arriving, and then there will be some commotion. At night, you'll just hear sounds of machinery. It is haunting. It's horrifying. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant as filmmaking, because it's like, we're going to put you in the perspective of the bureaucrats that did all this and listened to all of this going on while they were having tea. It's quite brilliant. Why did I bring that up? Well, I brought that up because it was related to Fu Manblu's point. And now I have to reread his point because I went so far afield, because I swerved into a review of that film. It's called The Zone of Interest. It's on Max right now. But I had a connection I was going to make, but this is live on the internet and I can't remember what it was now. If it comes to me, you're saying, as for culture, we had to survive the depredations of the cause long enough to find and administer the cure. I guess what I would say is, I think that... Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I remembered my point. My point was, as I'm watching this, and of course, every time I see a story related to the Yahtzees or to the Soviets, it's like, I always have the same thought, which is like, how could this happen? We all have that thought. How could civilized people do this, right? And that's the question that is always on our minds. But to me, the answer is, what happened was, in the 20th century, an idea that kind of got its start in the late 19th century came to fruition, which was collectivism. And collectivism, I think, has always been with us, and it will always be with us. But generally speaking, it is the idea of the primacy of the group over the primacy of the individual. And whenever there is a primacy of the group, it results in beliefs about groups that are the good guys and groups that are the enemy. And I think what happens is collectivism needs enemies. Collectivism needs people to be blamed for things. And it doesn't always result this way, because sometimes it checks itself. But I think that when you are obsessed with group identity, if you keep going on that path for long enough, all roads lead to this kind of thing. It leads to this kind of thing happening. And so what I think has happened with wokeness is, it started with, there are injustices in the world, and we need to correct them. We need to be awake and alert to them, and we need to stop racial oppression. And it's like, well, that's laudable. And then it progressed into, okay, we have some equality, but what about all of the past crimes that have not been answered? Oh, okay. Well, we got to reform some systems and fix some things. Well, but what about people who would have been farther ahead in life but for the crimes of these ancestors? And what about the systemic things that are baked in? And what about this? And what about that? And it just keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going until we get to a point where a woman on Twitter can literally, in a professional video call for her organization, say proudly, We have created an organization in which there are only marginalized people on our team. There are no white people on our team because we all know that the safest place is a place where everyone is just like you. And it's like, how did we get here? How did we get to a place where we went from I have a dream to everyone knows that the safest place is where everyone looks just like me? It's like, well, that's what happens. Collectivism just keeps marching closer and closer and closer to this enemy must be destroyed. And that's how you get there. That's how you get there. And so I think that's why Western civilization mostly has been, its genesis was an individualist culture. And it is being slowly but surely taken over by a collectivist culture. And what's finally happening is we're starting to see how bad things can get when collectivists are running things. Just like with BioWare. They think that they are pleasing. They are doing the right thing. They're pleasing people and they're doing right by those that have been wronged by saying, we are celebrating our Trans Day of Visibility. And it's like, well, that's all well and good. That will never be enough. That there will never be enough trans visibility in any video. Look at Helldivers. Helldivers is about soldiers going into an alien environment in a kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek, ridiculous future and just crushing bugs. That's all it is. It is a first-person shooter about crushing bugs. In that world, the only thing that society cares about is its propaganda about managed democracy and jingoistic patriotism and all of that. So in the game world, the only flags that make any sense are flags that are about that world, right? Well, here come the SJWs, here come the collectivists, and they want to put in all of their pride flags, and they want to put in all this stuff, and they get mad when the Helldivers devs say, no, that's not our artistic vision, that doesn't belong in this world. And it's like, well, you hate gay people? No, we're saying that that's not the subject of the story. That's not in here. Neither, by the way, is the American flag, and neither, by the way, is a MAGA flag. Neither is, if a Trump supporter comes along and says, I want to have a MAGA flag for my character in Helldivers, they're going to say no. Because that's not part of this world. It doesn't belong here. If somebody says, I want to have, a Christian symbol flag and put it in the game world, they're going to say no. Because it's not part of the story. So this is what I'm saying is the minute that you bend your knee to collectivists, what you're really saying is you now have control over my art. You are now a censor who can decide what goes and what doesn't go in my art. And what's encouraging is that now people are starting to say no. The Helldivers group, and God love them because they are going to get the screws put to them, which they are saying no. We're not doing that. We're not entertaining it. It's not going to happen. And it's funny because some of the wackos are saying, oh, they kicked me out of the Discord just for asking. And it's like, you know what? 5 years ago, I would have said that's bad behavior. They shouldn't have kicked you for that. Today, good riddance. Get the F out. Because you are trying to gatekeep. That's what you're doing. The question is not, may I have a pride flag? No, that's not right for our game. Okay. That's not what's going to happen, is it? You know exactly what you're doing. You are setting them up. Because if they say no, what's the next thing you're going to say? Oh my God, they hate LGBT people, which is a lie, but that's what you're going to say, and you're going to try and browbeat and intimidate them into censoring and or altering their art, which they own. You don't own it. They own it. They created it. They have every right to tell you no, and they don't owe you an explanation or a reason. They don't owe anyone an explanation or a reason. Now, I would argue it's very good for a company to give you a reason because you're their customer, but they don't owe it to you. They don't owe it to you. But see, that's not what this is about, is it? It's about getting your way and getting even. And the fact of the matter is, fairly or unfairly, this individual may not have been planning that. I think that's unlikely, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they were just asking. And if the answer had been no, they'd have been fine with it. Not a chance, but let's pretend. They would have been fine with it, and they were unfairly booted. Well, that's what you get. That's what you get for throwing your lot in with a radical, vicious, hateful movement that browbeats and bullies people. You hang out with bullies, people are going to assume you're a bully, and the minute they get a whiff of that, they're going to kick you out. Well, that serves you right. It serves you right. It is high time. You know, people that just want to live their lives, maybe they're trans people, maybe they're gay or lesbian, whatever it is, and they just want to have fun and they have no intention of browbeating or bullying anyone, you better start speaking up. You better start telling your friends over there on LGBT Twitter to stop being Yahtzees to everyone. You gotta start policing your own, because what's happening is people are starting to wise up that, like, the second you get a whiff of, oh, I know, how about a trans flag in this game? It's like, you're out, blocked, you're out. You are practically the equivalent of a mob shakedown man who is about to shake us down. That's what's going on right here. So it is time to restore the social contract of live and let live. But that is a two-way street. That is a two-way street. Just because you have a grievance, it does not entitle you to destroy other people. It does not entitle you to always get your way. It's like that Seth MacFarlane joke. It's the Family Guy joke. It's like the guy goes, oh, sorry, ma'am, you can't smoke at the bar. And then the lady's like, oh, it's okay, I'm a trans person. And they're like, oh, okay, yes, do whatever you want all the time. It's like, that's the deal they want. It's like, well, you don't get that deal. None of us get that deal. Being part of a democracy, being part of a free and open and inclusive society is about living alongside people who disagree with you and being okay with that. And by the way, that's not always easy. It hasn't been easy for me. That's a lesson I had to learn in my life. I had to learn that lesson. That, like, you're going to have a miserable life if you can't accept the fact that there are just simply going to be people in life who disagree with you. And that, and as long as we preserve the social contract, that we can each have our say, we can tussle it out in the marketplace of ideas. If we can have that social contract, we can have peace. But if either side is willing to violate that social contract, there will be no peace. What we will have is a Game of Thrones. So if you are upset because you got banned from the Helldivers Discord just for asking about a trans flag, well, that is because you chose the Game of Thrones. And now it's biting you in the ass. So there you go. With Star Furies, they drove a buggy and played golf on the moon, for fuck's sake, and now we can't even get there. I know. It sucks. It really does. Well, we could, and Elon could get us there. Elon could get us to the moon. He just isn't interested in the moon. The moon is old school. That's old news. Elon is going for Mars. That's where he's going. I mean, the moon's kind of a boring location, Staff Fury. It's not a lot going on the moon. It's like dirt. That's basically what the moon has. It has dirt. That's all it's got. There's no air. Dude, I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. He would make fun of Elon. He would make fun of Elon all the time because he'd say Elon wants to save humanity by going to Mars. And Rush is like, this is nuts. Mars doesn't have enough air. It's like, you can't breathe on Mars. We're not going to save humanity. There's nothing we can do on Mars. And I used to laugh because I disagree with Rush on this. I disagreed with Rush on that. I thought, like, you're being, that's not what Elon is saying. But at the same time, it was funny, and he kind of had a point. He's like, Elon Musk thinks he's going to save us, and it's like, you can't breathe on Mars. I thought that was hilarious. I used to crack me up every time. Dude, people forget, Elon Musk is a liberal. He was a liberal darling. He is a liberal. He was such a darling of the left for so many years. The guy's inventing electric cars. He's trying to get us to Mars. You know, he subscribes to the climate change doctrine. He just doesn't agree with the method of how to solve it. So it's so funny that the left has gotten so whacked out. It's gotten so bad that they hate, they're eating their own. They hate Bill Maher. They hate Elon Musk. It's maybe this always had to happen. But just to close the loop on your point, Fu Man Blue, I would say that I think that the death of Hollywood was always going to happen because nothing lasts forever. You know, the medium of the Globe Theater in the 1600s and Shakespeare and all of that was never going to last forever. The medium of having, theater be the most important cultural medium, that was never going to last forever, right? Eventually, theater was replaced by film. Film is being replaced by video games. You know, comic books started to replace the pulp novel. It's like, or become a competitor to it at the very least. So this has always been the way things go. As new technologies arise, new forms of entertainment arise as well. I mean, I kind of think that the invention of recorded music is really killed a lot of like family culture because families used to sit around a piano. They used to sing. People used to provide their own music. That was what people would do. It would be like, oh, sit down at the piano and we'll sing together. It's like, just think of it, SurfHER. There was a time when you could sing with your family. Don't you wish that were still the case, SurfHER? I sure do. Actually, let me think about this. A dubious proposition. But, you know, there is a YouTuber who thinks Mass Effect is not dead. She's arguing that, like, all the good people are still there. Let me know if this is interesting to you, chat. I'm just gonna run a little bit of this video.
Over some of the major names who are still at BioWare, or specifically even returned to work on Mass Effect 5.
So she's saying, don't worry, there's plenty of good people still at Mass Effect because Drew Karpyshyn wasn't the only guy. And she says in this video that it's disrespectful that you think that only Drew Karpyshyn wrote Mass Effect. Well, obviously, I'm not saying Drew Karpyshyn is the only one who wrote Mass Effect. I know that he was one of many. What I'm saying is, you know, Takashi Yamazaki, who wrote and directed and was the VFX director of Godzilla -1, he was not the only person working on Godzilla -1. Granted, there were a lot of talented people. You know, he had 35 people on his VFX team. Obviously, he's not the only professional involved in that magnificent film, but it was his vision and leadership that made it possible. Christopher Nolan is not the only party responsible for the brilliance of Oppenheimer, but it required one person with a singular vision and the leadership and skill to execute that vision. And what I'm saying is the people with vision and leadership are what's lacking at BioWare. But that being said, she's saying that a lot of good people are still there. And hat tip, Kala Elizabeth, link is in the description.
First, Preston Watomniuk, who is the game director, and he's been at BioWare for 24 years, and was there from the very beginning of Mass Effect's creation, back when it was titled SFX. He was the lead designer on Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Then we have Mike Gamble, who has been at BioWare for 15 years, and is the project director / executive producer.
By the way, how do channels get away with having like in-game music like this played on the soundtrack of their video? I truly have been looking for this answer forever. I cannot find it. People always say like, it's a crapshoot. Maybe you get away with it. Maybe you don't. And I'm like, I'm actually worried about, I'm watching right now to see if I'm getting a warning just playing this video because she's got the map music in here.
And worked on Mass Effect 2, 3, and Andromeda as a producer. And in my opinion, the biggest returning dev is Derek Watts, who was the original art director for the original trilogy. And he's returning as the art director for Mass Effect 5. Dusty Everman has also returned, known for his work bringing the Normandy to life. He returned to BioWare specifically to continue working on Mass Effect. Parrish Lay, known for his animations in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, has rejoined BioWare and is now the cinematic director. Brennan Holmes also worked as a programmer for all 3 trilogy games and was also the
Yeah, so so far she's listed artistic directors, program directors. Okay. Well, that's all well and good. I mean, I'm sure they're going to do great concept art. They're going to do great ship design. Actually, I will say ship design has always been a bit weak in Mass Effect, aside from the Normandy and the Tempest, which I love those designs. Ship design has always been a bit lacking in Mass Effect. However, creature designs, character designs, definitely environments and hubs, cities, planets, very, very well done. Andromeda was gorgeous. I mean, aside from its problems, it was gorgeous from an environment and technology perspective. But these are not the people that are going to shape the story, the dialogue, the actual experience. The narrative experience of the player.
senior designer for Mass Effect 3. He is now
Yeah, I'm speeding it up because she lists a lot of them.
a producer. Matt Rhodes also helped bring the entire world of Mass Effect to life and has spent his entire career at BioWare, building Mass Effect and Dragon Age's designs and aesthetics, and he is still there, almost 20 years later, and he's currently working on Dragon Age Dreadwolf as its art director. But he's still at BioWare. David Faulkner has been at BioWare for 26 years, having been there since Mass Effect was known as SFX. Nathan Zufelt was also at BioWare as an animator from as early as Dragon Age Origins, and worked on Mass Effect 2, and has since rejoined BioWare as their animation director. Patrick Weeks has been a writer for BioWare since the first Dragon Age game, and is behind characters like Tali and Morden, and is currently the lead writer for Dreadwolf.
So there's one writer, but he's writing on Dragon Age. Okay, well, that's good for Dragon Age.
Cheryl Chee has been at BioWare since 2005, and is one of Dragon Age's original writers, and she's still working on Dreadwolf. Sylvia Faketakuti, who has worked on Lair of Shadowbroker and Mass Effect 3, is also still writing for BioWare. Brienne Batty wrote for the Citadel and Leviathan DLCs, and is still at BioWare, currently working on Dreadwolf.
Citadel, Leviathan was fun. That was kind of a good X-Files, Mulder, and Scully kind of adventure for Shepard. I did not, I'm going to give a very shill answer. I did not hate it. Was it my favorite downloadable content of all? No, but I do enjoy playing it. Citadel was brilliant. But also in small doses, because Citadel was meant to sort of make a little bit light of Mass Effect, and that fit because Mass Effect 3 is so dark and melancholy, so much of the story. So having a kind of fun outing with Shepard and your companions, that was meant to be a kind of send-off for you as the player, for your Shepard, for, to give you as much time with your friends as possible for one last ride. I'm good with that. Now, can you do that every time? No, you can't do that every time, because then you'd be turning it into the MCU, which would be annoying. So, but good writing there.
Scylla Costa has been at BioWare for over 15 years and is a lead producer. Ryan Love has been at BioWare for 13 years and is an environmental art director. Karen Weeks, BioWare's lead editor, who has worked on both the Dragon Age and Mass Effect franchise, has been at BioWare for 18 years. John Epler has been at BioWare for 16 years and is currently the creative director for Dragon Age Dreadwolf. John Campbell, who is BioWare's senior producer of external development, has been at BioWare since 2007, and I could keep going on. And Campbell did say he was going to be announcing additional names working on Mass Effect 5 later on. And I tweeted about this the other day, and Gamble even replied, reaffirming that 4 of the major directors on Mass Effect are trilogy veterans. The Mass Effect team is stacked, full of veterans who have all moved to leadership positions. Trilogy veterans.
All right, so she puts in her tweet, the Mass Effect 5 leadership team is mostly original trilogy veteran devs, several who have been there since the very beginning. I sincerely think the game is in very good hands, and the narrative that everyone left is disrespectful to those still there. Games aren't made by one dev. I mean, it's a little bit cringe to say disrespectful, but the captain will allow it. I would say that, going back to Henry Cavill, fans are entitled to have whatever opinion they want to have. With all due respect to the development team of any Mass Effect, of any game, you're not owed anything. You're not owed a living. You're not. This goes for all creative artistic professionals. You are not owed a living. You are not owed respect. You're not. Get over that. If you want to be a writer, if you want to be a filmmaker, a musician, a comedian, get over the idea that you are owed respect. You're not. You're not owed a living. Stop whining. So with all due respect to Cal Elizabeth, I think that's a BS argument to say that it's disrespectful. You're entitled to respect them all you want. For my part, I don't owe them shit. However, if what you're saying is that it is an unfair or it's a poor analysis to assume that it's going to be bad just because some of the trilogy veterans, well, that's a fair argument. But what I am saying is most of the people you listed are all artistic, they're programmers, they're developers, they're producers. Okay? Some of them may have the right vision and leadership. That's possible. And I would like Mass Effect 5 to be good. Believe me, I would. Whether or not those people you listed are talented enough to pull this off, listen. This is not without evidence that I'm saying this, okay? Dragon Age Inquisition had serious problems. It had serious problems. There was way too many fetch quests. There was way too much open world. Believe me, Inquisition is a 5-star game. I love it, okay? But it still had problems, and I seriously can only play... The story was great. I could only play about 20% of it because it's just too damn massive, and it gets boring after a certain point. Honestly, didn't even finish most of the DLCs. Not because the story's not interesting, but just because I get tired of collecting shards, okay? I just get tired of it. Then you have Mass Effect 3, which had that horrifically bad ending that is still bitched about today by our very own Staff Yuri, no less. And then you have Mass Effect Andromeda, which was it was such a lame attempt to punt the issue with the Mass Effect 3 ending by saying, we're going to run away to another galaxy and not even talk about Mass Effect 3. Oh, great. That's great. Okay, wonderful. Then we get to Mass Effect Andromeda. It's a boring story. It's paper thin. The villain is not that interesting. It's not a very complex plot. You basically withheld the most interesting parts of the story because you expected that you were going to sell a shitload of DLCs, and then the game tanked because it had a bunch of bugs. It had a bunch of problems. The facial expressions were all whacked out, and the story was too thin. And then nobody wanted to do your multiplayer, and nobody wanted to play the DLC. Nobody wanted to play the game, let alone any DLCs, and then the whole damn thing tanked. Okay, so with great respect, the track record here is not good. The track record here is not good. Add to that they are now virtue signaling on their official BioWare page all the freaking time to the wackos, who do not care about high science fiction concept. All they want is their little, they want to have their little Tumblr fantasies with their characters. By the way, I'm fine with that. On Tumblr, have your fantasies. Do your fan art of, whatever Garrus porn you're after, okay? No judgment here. The problem is that does not make you a game developer. That does not make you a great writer who should be writing the narrative content or worse, inserting yourself as a sensitivity reader. That's the problem. That's the problem, okay? The adults need to be in charge. And what I am saying is I have very little confidence that the adults are in charge at BioWare. I frankly think that company is compromised. I think the wackos are, if they're not running it, they're going to be soon. Because I'm going to tell you something. The wackos are very obsessed with BioWare. They are very obsessed with it. There's a lot of weird obsessional stuff over like Shepard and the companions and all kinds of Rule 34 shit that you don't even want to know, folks. Trust me. I checked for you, so you don't have to. There's all kinds of weird fan fiction with Shepard, and that's fine. I'm not against weird fan fiction. I've written some. That'll never see the light of day. But what I'm saying is that that does not mean that you should be inserting yourself in the writing process of these games. The games should be written for everyone. They should be written for a player experience. Yes, have your same-sex romance options. I'm fine with that. Have your creme, trans character that's authentic and well-written or whatever. And if the player wants to walk right past them and ignore them, they can. I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is the wackos are not fine with that. And they're not going to like a character like Krem is simply too tame. A character like Krem that is a well-written and plausible, grounded character within the Dragon Age game is not enough for them, because what they want is the propaganda. What they want is the message. They're going to want a full-blown trans flag skin in Dragon Age Inquisition, which is a medieval fantasy world where it would not make sense. But they're going to want that. And when BioWare maybe says no, they're going to get a shitstorm of heat. And they're going to cave. They're going to cave. Because they've already caved. You know, they're celebrating the Transmission Day of Recognition or whatever, but they won't say Happy Easter. They don't really believe in inclusion. They just believe in the message. And there it is. So, sadly, BioWare ain't looking good. I disagree. I disagree with Calla Elizabeth. A very fine video, but I disagree. And I would hope that Mass Effect will be good. I really would. The fact that they just won't make it is kind of what's bugging me about it. I know they're working on it, but trust me, I used to watch the BioWare news like a hawk. Like, I would literally check for BioWare news daily. I was pretty obsessed for a while. I would check for Mass Effect news daily, knowing there would be none, but I would check anyway. Because once in a while, there'd be something. And usually it was just a dumb scooper article about 5 things we want to see from the next Mass Effect. I'm like, oh, well, that sucks. That's not news. But just most of it is like, oh, we're thinking about it. We're making pictures for you for N7 Day. It's like, well, that's not a game. And the reason they're not working on it is because they flat out shit the bed. They shit the bed with Mass Effect 3 and they've never recovered. And that's really where we're at with Mass Effect, unfortunately. So, what is next in the stack of stuff? Oh, check this out. You guys are going to love this. Would you like to see the next Silver Surfer? I know, you've probably heard. But you have not heard what the captain thinks. This from Deadline, the Fantastic Four, Julia Garner, joins Marvel Studios as a Shala Ball version of Silver Surfer. So, right after Bob Eiger wins this proxy war, and he manages to keep Nelson Peltz off of the one seat on the board that he could have got, Star Fury says, more shit in the stack. Is that good news or bad news, Star Fury? So right after Iger promises that, like, we're going to, we don't have a message, we don't have an agenda, we're going to get back to the basics, we're going to do some entertainment storytelling, we have learned our lesson. We sure have. He's not saying he learned his lesson about wokeness. He's just saying we've learned lessons. Okay, great. Then why are you doing the exact same thing you've done for the last 5 years? Why? Because you've learned nothing. And we knew that you would learn nothing because these are stupid people. And they're going to run another one into the ground. So here we go. Now here's the thing. And I love this character. I love this actress, I love this actress, Julia Garner. She played Ruth in Ozark, which I've talked about on the show before. If you have not seen Ozark, it's fantastic. It's got Jason Bateman it's a kind of Breaking Bad type series. It's about this kind of seemingly mild-mannered accountant who is a money launderer for a Mexican drug cartel. But what I like about it, though, is that he doesn't hide it from his family. He tells them who he is, which is kind of interesting. So you don't have to have all the drama of Walter White trying to hide it from Skylar and all that nonsense. It's like, we just right away, this is a family business and they're just dealing with it. But it's a really great movie or show, and basically Bateman has to move the whole family to Ozark in order to avoid being killed by the cartel when his stupid business partner tried to steal from the cartel and gets himself killed. Bateman's like, I'll launder all your money for you and I'll make you tons of money in the Ozarks. And there's a really great setup for why it's the Ozarks, and he's just thinking on his feet, and what comes out is Ozarks, and it's awesome. The setup is awesome. Well, he goes to the Ozarks, which is basically, Hick Central, right? It's redneck country. It's the kind of place I'm from. And so his family hates it because they're from Chicago, and and she plays this redneck, kind of petty. She's part of a family. There are a bunch of kind of in and out of jail petty criminals. So she kind of understands crime, but she's not really like a serious criminal. And she winds up helping Bateman's character, which is Marty Bird. And she starts kind of rising in the ranks, so to speak. She's a great character. She's very well done. It's funny because she actually kind of fits the typical template of a girl boss, because she does kind of girl boss. But trust me, she's not a Mary Sue, and she is not a girl boss, because she very literally gets her ass kicked at times. And there is no mistake that she is in a dangerous world, and she is in danger in like significant ways throughout the story. So it's brilliant. So Ozark is a brilliant series. She is a pretty brilliant actress. She was also in The Americans. She played a small part in The Americans that was very well done. What else has she been in? Because I saw her in something else recently. What's her IMDb? IMDb. Oh my God. Look, they've got her in a movie here where she's all like, why is she all frumpy? There's probably a good narrative reason, but seriously, what is it with taking hot chicks and making them frumpy? I suppose it might fit. But anyway, let's see here. So Ozark. I could swear she was in The American. Oh, Waco. She was great in that. I do feel like I saw her in something else. I guess not. All right. Well, in any case, she's a pretty brilliant actress. That's not the issue here. The issue here is, once again, they are gender swapping Silver Surfer for an obscure female variant that had a very small role to play in the comics. They have learned absolutely nothing. Disney is a sinking ship going down by the head, and Bob Eiger he's honestly like a Dr. Strangelove. He's the guy with the cowboy hat riding the nuclear bomb all the way down, riding it all the way down to the target. It's pretty fantastic. So, with that being said, if you're excited about Silver SurfHER, well, you're not alone. Because there is a subspecies of humanity. No, I should stop saying that. Okay, I'm going to stop saying that. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't mean it. There is a type of person who is very excited about Silver SurfHER. And they think a bit differently than most. They are what we call shills. And shills, They are unfazed by getting the exact same slop served to them over and over and over. They're unfazed when they are disappointed by said slop. When said slop comes out, it was going to save Star Wars, or it was going to save the MCU. It then fails to save the MCU, but they did not hate it and sort of kind of liked it and appreciated all the representation. They are unfazed, and they move on to the next content that promises to save Star Wars, or save Indiana Jones, or save MCU, etc. ad infinitum. And studying them and their arguments is a dirty job, not for the faint of heart. It takes a strong stomach indeed. But there is a man who does do this. His name is Grizzy1989. He studies the shills, he curates their arguments, he preserves them for posterity, and for science. So hat tip Grizzy, there is a link in the description. A man, a legend. It started playing because I'm getting it queued up. I haven't seen it yet, folks. I always save my reaction. Hang on. I always save my reaction for you, my dear sailors and starnauts. Because Grizzy is very amusing to me. He's very amusing. Here we go. His channel is growing by leaps and bounds. Please give him a like and a subscribe. I'm giving him a like right now. There it is. Because I literally hadn't even had a chance to put a like on this video yet. That's how fresh. That is how fresh my reaction to Grizzy's reaction of shills reacting is. So here we go. It's very perverse. Here we go. Roll tape.
Put a kick in it. Make her gay.
Oh, crap. I still have it on fast speed. Hold on. We're going to restart this. There we go. Let's see. Start from beginning. Here we go.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
I love it.
The fuck?
Yeah, me.
If you see any videos saying Marvel wokeified Silver Surfer, just know it's people being stupid and they're not real fans and don't even pick up comic books. Oh, by the way, good casting.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
Well, surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen, Disney Marvel is continuing the MCU agenda.
Really? What a shock.
So I guess at a certain point, Bob Eiger must have realized...
God fucking damn it. We have 3 men and only 1 woman serving as leads in this film. We need to immediately...
Put a chick in it and make it fucking gay as fuck.
And if you think that...
Cartman is so amazing. Put a fucking chick in it and make her lame and fat.
It's an over-exaggeration. Trust me, these MCU shills want it.
Do you think we get a female version of Silver Surfer, which will lead us into our first intergalactic queer relationship? I'd personally love that.
And the fan...
Dude, that is the shill. Dude, when I say like they're... That's it, right there. That's a shill. That right there.
And the fans need to please be normal about Julia Garner playing the Silver Surfer. The Ozark star is set to play...
Dude, the same wackos that say that exact line, that say, please be normal about Julia Garner playing Silver Surfer, would they ever be normal about just a male playing the man? Like, would they ever be normal about that? Look, if they announced the Fantastic Four cast and they looked like they did in the comics, they just look like they did in the comics. You know, Sue Storm is a blonde. They all are white characters. Would they be normal about that? No, they wouldn't be normal about it. They'd be like, wow, this is very heteronormative. This is very cis patriarchal. That they're never normal about anything. Everything normal, they attack. Like if it's just, dude, the movie 1917 that takes place in 1917, as the title suggests, about World War I, English soldiers in World War I who happen to be white. And what did they do? Well, there are way too many white people in 1917. Well, because it's a historical period piece about English soldiers in the war in 1917. Of course they're white. That's who they were at the time. They're not normal about that. They're not normal about Cleopatra being Macedonian. No, they've got to swap her out. So they tell us to be normal, but they're never normal about anything.
The Shala Ball version of the Surfer, and we'd like everyone to act like grown-ups about it. So according to Matt Shimkowitz, the author of this article, we are acting like children when we criticize Disney for doing this shit. But the Disney NPCs, the MCU shills, they are the adults. They are the mature ones. Like these two.
Silver Surfer's female. MCU in full force.
Man, women can't surf.
What?
What are they going to do?
I need my penis.
I need to know that this guy's got a bulge that I can stare at.
Yes, these are the grown-ups. These are the normal people that Matthew is talking about. These two who admit that they don't really know anything about the Silver Surfer and that they don't care.
I don't know Silver Surfer well enough from comics material. I really just... I guess I don't care.
I don't really care if the Silver Surfer's a woman. Like,
okay, so who the hell are you to speak for and mock those who have read the comics and those who do care?
Marvel Studios might be making the Silver Surfer in the MCU a female.
Fans are tired of this shit. But who cares, right?
I don't care. You know why? Because I don't even think Silver Surfer's that interesting of a character to begin with, first and foremost. If you're just...
The absolute the arrogance, the absolute, these are the be kind people. These are the people that always say, everybody should just be kind. Be kind. Kindness, pay it forward. Empathy. Everyone's voices have to be heard. These are the people that always say this shit. Look at what assholes they are. Look at what assholes they are. I don't really like the character. I don't even care. Screw the character. Make it a girl. It's like, oh, that's very kind of you. That's very inclusive. That's very tolerant. You are clearly a person who listens very carefully to how other people feel and take their arguments under consideration. They don't give a shit about any of this. All they care about is their ideology. And frankly, we read that article on previous stream. We read it twice now because it's such a damn good article in Bounding Into Comics. And it's basically about moral relativism and how Generation Z and kind of in that range kind of fell for Chancellor Palpatine's swindle, right? When Chancellor Palpatine in Revenge of the Sith tells Anakin that the Jedi are very much like the Sith, including in their quest for power, and he kind of draws this moral equivalence between the Sith and the Jedi. And the argument that the article is making is that we actually started to believe that. We actually started to believe that stupid swindle, and what happens is people make excuses for things they know are wrong. And what I am saying is, these two guys that are saying like, oh, I need to have a guy with a big package to stare at. And it's like, they are making excuses for what they damn well know is wrong. They know that they're wrong. Look at their body language, that they are making excuses for something they know is indefensible. They know that there is literally no reason to do this to this character, except if it's to fulfill a message. That's basically what it is. And they always straw man the argument. This is one of the most toxic things. They want to talk about toxicity. My issue is not with people having an opinion. My issue is not with them saying, well, in my opinion, I think it's really cool that they took this character, Shalaban, and I'm really tired of male characters, and I think this should be a female character. Fine. I think that's bullshit, and I'm going to meme on it and disagree with it and criticize it, but you're entitled to have that opinion. That's fine. But what they are doing is worse. They are lying. They are lying, and they are defaming their opponent, because what they are saying is that we are only upset that the Silver Surfer is being gender swapped because we hate women and we don't want them in movies. That's a lie. None of us are saying that. We are saying that that's not the character. And furthermore, we are saying that you are lying when you say this is not an agenda. It is. We have 1,000 examples of them on record admitting all over the gaming industry, all over the film industry, this isn't just an agenda, it's a business. It's a consulting, racketeering business. So we know flat out it's an agenda, and so do you. And so do you little twerps. Roll tape. That would be the shills I'm addressing.
Just upset because they're changing the gender of this character. I don't really care, and I don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah, you do. You know what? You know something? You whiny little whiny little pussy. You are such a pussy. Unbelievable. You know damn well that this is wrong. The reason you're saying this is because there is an invisible gun to your head. That's what it is, because the wokies have an invisible little threat looming over you. Because if you dare say, well, this looks pretty interesting. I don't know if I agree with the choice of casting a woman to play a character that is mostly portrayed as a male in the comics. I don't know if that's a smart decision for this story. You know damn well you're going to get slaughtered by your wackos in the comments. You know that you are going to get slaughtered by your wacko lunatics that follow you, and you're afraid of them. That's why you're saying this. That's why you're saying this.
Or to most people.
I just don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, it's fine.
You know, that snide little laugh right there, that is a nervous, awkward little laugh because he knows what bullshit it is. That's what I mean when I say that they know this is wrong and they're making excuses for it. Because look at their body like he's the cat that got the cream.
Yes, they don't care. They don't give a shit. And yes, they will be invited to the press premiere by Disney Marvel.
Hello.
They will,
Bingo.
of course, accept, and they will absolutely come out and shill for the movie afterwards.
You know, it's what we do.
Julia is playing the Shala Ball Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer most people know is not named Shala Ball. His name is Norrin Rad.
But Julia Garner is actually going to be playing Shala Ball, who is not the Silver Surfer that you all know and love.
Wow, guys, what a brilliant marketing strategy by Disney on this one. Choosing, as you said, to not give the fans the character they know and love, but instead choosing to give them a version of the character that they don't know and wasn't all that successful in its comic book run.
I just imagine this in reverse, okay? I want you to imagine that Black Widow, okay? Black Widow, there is a version of Black Widow in the comics. Maybe there's a better example. I'm trying to think of one they haven't debuted in the MCU yet, or the MCU. I mean, they could have done it with Madam Web. What if you had Madam Web, but they instead chose an obscure alternate reality maybe mentioned in some one-off Spider-Man comic in which Madam Web was Mr. Web, and it was an alternate Web. And they said, we have just cast Pedro Pascal to play Mr. Web. Or Master Web. Master Web. He's a Master Webber. So Master Web, played by Pedro Pascal, and he is going to play this obscure little variant of Madam Web that you've rarely seen. Do you think the shills would have been okay with that? These same little twerps would have been up there saying like, oh my God, this is so toxic. I am a male feminist, and I find this very, very disturbing, and I find this very troubling. This is very problematic because Madam Web is a female character. She is an empowered female character, and they are giving her role to a man. And this is proof that the patriarchy exists, and it's very bad. That's what they would have said. That's exactly what they would have said. You know it. If they did this to any character that was if they did this to Scarlett Johansson's character, Black Widow, if they said, oh, we're going to choose this one obscure variant that happened to be male in this one-off comic, they would have been all over that shit.
Brilliant! And just when you thought you heard it all, this nutcase comes along and says, well, the Silver Surfer never really was a man because he didn't have any noticeable genitals.
The Silver Surfer, as he exists in the comics, is particularly gendered one way or the other. He doesn't even have genitals, I don't think, because he has the big Ken doll body. He doesn't put on a t-shirt and jeans after he's done Silver Surfing like that.
Do you know the most incredible thing about all this gobbledygook? All this nonsense. He's sitting here doing an entire video trying to justify this crap. Do you realize that if they just did the obvious thing and just adapted the principal Silver Surfer character as written, as is in the if they just adapted that, this whole conversation is totally moot. It's moot. There's no, just the business decision level of this is so absurd. It's like what you're saying is, hey, we're Disney. We have taken an absolute 2-year bloodbath. Every single major Marvel movie has either underperformed or been a total catastrophic failure at the box office. And we have tried a lot of obscure characters, and we've tried like Miss Marvel and, She-Hulk and characters like that. We've taken all of these obscure, unknown characters and we've tried to make them big, major things. We're just going to do a layup this time. Wouldn't that make sense? In the wake of all these disasters where they have taken B-lister, unknown characters or gender swap characters and failed, their idea is to take a major male character and find the one tiny, obscure little alternate timeline where this is a female character and try that. Folks, that makes no business sense whatsoever. That's lunacy. That makes no financial sense. It's a terrible decision. Bob Eiger has just fought off his second proxy battle in a row in as many years. He's just fought off another, and he's going to fight off another one next year. He has had billions of dollars lost in the box office and the parks and everything else. How does it make a lick of sense to do this obscure character? It doesn't even matter if it's a female character. You should be doing a layup, sir. You should be doing a layup. You should be doing the most obvious choice for a character. This is not the time to do a bunch of B-lister, C-lister fuckery, okay? So this whole stupid web of logic is irrelevant. It's moot. Just adapt the character. Unless what you are doing is you are obsessionally and slavishly defending a sick worldview that is the woke, intersectional, feminist, collectivist, wacko worldview.
That's it.
Clearly, you have no idea what a man is, being that you're a safe distance from one, but I couldn't help but notice that you were referring to the Silver Surfer as he through that entire unhinged rant of yours.
Good job.
And John Campa jumps in on the action now, and he basically recites the same old tropes these people say every time Disney does this.
There shouldn't be boobs. I mean, that's basically it. The bottom line is there's just a lot of people who don't want to see women get major roles. There's already a lot of people who have decided this sucks, who have decided that having a woman there is the end of the world. You've already seen that. Nothing you can do about those people.
You see, the reason they do this is because by labeling us racist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, that's their excuse to not take anything we say seriously. Therefore, they can just ignore everything we say and avoid the debate that they know they will lose. The reason we are calling this shit out is not because it's a female lead. It's because we know why Disney is doing this. We know the MCU agenda.
This is the agenda they deny. This is actual documents from the company. Characters, 50% more of regular recurring written characters come from underrepresented groups. 50% more of regular or recurring actors from underrepresented groups. Secondary characters, meaningful inclusion of underrepresented groups as secondary or more minor on-screen individuals. Series premise, the fucking storytelling. By the way, this is why Mass Effect is dead. It's dead! Okay. Shut up, Siri. Chill out. What? I'm not talking to you, Siri. No, shut up. I was in the middle of a brilliant rant, and you've spoiled my moment. Sippy cup. Mass Effect is dead because of this shit.
And we've seen failure after failure after failure every time Disney Marvel has tried to do this.
Whenever any studio changes the ethnicity or the sex or the gender of any character.
Yeah.
You scroll through the comments, you're like, well, I am done. This is an outrage.
This is I almost have to admire the brilliance of this baked in lie here, this straw man argument, this total lie. But really what this is it's a total reversal. It's a total reversal of the truth. It's more than a lie. It's more than a lie. Because what it is he is reversing the truth of what actually happened. Because he's saying every single time you change the gender of a character, these people get angry, right? But what preceded that? It was guys like him. Every single time they simply adapted a historical story or an authentic adaptation of the original, little soy boys like this guy would say, gosh, there are sure a lot of white males in this, or gosh, there are sure not enough trans characters in this fantasy story. Gee, I wonder why Dungeons and Dragons has so many orcs in it. Is it because they look like black people? Because I definitely don't think they look like black people, but that's what they are, aren't they? And then they started demanding that we change all those things. So the brilliance of what this guy is doing here is he is actually describing what they do. He's describing what they do when we're just minding our own business making stories. That's what he's saying. And now he's putting that shit, that evil, sick, bad juju, that nasty, bullying, miserable behavior that they do, he's putting it on us as if we're the ones doing it. They're the ones that have demanded that no more white comfort. That's what J.J. Abrams said. No more comfort in your theater. No more comfort in your sports bar watching sports. No more comfort in your suburban neighborhoods. No more comfort anywhere in life. You are not to have 1 minute of peace. You are not to have 1 minute of escapism. You are not to have 1 minute of just entertainment that's about a story and a character that, and never are we to as people be able to sit side by side in a theater and put aside our differences or put aside our differences in culture and enjoy a story together that makes us all feel good about ourselves, about our families, about our community, about our country. Never are we to have that. That's a luxury. That's a luxury for oppressors. And damned if we're not going to change all that. Damn if we're not going to... Look at this. Look at this document. This asshole says it's us that has the problem. It's right here in black and white. Series premise. Meaningful integration of underrepresented groups in overall themes and narratives. This piece of shit is the one who is attacking things. This piece of shit is the one that is never happy when something is adapted. He is never happy if it's just the way it was intended to be. He doesn't go out and write his own thing. No, he comes into our spaces. He's the loser in the Discord that's like, gee, I wonder if we could have a pride flag in this. No, you can't have that. Then I will ruin your shit. That's who they are, not us. We're not the ones who wanted to change these things. We're not the ones that said you can't have your story. You want to go tell your big gay Silver Surfer adventure thing? Go create your character. Have fun. Enjoy with our blessing. We never set out to stop any of that. We are the fans of Red Sonja. We are the fans of Sarah Connor. We are the fans of Ellen Ripley. We are the fans of the Pink Power Ranger. We are the fans of all these characters. We are the fans of all these characters. This is such a lie. It is a destructive, malevolent lie that is hiding the true malevolence.
Any studio changes the ethnicity or the sex or the gender of any character.
Yeah.
You scroll through the comments, you're like, well, I am done. This is an outrage. This ruins it. I'm finished with it.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is wrong with you? Get a grip.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit. Thank you.
You support Disney on this because it is the change that you want. If someone dared do the opposite, let's say for the sake of argument that there was some obscure X-Men comic way back in the day that had Storm portrayed as a white man. And then someone came along and said, you know what? We're going to adapt White Man Storm from that one universe that was used in that one comic way back when. And screw the character that fans already know and love. You would have a bitch fit over it. You would call it racist. You would call it sexist. You would call it a step in the wrong direction.
The wrong side of history.
I honestly would not be shocked if Disney looked at their cast and thought to themselves, fuck, too many men. And bringing in the Silver Surfer would make it 4 men to 1 woman leading the film. And Disney is scared to death of how the media and the woke freaks on Twitter would react to that. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We are closing in on 20,000 subscribers. Every new subscriber helps. Please smash that like button as well. And most importantly, thank you all for watching.
Grizzy, a warrior poet, a man of great restraint, unlike the captain. Congratulations, you're going to hit 20,000 very soon, Grizzy, and we couldn't be happier here on the Captain's Cast. Do not let these wackos convince you that it's you. It's amazing. They're the arsonist who goes and sets the fire. And then you go grab pails of water and try to put it out. And they're like, no, that's our job. You know, they're like, what are you doing? Why are you so upset? It's like, you need to stop starting all these fires. We didn't start this fire. This fire was here when we got here. That's what they do. It's incredible to me that Disney is less afraid of losing billions of dollars than they are of the blue hairs. Think about that. That's crazy. Like, how does that make any sense? It is quite something to behold, isn't it? They lose $1 billion in 1 year of box office, and they're like, but okay, just hear me out. If we put too many white men in this movie, then you have to make the Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer is not to be played by a white actor at all. That's like no issue there. You can cast anyone you want. The Silver Surfer is silver, so cast anyone you want. But if it's a male, the blue hairs are going to be very upset. But sir, if we just adapt the Silver Surfer as a man, as is typically understood by most iterations of the character, it's a layup, sir. We'll probably make a lot more money that way. It's a very safe bet. And gee, we just won this. We narrowly won this proxy battle. Why don't we just, let's just do a safe one this time? Like, no, I'm really worried about those blue hairs, man. You haven't seen them especially when they haven't eaten recently. They get very edgy. It's like, we're going to have to risk it. We're just going to have to risk it. Whatever. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, the Green Power Ranger story from 1-800-DANKY. Oh, my God. It's so funny, but it's also like I wanted to throw up. It's so bad. Oh, no. Do we have to watch it? I think we have to watch it. Oh, the chat. You're either going to love me or hate me for this. I don't know which. 1-800-DANKY coming up. So if you don't know, this guy just does animations. He puts animation overlays over like little clips of the Fellowship, Friday Night Tights gang doing their thing. These are incredible, and he puts them to the soundtrack of Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, which is a touch of genius, if you ask me. I remember seeing this on Friday Night Tights, by the way. Here we go. Hat tip 1-800-DANKY. I didn't have time to put him in the description because I didn't know we were going to do this, but here it goes.
We were on a work trip, and we were doing not much working and a whole lot of fucking drinking. We were blasted. It was like Halloween weekend. We're out at a bar, and everybody's doing their thing, and our buddy comes up, just blitz at his...
the way he draws his buddy. It's so funny. I love the little details he puts in the background, too.
Fucking mind. And it's like, man, I'm dancing with this chick. She's the one in the Green Power Ranger outfit. Man, she's been grinding on me all night. Gave me her number. I actually fingered her asshole when we were dancing and stuff like this. And I'm like, hey, you do you, man. Like, shout out. He would not stop talking about this girl, this Green Power Ranger girl. Of course, she's fucking hammered. We all are hammered. The next day,
Gary knows something.
I told you this was a mistake. I see him on his phone, and I just see this like look that he looked like he was gonna die. Like he looked as scared as I've ever seen a motherfucker look in their life. And I'm like, hey man, what's going on? He's like, I don't know if I want to say. I'm like, bro, you gotta say now. Like, what's going on? He's like, well, I was texting that girl, the Power Ranger girl from last night. Like, yeah, he's like, she sent me a picture. And he turns the phone around, and it is a dude with a full fucking beard and a Green Power Ranger outfit with the mask up on his head, just with his arms around my buddy, looking happy as fuck at the bar.
Did he get a drink?
He was so blitzed. He was so blitzed that he thought that this dude who was dancing up on him was a fucking chick. So much so that apparently he fingered her asshole while they were dancing.
I'm going to repeat, this is why I do not drink. I will never drink in my life. Holy fuck.
To be fair, that's not what drink does.
Yeah, not everybody.
I love how Az is saying, that's not how alcohol works. Hat tip 1-800-DANKY. Oh, my face hurts. Oh, my face hurts from laughing at that one. Oh, that's so bad. God. I'm a little on the fence with that one because I'm like, it's so gross. It's so gross, but it's so funny. The way he does the expression, He has this look on his face. Oh my God. But the best part is how happy he is when he comes up to Ryan in the bar. He's like, guess what, man? Oh no. Fu Blue's like, I don't want to hear any story that's worse than that story. Dude, that is a bad one. Well, because he had the Power Rangers mascot. So then when he takes the selfie, the guy's and he's doing the selfie, and the guy pulls up his mask. So then the next morning he sends him the picture. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Star Fury. Oh no. Oh, that is bad. No, Ultimate. I'm with Fu Blue. I don't want to hear that, Ultimate. I don't want to hear a story worse than that. He's saying I've got stories from all my military buddies. It's worse than that. Oh, that's so funny. Star Fury says, John Campy bitch, what leads you to believe that Disney puts out anything Disney puts out will be good? And honestly, not that Kong X Godzilla is like on the level of like Disney bad, but there is a level of acceptance. There's a level of complacency that we have. Maybe I'm being a little snooty here. I will admit the captain is probably being a bit snooty on this, but I just feel that why don't we demand more? Why don't I would argue that we kind of are in the fact that people are not going to theaters. They're not going to see movies. Hollywood is imploding. So I guess I would argue people are demanding more. But even so, I see Godzilla X Kong and I hear a lot of people say, oh, it's just fun kaiju action. And it's like, well, okay, fine. But to me, I just can't help but think about the original concepts of Godzilla and Kong and feel like we've lost something. It's like we've lost something if this is what makes us happy in a film. And I'm not judging anyone for liking it. I'm really not. You could probably put the same argument on me for liking Avatar, and that's fair enough. It's like, shouldn't we demand more? And frankly, I do. I do want more from the Avatar franchise. I get frustrated that Avatar is so... Like the plot holes in Avatar Way of Water. It's like, seriously, Cameron? 13 years! You couldn't fix that? Unbelievable. 13 years! And you had 3 screenwriters working for you. Jeez, man. Hire an editor. Still, I enjoy Avatar. I do. So, but I do think that, man... I saw Godzilla -1, and I know. You've heard it ad nauseum. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how much fun it was. Now, listen, is it literally perfect? No, it's not. There are little moments in Godzilla -1 where there's a plot hole or there's something that's a little over the top or whatever. But it's just simple. It's just simple, back to base. I don't mean simple as in lacking in complexity. I don't mean simple... which technically, I guess simple does mean lacking in... I mean story complexity. I mean simple as in it's following the basics. It's following the basics of telling a meaningful story, but it had depth. It had depth. It was a story about the human soul. I mean, I guess you could tell a story about Godzilla that's about Godzilla's soul, but Godzilla's an animal. Okay, here's the deal. Godzilla and King Kong are animals. They're animals. So the more that you anthropomorphize them, the more that we as the audience, it's going to seem ridiculous. It's like, I just thought the whole, so I guess what I'm saying is, why don't we demand more? And we should. John Campia doesn't, though. John Campia doesn't want more. The shills, they don't want more. They're happy with, he Vadered. The lightsaber is red. It's red. Anakin is in it. Anakin is in the movie. Okay, gee, great. Never mind that, we totally ignore, what even is he? Is he a ghost? Is he real? We don't know. We just don't. Oh, yeah. That is such an insult that just be normal about it. Dude, from the people that have invented terms like cis male. mean, the people that are like, oh, it's very important to understand the science here. And the science is that there are 47 genders. Really? You're the fucking people telling us to be normal? Like, seriously? It's like, yeah, exactly. When these assholes be kind to our reasonable positions, oh, I know when the hell freezes over. SurfHER. You speak my very thoughts, sir, because SurfHER, we here on the Captain's, we understand you, SurfHER. We know that you are nothing. You are nothing if not a man of compassion. You are nothing if not a man of reason, of calm, level-headed good sense. And I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, SurfHER. We here on the Captain's Cast, we are the steadiest of hands at the rudder. I wonder if they would cast me as Booker Is that the real middle name? You're not trolling. You're not like memeing me here, are you, SurfHER? I wonder if they would cast me as Booker T. Washington. I just need to work on the accent. I know, exactly. That's really the point. They're not fighting fair with these arguments. They really are not. They are never fighting fair. Number one, because they never stick to their own principles. Okay, that's the number one thing. They will not. They will say things like bullying and harassment is wrong, while they bully and harass a Steam curator list. So they will never stay. They will never adhere to their same. BioWare will tweet about the transmission day of visibility, but they will exclude anything about Easter, right? They will exclude Christians from their celebration, right? While saying we need to celebrate everyone, right? So that's number one. So in other words, the goalpost is whatever they say it is. So you cannot have a rational argument with people like that. Because if they are not willing to apply their principles consistently, then what they're doing is they're just making shit up whenever they need to, which is what they're doing. That's what that guy's doing. They're just making shit up as they go along. And it's like, well, frankly, that's why I think the best way to handle them is to say no. What's your reason? Why do you say that? No. Can I have a trans flag in Helldivers too? No, you may not. You're banned. What? You can't do that. Sorry, can't hear you. That's like, dude, what else are you going to do? You don't stick to your own principles. You're total hypocrites. You would never accept this if it went the other way. It only ever goes in one direction. What we do is we culturally appropriate and we race swap and gender swap every single white male character ever. Even if it's a historical character, we build AIs that will not show you a white George Washington, for Christ's sake. That's the way it goes. It never goes the other way. But it's like, dude, they don't have the creativity to create original characters. It's like, Eric July does not get enough credit for the fact that he said, I'm very unhappy with the way these comics are. I don't like how they're done. Here's my comic. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to create my own original, black male protagonist. Here he is. Isom. There you go. And it's like, I admire that. I admire that he's putting his money where his mouth is, and he's saying, I'm going to create my character. These wackos could never do that. We need more women in STEM. Well, go write one. Go write a novel about a woman in STEM. Make her interesting. It's so stupid. It's like, I like Sigourney Weaver's character in Avatar. I do. I like her character in Avatar. She's like this intelligent scientist. And what's interesting about her, too, is she really is a scientist. It's like she's not good at everything. She doesn't like pick up a gun, and help Jake Sully with, it's like, no, she's an egghead. She's a nerd. And she kind of gets a little bit arrogant at times and jumps the shark. I like that. She's good at that. You can write character, but it's like, they'll never write a character like that. Say one thing for James Cameron. He knows how to write plausibly good at their jobs characters. He knows how to do that. Like, James Cameron actually is pretty good at writing women in like powerful positions. He's very good at that most of the time. SurfHER says, we are is or phobes if we demand more, Captain. Are you saying if you demand more Captain? Because there is more Captain to come on the Captain's Cast, so make sure you like and subscribe. Starfear's like, no, that's not what I said. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, we don't want perfection. It's the quest to see if we can achieve it that keeps us coming back to the screen. Absolutely. If everything was perfect, we'd be bored. We're a very complex species. Exactly. That's the problem with collectivist thinking. It is any time that you look at people entirely as a group, and it goes for us too. It's like, yeah, it's a rhetorical thing to refer to a group, but it is, at the end of the day, a low resolution view. Even to say the wokies or the blue hairs, or if I'm just being nice, the wackos, that's a low resolution view. There's plenty of individuals that are that are reasonable or whatever, or they just don't understand what's wrong with it, Oh no, Coda, no, that's not what's going on. Okay. What else we got? What else we got in the stack of stuff? I do have some good news for you. I got that going on. We could talk about Star Trek Discovery. Oh, blech. God, I watched 10 minutes of STD, and it was an STD. It's like, God, it's not even just the writing. It's the absolute frantic, like high on methamphetamine style of just every camera shot is zooming all around, and they're just, it's like just shut the fuck up. Like that's honestly how I feel. And the music is just blasting you. It's like a sandblaster coming at you. The music, da 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 da. Michael Burnham's on the hull of a ship, and it's just zooming around her. It's like, whoa, what a day! And I'm just like, oh my God. It's like meth addicts are writing this show. It's so bad. The style of that show is awful. Anyway. I have a whole bunch of funnies. Okay, apropos of nothing, though, I do want to show you, since we're on the subject of Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet. Let's try this one.
The tub has really good branding on it, so...
Okay, so hat tip, geeks and gamers, apropos of nothing, this was just a moment that amused me. So apparently there's a meme that got started, which is all about butter dishes. Something about butter dishes has to do with Jay, drunk 3PO. Of course it does. But the thing is, Ryan, who probably is not dissimilar from me in this regard, gets very annoyed by this shit, and it sets him off. It sets him off. He literally, he's like Ben Stiller's character in Mystery Men. His power is his rage, as you will soon see.
Yeah, Country Croc's awesome.
I can't believe it's not butter. And I think their branding is literally just the box is yellow, so it looks like butter, reminds you of butter.
I feel like this is a really divisive topic within our chat. Like a lot of people are passionate about butter dishes, and I don't understand it.
They're not actually. They're just fucking trying to simp for Jay or something. Nobody gives a fuck. Like I know there's some older people in chat, not trying to knock you. Like the only
I love how he sets this up by saying, I know there's some older people in chat, and I'm not trying to knock you. And then he says this.
The only reason for you to care about a butter dish or like having fucking butter at room, like whatever, is if you're 65 or older. Like, you're retired. You don't have shit else to fucking worry about in your life other than your damn butter dish. All right. Or where you're fucking going to get your next Medicare appointment or whatever. Like butter dishes. Who gives a shit?
Thanks, Jay.
He's so angry. He's just so pissed about it. He's like, there's no disrespect to the older people in our audience, but the only reason you should care about a butter dish is because you're over 65 and you got nothing fucking better to do. That is Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet. But what else do I have for you? Let's see. Should we do where there are some good things to go over? I want to do the Tales of the Empire trailer, and I'm going to give you my shill reaction of Tales of the Empire.
Why do you seek imperial favor?
Okay, here we go, guys. Oh, Lucasfilm! That's the Lucasfilm logo! Oh!
Years ago.
What? Oh, there's blasters in it. Those are red blasters. That's interesting. Those are red blasters.
People were all but destroyed. My anger gives me strength.
Morgan Elsbeth. Fucking Morgan Elsbeth. Wait. Stay in character. Oh, Morgan Elsbeth. Oh my god, she was in Ahsoka. She did stuff in Ahsoka. There was definitely stuff that she did in that show, and it was like magical stuff that she could only, it was only her kind of stuff. So she's in this doing stuff. I'm pretty sure about that.
It is that strength I offer the Empire.
Offer accepted.
Oh my god, that is Thrawn? That is Thrawn. I can tell because he is blue. He is blue, unlike the lightsabers, which are red. And Thrawn is blue, and he was in Ahsoka as well. And he was genius, because he said in his lines that he was a genius, and he was winning. And he beat the crap out of Ahsoka. So this is very interesting. May 4th. It's coming out on May 4th. That's May the 4th be with you. That's code. That means it's coming out on Star Wars Day. That's very interesting.
I'm here to present you with an opportunity, Barriss.
Oh my god, Barriss is in it! This is actually really funny. So I'm watching Darth Melvin. I get confused because we have someone who watches the Captain's Cast who's Darth Merlin, and I sometimes confuse that there's Darth Merlin, who is one of our dear sailors and star nuts here on the Captain's Cast on the Swords of Starship channel. But then there's Darth Melvin. Darth Melvin, who's a great channel if you just want to do 24/7 shill hate, 100% shill hate all the time. And you must join the dark side. But anyway, he was hating on this, and he noticed that they all got super excited about this character, Barriss. And it was literally like when I read that article talking about how Rook Cast might be the true rival of Bo-Katan and the Mandalorian. And I'm like, Rook Cast? Who is that? I don't know. Like, who the hell is Rook Cast? So I hear this Barriss thing, and I'm like, okay, I've watched the Clone Wars, and I've watched Star Wars Rebels. Who the hell is Barriss? Barriss. I don't even know how to spell this. Barriss Star Wars. Okay, we're looking it up right now. She looks familiar. Barriss Ophi. Okay. Barriss Ophi was a Force-sensitive female Mary Allen who was a Jedi Knight who fell to the dark side of the Force during the period of the Clone Wars, trained as a Padawan under Jedi Master Luminara Unduli. Ophi wielded a blue one, lightsaber that she used when participating in the first Battle of Geonosis. She preferred studying... Okay, fine. I'm going too far here. During her time as a Jedi, struck up a friendship with Ahsoka Tano, became... who was the Padawan of Anakin Skywalker. As the Clone War continued, she grew disillusioned. God, I don't remember any of these episodes. She orchestrated the bombing of the Jedi Temple. When did that happen? What season was that? I can't remember. Despite their previous friendship, she allowed Tano to be framed for orchestrating the bombing, even going so far as impersonating former Sith apprentice Asajj Ventress. To frame her former friend, Skywalker ultimately ended up catching Ophi and bringing her to justice. Are you excited, chat? Are you super riveted by this character's inclusion in Tales of the Empire? Is this just getting you all excited? Sorry. I made it weird. Okay, I didn't mean to make it weird. But anyway, resuming. This almost makes me want to read about Rook Cast. Offie expressed her views of the Jedi Order in front of the tribunal, showing that she has been corrupted by the dark side before being taken away. Whatever happened to her? I'm like, sir, I'm skimming the Wikipedia because I'm like, powers and abilities, who cares? Personality and traits, definitely who cares? Legacy. At some point, after the fall of the Republic, Offie became an agent of the Inquisitorius. She was trained by the Grand Inquisitor and would later serve the newly christened Darth Vader, who was once Anakin Skywalker. Okay. Why are the shills so excited? I mean, okay. Let me be. I mean, it's kind of an interesting secondary supporting character. Not really, but kind of a supporting character. A little bit of lore there. Why the hell are all the shills going so just crazy? Why are they all creaming their jeans over this character? Because they were, folks. Every single one of them were going nuts over this character. I don't know why. Now, it's funny. When I was seeing that reaction, I had no idea who this character was, and I had no idea why they're so excited. Now that I know who this character is, I'm even more unclear on why they're so excited for this character.
Just be glad you're not a Jedi anymore.
Your path is set, Morgan Elsbeth. I will fulfill my destiny.
Mercy only breeds defeat. But I will help you overcome this weakness. Attack!
I'd love it if he got, like, impaled on the lightsaber, you know? And then he just got back up and he's like, good. I just need a minute to catch my breath. But yes, that was a great sparring session. Just checking to see if I get a warning or something. Okay.
You said the Empire would help to change things.
Everything comes at a cost. My world has been burning since I was a child. You cannot stop what has begun.
Now you must face one final test. To join us.
What's it gonna be?
It is time you meet your new master.
Who is it? Who is it? Oh. Is it Kylo Ren? No.
Long live the Empire.
It's Vader! Oh, they changed it! It was Jedi, and now it's Empire. He Vadered, and there was Vader everywhere. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Somewhat seriously, though. I mean, could be a fun little excursion. Just one problem. Why do people think Morgan Elsbeth is interesting? Also, is that actually a thing people think? The shills seem to think she's super interesting. She's the protagonist of that. She's the most boring character. She's like a let's just say a retirement age like witch in Ahsoka. And like every other character in the Ahsoka live action series, she is an absolute plank of wood. She is boring. she's a matriarchal bureaucrat. It's why is this character interesting? How is that? Why do they choose these characters that are bland? They don't really have a larger than life personality. They're honestly not that interesting in terms of, the Empire wiped out my people and I am burning with revenge. And it's like, who are you? I'm sorry. What was your name? Morgan Elsbeth. And you are like, I cannot get excited. Dude, folks, Do you know why Ahsoka was the way it was? Because Filoni knew that this was going to happen. Because Filoni knew that we were going to have these little animated Tales of the Jedi, and he was so excited. He was like, I've got this very exciting story about Morgan Elsbeth on a quest for revenge. Who is that? That's Morgan Elsbeth. Pay attention. And she is going on an adventure of revenge. She's one of the last of the Jedi. I know, those are really piling up these days. She's one of the last of the Jedi. And she's going to be working with another of the last of the Jedi, Barriss. You mean Balon? No. He's a different last of the Jedi. You mean Balon's apprentice? No. She's a different last of the Jedi. You mean Ezra Miller or Kanan? No, those are different last of the Jedi. Pay attention. I'm talking about this last of the Jedi. And her name is Barriss. And she is going to be joining Morgan Elsbeth, who is the last of the Jedi. No. She's a witch. Okay. And they're going to work together with Vader in the Empire. Who? Oh, I can't. You people are impossible. You're toxic fans. You don't understand my genius. Oh my God. Star Wars is so fracked, folks. It is so fracked. It is such a disaster. It is a dumping ground. It is a dumping ground for bad fan fiction. It's so ridiculous. It's Morgan Elsbeth. You know, and honestly, it's not a gender thing either. Take Andor. Andor, which is arguably, it is the only well-written, to an extent, it's the only partially well-written Star Wars series it's frankly the only partially well-written thing that's ever been on Disney Plus. Which is staggering. I'm talking about original shows here. And, Luthen, Stellan Skarsgård's character, is genius and incredibly interesting. And then you have Andy Serkis's character, who is very interesting. He's the sort of guy stuck in an Imperial prison. And then you have the guy who is investigating the murder that Andor committed. He's kind of this low-level police officer guy, and he's pretty interesting. And then you have Jonathan Price. Well, no, not Jonathan Price. It's a different guy. He plays the High Imperial Inquisitor, and he's super interesting. Do you want to know who's the absolute not interesting character in Andor? It's Andor. He's boring. And by the way, I liked Andor's character in Rogue One. I like Andor in Rogue One. I actually thought he was pretty interesting in Rogue One because he's this world-weary rebel. He's done bad things to try and survive and to try and save the rebellion. He's done bad things for this cause. He kills the informant in the beginning of Rogue One, and I thought that was pretty interesting. I really liked that. But where they start him in the Andor series, he's boring. He's living with, this old lady, and he buys the groceries for her, and he keeps her company, and he is followed around by a robot, and he goes to work, and he keeps his head down. Gee, what an interesting story. I mean, I'm serious. He puts me to sleep, okay? But there were interesting characters, so it's like, why are you focusing on so many characters that aren't that interesting? Why don't you just do an entire series about Luthen? Do an entire series about Luthen. He's interesting. I want to see his story. So that's my issue with this stuff, is like they find these oddly vanilla characters. They're vanilla characters. To be fair, Luke Skywalker was kind of a vanilla character in the first movie. He was kind of a vanilla, whiny farm boy in A New Hope, but he grew into a pretty interesting character. But the real interesting characters in A New Hope were really Darth Vader, Princess Leia, Han Solo. Those were the interesting characters. And to an extent, Obi-Wan was kind of interesting because he's mysterious. He's a mysterious, wise monk. What is he up to? That's all fine. Luke wasn't that interesting, but you can get there. Maybe it's true of Andor, but why are you starting from a place of Morgan freaking Elsbeth and Bo-Katan? She's so interesting. The chat's like the captains. My brain is going numb again. Oh yeah, the yellow lightsaber. Stop here. You bring up a good point. Is a piss-colored lightsaber meant to be code for something? Oh look! There's 5 yellow lightsabers. It's a golden lightsaber shower. Wait, what did I say? Is this show going to begin to make things right this time, says Staff Harry? Fu Man Blue. With the correct answer to that multiple choice, no. No. Redoubt Production says, I think you need to play the Ahsoka 80s trailer again. I predict that Redoubt Productions is correct in this matter. I practically have it bookmarked.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the Master of Evil.
Folks, no lie, folks. No lie. That's a pretty good story. That's a pretty good story.
She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy.
Dude, can I just... I know. But can I just point something out here? That's actually a pretty good motivation. She has the task of preserving order in the galaxy. That would have been a nice motivation for her character in the series, actually. And she's got baggage. Her baggage is she was trained as a child soldier by the Master of Evil. That's pretty good. And she's tasked with preserving order and peace in the galaxy. I love it. I love her running across. Dude, that is how 80s stuff was, though. You would always get you'd always get the actor smiling at the camera while they showed their name.
Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing.
Don't oversell me. You've already sold me. You're overselling me.
Whale song. And quick change. Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot.
You know what's so funny, though, is this is another thing. You know, back in the day, when you had 24 episode seasons, okay, you had like 24, maybe not exactly 24, something like, 18 to 20 episodes maybe in a full season of network primetime television, okay? What was the thing that kept the audience coming back? It was the characters they knew, the characters they loved, and a kind of predictability, right? There was a kind of status quo with a MacGyver. A MacGyver episode would always start out with MacGyver doing something kind of fun or interesting. Then he would explain something scientific. Then it would be time for the bad guy to show up and he has a mission to do. He goes on the mission. The bad guy turns the tables and traps him. And now he's got a ticking clock and no tools. What's a man to do? Well, he pulls out his Swiss Army knife and he does some sciencing. And he does something clever that gets him out of it and disarms the bomb. And then he beats the bad guy. And then we have the final scene where he meets up with our, the Phoenix Foundation. And he has kind of a funny little catchphrase at the end. Every episode, we know that we're going to get that, right? It's like we come to expect we're going to get this delightful thing every time we watch the show. That was how you sold network TV back in the day. Because you didn't have... Netflix with 8 episodes and they could tell the sort of continuous arc and you could just binge it all. That wasn't how people watched TV back then. And also there was the other thing of like when they would do reruns. I know I don't have to tell you in my chat, but I'm just saying like, let's just, revisit the past for a second, right? Each episode you had to be able to get invested in the episode without having seen necessarily all the episodes in the season. because in reruns, they would randomly select episodes for you to watch. And so sometimes you'd get a season 3 episode, and then sometimes you'd get a season 1 episode, and then the next week you'd get like a rerun of a season 9 episode. And you're like, which season is it? It didn't matter because it's MacGyver. Because it's MacGyver. And it's like, oh, I love this one. This is the one where MacGyver has to, solve the problem of the man-eating ant swarm. I love this one. Oh, this is going to be fun, right? Now, my point is, why there is an element of really good storytelling embedded in that, which is when they say Sabine is a hopeless Jedi, that's the thing that we come to expect about her character. Every week, we're going to tune in and we're going to see Sabine being a hopeless Jedi and how that causes her all these problems and how she's always trying to get better, but it never works. And how people are always trying to teach her that, like, you have other skills, Sabine. You don't have to be a Jedi, but she never listens to him. And it's part of her character. And then maybe in the final episode, literally that's how this would be. In the final series finale, she would finally get Jedi powers because we want to please the fans. We want to see her get what she wants at the end, but only in the series finale. Trust me on this. It would never happen a single episode before that. If at all. There's some brilliance to that. There's some brilliance to that model.
And Hu Yang, Ahsoka's faithful servant. A 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
It never gets old.
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them. But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
Oh, folks. Hat tip oral knots. That is so genius every single time. I absolutely love that. There is actually good storytelling in there. That's what gets me about it. Yes, it's funny. Yes, it's making fun. It is a devastating critique of that show in every way. It's fun, but it actually has within it good storytelling. That's what's so funny about it. Campy. Yes, it's campy, but it's good storytelling. It would work. It would work for, that's the shtick. That's the shtick. Hu Yang, he's a 25,000-year-old robot. He's got all this knowledge, and these dopes put him to work on ship maintenance. That's actually pretty funny. That's the kind of thing you used to get in corny science fiction. SurfHER says, is Hera a pilot perchance? I really want to know. SurfHER, that is a great question. I'll get back to you on that. Why does everyone use the standard drop leg gunslinger setup? Why not a cross draw for something different? That's a good point. A cross draw. You could do a cross draw. A lot of people like that drop leg though. I mean, I've heard this from real, well-trained, gun enthusiasts, let's say, that really is a lot of police officers favor that, actually. So, but you make a point. They don't know shit. That's why. Dude, one of my favorite scenes in Breaking Bad, I love the scene. It's in season 4, I think, when he's kind of right in the middle of his little Game of Thrones with Gus Fring. And he knows that Gus is trying to kill him. Gus Gus is just trying to get him in position to kill him. And it's just a matter of like when the time is right. So Walter White goes to an illegal, a black market gun dealer who's very much a kind of libertarian, Second Amendment sort of guy. And he's a pretty rugged type. And they're in a hotel room where they're doing the transaction. And Walter White is just, he knows nothing. He knows nothing about guns. So he's asking the guy all these questions. And I just love the way the actor who plays the gun dealer, you know, he's a very real character. He just is, because he's like, well, you could do a cross draw if you want. Problem is, if that thing gets stuck in your waistband, you're going to be in deep shit. So I recommend you do this kind of draw. And Walter White's kind of weighing what he says. Maybe not. And then he says, Walter White says, I just, I don't have a lot of experience. He's like, well, in that case, you might as well go with a revolver. It's as reliable as they get. You basically just point and shoot. Plus, if you have to empty the rounds, you're probably in a bad situation anyway that you're not going to make it out of. Yeah, and then Walter White's like, now I trust you filed the serial numbers off of this. And he's like, well, now here's the thing you need to know. If you get caught with that is a federal crime and you'll be going away for a long time. If you don't mind me saying, sir, the fact that you are not a known criminal, I would recommend you just do it legal. That way you don't open yourself up to that. And he's like, and Walter White, typically arrogant response is like, no, I'll take what you've got here. It's like, I love that little scene because it's like, it's showing, but not telling that Walt is kind of arrogant, but he also is kind of illiterate when it comes to this stuff. He's planning, but it's an imperfect plan. There's just so many little layers to scenes like that in Breaking Bad that I just really love. So just a little scene of Walter White, what's the word I'm looking for? A very much a sophomore kind of criminal trying to learn, what guns to buy. It's so funny. That's just such great writing. Star Fury says, why not the Star Wars equivalent of a shotgun for all those stormtroopers that can't shoot worth shit? I mean, seriously, again, one of the great strengths of Andor is that it finally took the stormtroopers seriously. And literally, like, just one or two troopers in Andor are a serious threat. And I thought that's how they're meant to. By the way, technically, that is what they were in A New Hope. It was just that our heroes got a little lucky, but also they had some help with Obi-Wan and the Force, and also don't forget, Darth Vader let them escape because he was bugging the Millennium Falcon to follow them to the Rebel base. So there actually were good story-driven reasons for why our heroes were able to escape the Death Star, why they were able to outwit so many stormtroopers. Like, there were good narrative storytelling reasons. The problem is that just the execution of it did rely on a lot of sort of moments of plot armor, the stormtroopers missing. And that became a meme with the fans. Okay, that became a meme with the fans. But what do I always say about these stupid Hollywood types? Those are always the things they love. Those are always the things they gravitate towards. So someone like J.J. Abrams or Rian Johnson or whatever, Taika Waititi, those types of people, they gravitate toward the memes and the meta humor, and they take it literally and they put it in the stupid movie. And it's like, no, you idiot. That's not what... It's like the thing where they say, oh, I know that Fallout is a goofy world. No, it's not. There's goofiness in it. It's not a goofy world, right? So, like, that's why I think we get so much. That's one of the reasons why we get so much garbage from the mainstream Hollywood, because they latch on to shit like that are just memes, and they make it serious in the story, and it's not. Andor, to its credit, did not do that. Andor took the stormtroopers as they were meant to be taken, which is they're serious. They are trained soldiers. Now, are they necessary? Now, they're kind of I think what you could argue is sort of like the Russian army in World War II. They are more of a numbers thing than a quality thing, and that would be fair. You could say that the rank and file generally are just, they're mass conscripted, and they're trained at a basic level, and they don't have to be perfect shots because there's so damn many of them. So I think there's a case to be made for that, but I don't think Lucas was ever trying to say that they're terrible shots. I don't think that was ever the purpose. I think it was meant to be that they're basically well trained, and there's a hell of a lot of them. So if one misses, the next one will get you. But what I think is Andor, I think, nailed it, which is if you're just an average dude, a stormtrooper is a serious problem for you. Like one stormtrooper is a serious problem for you. A squad of them coming at you, you're screwed. You better run like hell. And by the way, Luke and Leia and Han ran like hell in the first movie. They didn't stick around to duke it out with them. Not until Luke was a full-blown Jedi and they were experienced, they leveled up. They leveled up their game. So there you go. We swerved into a Star Wars rant. Listen, I don't hate Star Wars. It's like anyone who just stumbles on my channel is probably like, this guy really hates Star Wars. No, I love Star Wars. I take it seriously. I take it seriously. I take it in the spirit it was meant to be taken. And yes, there's comedy and levity in it, and there should always be. And yes, there are goofy things in Star Wars. There are goofy things in Star Wars. Star Wars is not goofy. There's a difference. There is a difference. Yeah, I would say that saying Fallout is a goofy world that's identical to saying, oh, Star Wars has goofy aliens in it. It's a goofy world. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's a goofy satirical world. Do you think that argument would make any sense? The fact that there is Salacious Crumb, cackling on Jabba's shoulder, that means that Star Wars is a goofy satirical world not meant to be taken seriously. Because that's what idiots in Hollywood typically do with stuff like that. They think that because there's funny business in it, that means that it's all supposed to be, and it's not. And that's exactly why they're going to ruin Fallout. Mark my words, chat. We're headed for... I think that this show is going to be a shit stain. I think it is going to be an absolute shit stain. But if I'm wrong, I will tell you. I think the best case scenario is it's sort of mid to mediocre. I think that's the best case scenario. If I'm wrong, I'm going to come to you and say, it's about a 6 out of 10. There were some cool moments, some clever writing, characters are kind of boring. That is the maximum level of success I predict for Fallout. We are not going to get anything on the level of a Westworld Season 1, because Jonathan Nolan may have written Westworld Season 1. I do not sense we're going to get anything on the level of a Westworld Season 1 here. I don't think we're going to get anything even approaching that. And a lot of that's based on just how it looks in the scenes, and like the fact that she's saved by plot armor in the very first scene that they show you. It's, oh, fuck off. Anyway. Staff Yuri says, narratively, they actually stated that stormtroopers could shoot when Ben discussed blaster patterns on the Jawa's crawler. Now, that's a very good point. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. In the original trilogy, and I would argue the prequel trilogy, there's never any suggestion that either stormtroopers or clone troopers are ineffective. There's never any suggestion of that. Like, it is... The characters that we are following are exceptional characters. Like Luke, Leia, and Han, they are exceptions to the rule. That's sort of the point, is that they are larger-than-life characters, and even then, they're getting away by the skin of their teeth. I've often said my favorite film in the Star Wars canon is Empire Strikes Back. That is my favorite film for a lot of reasons. For one thing, I love the road trip. I think the road trip in Empire Strikes Back is what makes it so fun. They go to all these different places. They're constantly moving. They're constantly on the run. I love all that. I love the Yoda training Luke stuff. That's all great. Obviously, the big showdown where Vader, reveals the big secret. That's all great. But one of the things I really love about Empire Strikes Back is that, like, they are on the back foot the entire freaking movie. They get their asses kicked at Hoth. They flee. Han Solo, actually, everything just keeps going wrong. That's basically the story of Empire Strikes Back. Everything keeps going wrong. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Remember how I said that, like, the best action in movies is usually that's what's happening, is the characters have a plan. It's a good plan. It goes wrong. or they just get unlucky. That's basically what happens in Empire Strikes Back. Han Solo escapes. Good, yay. We'll meet you at the rendezvous point. But then what happens? Something breaks down on the Falcon, or they get tailed by the Empire, or they fly into an asteroid to hide, but it turns out it's a living creature that they're inside of, and they're flushed out. So there's always something going wrong. They finally get to safety. The one guy in the galaxy they can trust. It turns out the Empire got there first and turned him against him, and now it's a trap. So that's what's so great about Empire, is that the Empire is kicking their ass. The Empire is kicking the shit out of our heroes that whole damn movie. It's pretty impressive when you think about it. The Empire is terrifying in that movie. Think about this. Every time the Falcon is in the presence of TIE fighters, anytime it's in the presence of the Star Destroyers, it is in deep doo-doo. Deep doo-doo. Anytime we see Vader or the Stormtroopers on screen, our heroes are in deep doo-doo. Okay? When Luke faces Vader, we are told in advance, you're going to die. Like, do not do this. You're either going to die or turn to the dark side. Either way, it's a loss. Luke goes, he doesn't die, but he does lose. And he nearly does die. Then, and by the way, the only reason that Luke even held his own in that battle is because Vader was just testing him and toying with him. Vader could have taken him out at his leisure. Vader could have ended that fight in like 2 strokes if he wanted. He just chose not to because he wanted to toy with Luke and try and turn him. That was the whole point. He's playing a Game of Thrones with the Emperor. It's brilliant. It's brilliant writing, really. And then we see the Empire tortures people. Well, we saw that in A New Hope, but we see it even more visibly when we see Han sort of being lowered into the machine, and then he reveals to Chewbacca also, showing not telling, my friends. He says to Chewbacca, they didn't even ask me any questions. That's brilliant. That is a brilliant line. Think of how brilliant that line is, right? Because we see, filmmaking is an art of like when to reveal things, right? So we don't see Han Solo being tortured. We just hear his screams, and we see Chewie in like emotional pain because he's hearing his friend's screams as he's being tortured. It's terrifying. We as the viewer are horrified. We as the viewer are imagining all the terrible things Vader's saying, all the things that he's, we imagine Han Solo resisting the urge to just spit out the details that Vader wants to know. We're like, oh, how evil is the Empire? They're torturing our guy. And we're wondering if Han Solo is broken. We're wondering if Han Solo's given up the secret. Then Han Solo gets back and he says, they never even asked me a question. Folks, that's cold-blooded. That is some cold-blooded shit right there. And it shows us what the Empire is without telling us that. Some dumb shit woke writer would have written it that like everyone knows that the Empire is guilty of war crimes and that they are known for torturing people just for fun and not even asking questions. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Because they eat glue. but good storytellers, they don't have to do all that. They just reveal it through twists like that. So I love The Empire Strikes Back because it establishes that the Empire is not to be screwed with. You do not screw with the Empire. And you are crazy. You are batshit crazy if you oppose the Empire. You are so screwed if you screw with the Empire. Like that's basically what that whole movie is saying, which makes it raises the stakes ever more. And then when we get to Return of the Jedi, we have this gigantic mountain for our heroes to climb. And that's what makes it so meaningful. That's what makes it so powerful and impressive. And so I would argue that at no point in the first chronological 6 Star Wars films, at no point in any of those films is it suggested that clone troopers or stormtroopers are idiots that can't hit a target. Ever. It is never suggested. That is a stupid meme that dumb shills or low standards fans or idiots in Hollywood that eat glue think. But not us in the Fellowship of Swords and Starships, not we sailors and Star Knights. We know better. We know that Star Wars will always be a great piece of storytelling. Stuff here, he says. And of course, those dastardly rebellious pillars coming out of nowhere and picking on innocent stormtroopers. I mean, that's true. That's true. They do some dopey stuff in that. There are some dopey things the stormtroopers do. That's fair. That is fair. They are, but honestly, the way I see the stormtroopers in the originals is that they're working Joes. And honestly, their job most of the time is pretty simple. Their job is show up, do what you're supposed to do, shoot the people that you have to shoot, and then go home. And so the way I see it is that most of them have grown fairly complacent. They've grown complacent because they've been on the top for so long that most of the time, people don't oppose the Empire. Like, that's part of the point. It's implied in the story. Most of the time, anyone who wants to keep their head doesn't oppose the Empire. By the way, that's typical of authoritarian regimes. It takes pretty unusual people to cross an authoritarian regime. That's not because they tend to fight dirty, So I kind of got the impression that the stormtroopers are really just sort of complacent, and they've gotten used to, drills and practice and soft targets. It's rare that they encounter a situation where they're up against a serious tactical threat, where like the rank and file need to be on their toes. So that's kind of why I imagine that occasionally they can get snookered. But if you notice, there's that great moment when in A New Hope when Han Solo is trying to talk his way out of like the stormtroopers who are like, "Who is this? What's your ID?" And he's like, I'm and he shoots the panel. It's like, it was a boring conversation anyway. It's like, well, that illustrates that they're not idiots. They're not idiots. Like, they want an actual code, like that they usually are pretty competent at their jobs. What really benefits the heroes is the complacency and the negligence of bureaucracy, which is true of all militaries. All militaries grow complacent. It's actually kind of one of the problems with like the war in Iraq. It's like our soldiers are great when they go in there and they're on the attack, they do great. But when they're sitting there for years and years on end, policing, shit starts to happen. Shit happens, It's like, I'm not saying they aren't skilled or good at their jobs, but the longer you're just kind of on a patrol, the easier it is to kind of let your guard down or slip up or whatever, or not be prepared for a real threat. It's very difficult to stay on your toes all the time. That takes training. That takes really good discipline. Star Trek stole that whole bit for Scotty hitting his head. Perhaps. Let's see. We're pretty much winding it up, folks. We've had a great stream. Lots of fun. I wanted to give you some good news because I told you, unfortunately, BioWare's not going well. Eiger is a piece of shit. And he is running Disney straight into the ground and continuing to spew the same lies he spewed for years. But here's the deal, folks. I want you to know that Eiger winning his proxy battle is actually, it's evil undoing itself. Am I saying that Eiger himself specifically is evil? No, I'm not going that far. But what I will say is the things he's doing are. And I would say that the behavior of lying to investors and dividing fans and pushing agendas, which frankly, I think should not involve children. I think those are evil things to be doing. And evil behavior is undoing itself. Let me give you some examples. Share screen. Hat tip bounding into comics. Stellar Blade director rejects microtransactions, promises game will not require players to spend any additional money beyond what they paid for the package. And they are this is a great story. They're raising the game, and I mean, look at that, folks. Look at this amazing environmental design and the beautiful effects. And they have been receiving hate and pressure about their characters and their depictions of misogynistic characters, and they will not bow and they will not bend. So this is a story of success being rewarded. Would you like another example? Also, bounding into comics. Good news, folks. Visions of Mana. Visions of Mana producer refuses to change the series' identity for Western audiences. Quote, "It is best to deliver the game based on the developer's creative vision." In adding his voice to the ever-growing chorus of Japanese creatives who are refusing to compromise their artistic endeavors for Western sensibilities, Square Enix's Mana series producer, Masaru Oyamada, has declared that rather than bringing in new fans by changing the action RPG line's core identity, he hopes to do so by celebrating those elements which made it popular in Japan for a long time. Oh, jeez. Wow. What a concept. He's like, we could update it for a modern audience. We're just going to do what worked well for us in the past. Hello, Bob Eiger. Oh, jeez. Bobby. You need to listen to this guy. What did you do well in the past? Maybe you should try that. Oh, I think people don't even know what the word woke means. I think this idea that we're putting agendas is simply not true. What a scumbag. Oyamada, his own company, leaks a chart which says this many marginalized persons in this movie and this many marginalized themes in this story. No, there is no agenda at Disney. Oyamada, resuming with the article, who has served in his position ever since the 2009 port of Secrets of Mana, made clear his disinterest in chasing a, quote, wider audience during a March 2024 interview with video games news website Automaton. Amidst a larger discussion of the creative... I used to love that game, Secret of Mana and Legend of Mana. Those were great games. Amidst a larger discussion of the creative direction he and his team would be taking with the upcoming Visions of Mana, Oyamada was at one point pressed by the outlet as to whether or not he had seen a difference in his reactions to the announcement of the series' next entry between Japanese and overseas player. Quote, "In Japan, there are so many people who've been playing the series for a long time and are familiar with the IP's history, so the reaction has been half expectant and half anxious," the producer told the outlet. On the contrary, the overseas players showed a lot of curiosity about the game and what it entails, including if it would be available on platforms that they own. The difference between the reactions is somewhat interesting. From there, Oyamada was asked if he had any plans as to whether the Mana series would reach out to Western gamers in the future, to which he asserted, "I get the feeling that many people who picked up Secret of Mana, also known as Seiken Densetsu 2, at the time it came out, were young like I was, because I regularly receive feedback from people who play the latest entries through the lens of their childhood experiences with the series. I hope that as they grow older and become parents, they will recommend the Mana series to their children and tell them how fun it is. The unique atmosphere and design might make some people feel that it is a bit childish," he added. "However, these are strengths of the Mana series. Rather than changing these features that make the Mana series, I hope that new players will come to like these games that have been popular in Japan for a long time for what they are." And he went on to say, "I think the visuals of the Mana games are a distinctive characteristic. Therefore, it is best to deliver the game based on the developer's creative vision." For example, there are many types of characters in the Mana series. I think the fun of the game is encountering this mysterious world and its inhabitants. Because of that, we don't have a strong focus on a particular audience. However, we do work on the game while bearing in mind that the Mana series is loved by fans from all over the world. A classy, professional answer. Thank God for Japan. So consider, my dear chat, we have Helldivers 2 is resisting the wackos. Stellar Blade is resisting the wackos. That demo, Helldivers 2, has absolutely blown up, folks. It is massive. I think they've sold like 9 million copies already. They have had success beyond their wildest dreams. Why? Because they made a back to basics, awesome team game that is designed to just please the fans. It's consistent with its world. It is what it is. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. You don't like it, leave it. No harm, no foul. But if you want to take it, it's going to be a healthy dose of managed democracy and masculinity. Actually, you're men and women just as often in that game. So it's not even. It's patriotism. It's patriotism. Now they've resisted the attempts to co-opt their game and turn it, destroy it. Stellar Blade has forced IGN to print a retraction, basically, because they said, oh, this was made by a man who's never seen a woman and doesn't even know of one, and she's a sex doll. And then it turns out he does know a woman, his wife, who's gorgeous, a beautiful Korean model, who was the model for the character. Or at least that's right. She co-designed it, and there's another beautiful Korean model who modeled the character, if I understand correctly. So it is based on a real woman's physical features, and it was designed, at least in part, by a woman who is married to one of the other designers. So IGN took a huge L there, and the fact that Stellar Blade is being massively rewarded both for their creative vision, for pleasing the fans, and for the fact that they are refusing to succumb to this bullshit where they release a half-baked game that they bank on you buying a bunch of stupid DLCs and microtransactions to complete the game. Like, no, the game's going to be fully formed, playable. You get the whole game. You get what you pay for. I think that's great. Then we have Visions of Mana director who's saying, I don't care what people say. I know why people love this game, and we're going to stick to why people love the predecessors. We're going to stick to why people love that. So we have major pushback in a lot of different quarters, and what we have is the free market rewarding vastly, heaping riches upon game designers who discard this wacko crap and just make good games. And let me give you one more piece of good news, my dear sailors and starnauts. Sticking with bounding into comics here, the coup de grace. Transgender activist and Scotland First Minister Humza Yousaf melt down after police determines that J.K. Rowling's social media posts addressing transgender women as men are not criminal. Folks, the wackos are taking a big L. And you know what's so badass about this? She said that if any woman is about to be arrested for saying something, for telling the truth about the biological sex of a man, let me know, and I will repost the exact same thing on my account. I will tweet it myself, and we can both go to jail together. Your move, law enforcement. That's what she said on her Twitter profile. And the police are saying, that's not a crime, so don't worry about it. Ain't no thing. As the article says, in what has been a fascinating unfolding of events, Police Scotland has determined that Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling's comments about transgender individuals are not to be considered hate speech under the country's draconian new Hate Crime and Public Order Act. In a series of posts shared to her official X account, Rowling mockingly referred to several transgender women as women, only to later drop the act and declare that these posts were an April Fool's joke and that all transgender women she brought attention to were, in fact, men pretending to be women. Furthermore, Rowling defied Scottish authorities to arrest her if the post she made decrying transgender ideology fell into any of the categories deeming her comments as a hate crime, specifically declaring, quote, freedom of speech and belief are at an end in Scotland if the accurate description of biological sex is deemed criminal, close quote. She'd later add, quote, I'm currently out of the country, but if what I've written here qualifies as an offense under the terms of the new act, I look forward to being arrested when I return to the birthplace of the Scottish Enlightenment, close quote. Holy shit, is she throwing bombs. In their coverage of the news, BBC News reports that Police Scotland received over 3,000 complaints about oh my God. 3,000 wacko little busybodies. Oh my God. Those are hate crimes. She can't say that. 3,000 complaints about Rowling's. God, we are so boned, folks. If we get to the point where you read a tweet you don't like and you can report it to the police and get that person arrested, folks, we are in deep shit. We are in deep doo-doo as a society if we get to that point. Thank God that Rowling is pushing back on this. Anyhow, per The Independent, a spokesman for the Police Scotland declared on Tuesday, "We have received complaints in relation to the social media post. The comments are not assessed to be criminal, and no further action will be taken." Ree! The meltdown is real, folks. Reacting to the news reporting that her April Fool's Day comments did not break Scotland's new hate crime law, Rowling wrote, quote, "I hope every woman in Scotland who wishes to speak up for the reality and the importance of biological sex, trust the science, will be reassured by this announcement. And I trust that all women, irrespective of profile or financial means, will be treated equally under the law." One could almost mistake J.K. Rowling's comments for standing up for those who are marginalized. One could almost. She is a female Chad, like 100%. She may be a left-wing loon, and she's partly to blame for how we got here. But in this matter, she's crushing it. She's crushing it. Rowling would go on to declare that she is willing to support anyone who is charged for speaking the truth, asserting, quote, "If they go after any woman for simply calling a man, I'll repeat," this is what I was referring to earlier, "I'll repeat that woman's words and they can charge us both at once." That is a baller frickin' play right there. Dude. Throwing down the gauntlet. Throwing down the gauntlet. So what else? What else in this? I mean, I think that's pretty much that's it. Grannies for equality. Hate-filled, arrogant, privileged, cruel. What a thoroughly nasty person. Well, you're entitled to that point of view, Grannies for equality, and she is entitled to say what she wants to say. So there you go. Yeah, the wackos are having a melty. Just a reminder that JKR doesn't speak for women in Scotland. She also doesn't speak up for reality, nor does she understand biological sex. As a feminist, we do not want to be defined by our reproductive organs. Yes. There we go. What else do we have? Niyama, this wacko, trans flag in bio. "Did it ever occur to you that you're famous, therefore entitled and white?" Oh my God, they're like children. The childlike quality of the things they say is kind of amazing, really. Excuse me. Did it ever occur to you that you're famous and you're therefore entitled? And that also, did you know that you're white? Guy. It's like she doesn't even know that she's white or what that means. That means you're bad. Guy. Here's another wacko reading. "This white, dripping in privilege bitch." They're having such a melty, folks. "This white, dripping in privilege bitch is just begging to be some martyr, and she knows she risks absolutely nothing. First of all, the dumb ho see you next Tuesday. Oh, we are salty. We are very salty today. Doesn't understand the law, which is they can't say things I don't like. And secondly, she is part of the protected elite. Shut the fuck up, Dolores Umbridge." Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. What a melty. They're so pissed. Dude, think about it, folks. They want her to go to jail. They're not saying, "I don't like what she's saying," or "I think she's a bitch." They're saying, "I'm mad because she's not going to jail." Wackos, folks. Wackos. Here's another one. Can you just shut the fuck up for 5 fucking minutes? Jesus Christ. How the fuck is a law protecting trans people fucking offensive to you? Guy, you're such a fucking embarrassment. I wish you had the capacity to just fuck off quietly for once and stop being so transphobic, asshat. Guy. Here's another one. I hate to break it to J.K. Rowling, but the police Scotland decision appears to relate to her posts on the 1st of April. People should not be deterred from reporting posts that are still up and they believe contravene the law. You know, if I did not believe in the principle of freedom of speech, if I did not believe in that principle, I would look forward to the day that them posting the things they post could be reported to the police and they could be jailed. However, having principles is inconvenient. It is inconvenient to have principles because, quite frankly, I can't tell you that wouldn't please me on some level for them to get a taste of their own damn medicine. However, my belief and my adherence and my commitment to the First Amendment of the United States of America and the principle of free speech in its absolute form, which is its only form, requires that I never advocate for such a thing. So I would never advocate that these wackos go to jail for advocating the butchery of minors. I would never advocate that because I have principles, as unpleasant as it is for me to say so. So there you have it. They don't have principles. We do. And we will stand by those principles. And those principles are good. They are decent. They acknowledge the truth. The truth. The fundamental birthright of all human beings is liberty, freedom of speech. And we support that freedom of speech, freedom of artistic expression, and we will defend it to the last man or woman. The fact that they do not extend that courtesy to us, that is fine. Let them do what they're going to do. They're losing. They're losing. If we hold to our principles, Mr. Producer, you know what I need here, don't you? Yes. Thank you. Stand fast, men and women of the Swords and Starships channel. Be not disheartened, for people are standing up for their rights. People are rewarding good story creators, good game developers who deliver quality content. If we stay committed to our principles of freedom of speech, true equality, equality under the law, good storytelling, character-driven stories, a free marketplace, anyone can tell their story of any kind, so long as they're willing to accept the responsibility and the freedom of their audience to reward or not reward it, then we will win. And we are winning. So hat tip to J.K. Rowling, Stellar Blade, Helldivers 2, all the greats that are proving that though it may take time and though it may not be easy, in the end, the truth and our principles will set us free. Fu Man Blue says, SurfHER is in rare form tonight. Stormcrow says, Captain Garrett, nah, screw principles. No, jeez. I mean, you could say that, Stormcrow, but then you're no better than they are. I will assume you are memeing. Whether or not you are, it's fine. You're entitled to that opinion. I understand the feeling. Believe me. It's tempting to want them to get a dose of their own medicine. But the problem is, then we're no better. And then we are basically just going to swing the pendulum right back the other way, and it's going to be just as bad. It's going to be just as bad if it goes too far the other way. So you know, one of my all-time favorite Star Trek Voyager episodes is that episode, The Void. I love that episode. There's other good examples. The episode Damage in Enterprise is another good example of this kind of thing. But it's basically when the characters' Federation principles are tested seriously, because they're in a situation where they really have every reason to just, do the ends justifies the means thing. But in that episode, Captain Janeway makes this great speech that says, I believe that even though everyone else in this void has to steal and raid and pillage to survive, I believe that if we hold to our principles, we may lose a little weight, but we won't lose who we are. And in the end, it's those principles that will save us. And I think that it is a longer game. It's a longer game to have values, morals, principles that you hold to, even when it's not convenient, even when it's a nasty, difficult time to hold to them. That's when they are the most important to cleave to. That is when they are the most crucial, because that's the only time they truly matter. The only time that you have good principles is when it's easy. Well, then they don't really mean anything, and they're not worth a tinker's toss, as SurfHER would say. And I have no way of knowing if SurfHER would say that. I just SurfHER. Anyway, I love you, SurfHER. I love all of you. I love you, Fu Man Blue. I love you, Stone Crow. Our Crow. He's very high-spirited, Crow is. You'll see when we play Fallout. But I was going to say that, we must cleave to those principles, because that, by the way, they are losing because they don't have principles. The wokies are losing because people are seeing them for what they are. It's taken years. They've gaslit, they have lied, they have connived, they've censored, they've hidden. It has been a long, difficult battle of cultural attrition. We have suffered a great deal of division and misery in fan communities, and we have the battlefield is littered with the bodies of RIPs. But in the end, their viciousness, their mean-spiritedness, frankly, the fact that they're so goddamn boring all the time, it has undone them, Stormcrow. It has undone them. And if we hold to our principles, we will reap the benefits of their undoing. That is not the undoing of the individuals. I hope for them all to come back into the fold and be happy and enjoy fandom with all of us again. That's what I wish for them. I truly do. As for their ideas, the undoing of their ideas will be the healing of humanity and the healing of liberty. And it will be, to the extent that that happens, it will only be ours to take part in that celebration if we have come through this with our principles and our ideals intact. And that will not be easy, nor will it be pleasant, because nothing is so tempting to a human being as the temptation to get even. And it is that temptation we must assiduously resist. So, and we will, because that's what it is to have principles. They abandon having principles, and that is the petard upon which they have been hoisted. I have one more article I think I was thinking of covering. Hang on a second. Let's see. What do I have in the stack of stuff? I did want to do this article. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, we're going to close it out with this one. This one is just for fun, folks. This is for fun. Because, again, it's good news, folks. Now, does winning mean that, okay, all of our favorite things are back? We never have to deal with wackos coming into our Discord and trying to get things deplatformed because, the babes are too sexy. No, it doesn't mean that everything's sunshine and bunnies. It never will be. We believe in liberty and democracy, which means we will always have neighbors that disagree with us. That just will always be the case, and that's fine. We're not asking for that. What we're asking for is balance. And the reason we're winning is because finally people are standing up with courage and persistence. Do you notice that, like, they have thrown everything they can at J.K. Rowling, and it's like she only gets stronger. She's entering her final form, folks. She is entering her final form. There's nothing. Ditto, so many of, like, Elon Musk. It's like nothing they throw at the guy sticks. We're seeing this all over the place, folks. The farmers in the Netherlands just absolutely won. They are running the table in taking back their rights as farmers. So I'm not, I'm just saying everywhere you look in the culture, where people are standing up for themselves and they are receiving a hail of hate. They are receiving a storm of frack, and they're standing firm. Folks, that is all we need to win this thing. Nothing more is required but for us to stand fast. Stand fast, men! Stand fast. And so I give you this last little delicious story, and let us savor it together. Would you like to, chat? It's not loading. Mr. Producer, it's not loading. What? You're not all of you at once. Just refresh. Refresh. All right. I will try that. I will try. I love it. I'm pretending I have producers in my ear. The chat's gonna be like, I think the captain just has voices in his head. Well, I'm a writer. Yes, I do. They're called characters. They're all over the place. They never shut up. And they tell me to do things. Anyway, here we go. I have the article presently. This from The Hollywood Reporter. And I hope you appreciate, chat. I had to turn off my ad blocker. I bleed for you. I bleed for you, my dear sailors and starnauts. This from The Hollywood Reporter. And this is by a very upset writer, Alex Werprin. Alex Weprin. I'm Alex Weprin. Disney declares victory in proxy fight. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Wrong one. Wrong one, folks. New Matrix movie? Screw that. Oh, here it is. Here it is. No, I found it. By Leslie Goldberg. I'm scared. Why it's a brutal time to be a TV writer. Emily Cheever's career was just getting started. The 36-year-old began her TV writing career in 2020 as a writer's production assistant and script coordinator for Legends of Tomorrow before getting hired as a staff writer for ABC's The Company You Keep. After the drama that marked Milo Ventimiglia's follow-up to This Is Us was canceled following a single season, shortly after the... I don't know why that's cut off. Hang on. Shortly after the Writers Guild strike began last May, Cheever had no job to return to when it ended in September. Like scores of other writers at all levels and backgrounds, she doesn't know when or where her next paycheck will come from. Folks, the absolute tragedy of it. In fact, oh my God, I totally forgot. I meant to get like violin music for this. I forgot. Damn it. Hey, hang on 1 second. Hang on. You know what? I got to do this right, folks. I just have to talk amongst yourselves, chat. Talk amongst yourselves because hang on. This is literally, I'm doing this on the fly. You're gonna so appreciate this, chat. And music. This is gonna be great. Yes. Okay. Yes. I'll take it. We have a winner. Download it. Here we go. I've never done this on the fly before. This is like the most crazy shit. I'm a madman, folks. Captain is a madman. There's just no getting around it. I'm a creative. I have an entrepreneurial mindset. I'm a bit of a control freak. I'm a madman, folks. Just get used to it. But I'm a loving, benevolent, happy madman. And that's the difference. I'm not like Eiger. I'm not like that kind of madman. Eiger's not a madman. He's actually, you know what Eiger is? He's a bureaucrat. You know, Guys like him, I seriously mean this, chat. I've worked in corporate America a lot. And my opinion of Eiger is he's very common. The way he speaks, the cadence to his speech, the things he says, he repeats the same corporate line over and over and over for 2 years. These are not very smart people. They are middle management men that work their way up in life. And they get to very high positions. And that's what they are. They're corporate stooges. That's what he is. I've met a lot of them in my life. Some of them good at what they do. Some of them very fine people. Others of them sacks of shit that will knife you in the back if you turn your back. A lot of them good people. Doesn't mean they're geniuses at creating art, okay? Some of them do, some of them don't. Here we go. Wait, yes. I'm loading this up. It is uploading now, chat. Here we go. Bang on. There it is. We are moments away. I think about that volume. Make sure the volume's not too loud. There it is. Got it. Okay. Now, let me resume with this very important article. Where was I? This is very deep and important news. People are scared. I'm trying to go back to bartending, she says. A lot of people are wondering what other jobs they can do. I'm close with my old showrunners, and they're supportive of me, but they're looking for jobs. Across the TV landscape, buying has cooled dramatically. And many writers now find themselves in situations like Cheever, with opportunities shrinking as the industry shifts from peak TV, oh, what a glorious age it was, to an era of contraction and austerity. A wave of downsizing that kicked off last year when the priorities of Wall Street changed from a focus on subscriber growth to profitability. As streamers like Netflix and Max right-size their slates, the broadcast pipelines for Peacock, Hulu, Paramount Plus are drying up. A decade ago, broadcasters collectively ordered as many as 98 pilots. Today, that number can be counted on one hand. One! Quote, there are so few shows that are still being greenlit, so few new pilots that are being ordered, and fewer spots in writers' rooms, says Shannon Corbeil, a finalist for Disney TV Writing Fellowship that was put on hold during the WGA strike. And if you're listening to this, dear viewer, do you have room in your life? Do you have time to sponsor a poor, out-of-work writer? You could save a life for just the low cost of $1 a day. Quote, the staffing positions available are going to more seasoned writers. You know, writers that have things like skill and talent. And the pilots that are being purchased are being bought from proven writers. Oh my... Consider the tragic story of Brandon K. Hines, who spent more than a decade working in support staff jobs, ew, gross, as a script coordinator on Comedy Central's Aquafina is Nora from Queens. We all love that show. And Amazon's Harlem. He was staffed as a writer for the first time on Showtime's Fellow Travelers. Hines was homeless and had been bouncing between camping, couch surfing with friends and the occasional Airbnb before he turned for driving for DoorDash and Grubhub like a peasant slave after his 16-week writing job on the Showtime limited series concluded before the strikes began. A potential writing job on a Weeds revival he lined up before the strike evaporated during the work stoppage as Showtime, those robber baron assholes, dropped plans for the series, some sources say. Quote, you need multiple gigs a year to make a livable wage, Hines says, noting that competition for lower-level writing jobs has intensified as mid-level scribes and showrunners are increasingly putting themselves up for the few shows that are currently staffing. It's the craziest time to be working in Hollywood as a writer. You can work on a semi-hit show, but still can't afford to make a living wage. It's pretty intense. And folks, I'm going to pause in my reading of this article to say, if you choose to sponsor an out-of-work Hollywood writer today, you will receive a picture of your sponsored writer, and you will get regular updates and letters from them, updating you on their progress of the life you've saved. It's not just the lack of pilots that is affecting the challenging landscape that writers have found in the industry since the strike concluded in September. The overall volume of US-produced live-action scripted TV series tumbled. 14%. Listen to me. You smelly Walmart shopping peasants. Listen. I'm trying to tell you what's happened to us. From a high of 600 in 2022 to just 516 in 2023, FX CEO John Landgraf, who coined the term pink TV, told The Hollywood Reporter in February that the downturn started well before the WGA strike last May. Quote, there was a certain amount of inefficiency that was just about a whole bunch of companies entering a space where they had no prior experience. Well, whoever needed that to write a good show? And you can't blame anybody but inexperience for that. Landgraf says of the billions of dollars rival streamers spent on programming in a bid to compete with Netflix. Since then, television reporters have been transformed into show grim reapers, announcing waves of cancellations and unrenewals. The series that were canceled after they had originally been renewed by networks, they were supposed to be renewed, including Uncoupled and Pitch Perfect, Bumper in Berlin. You didn't get to see it. You didn't get to see it at all. And A League of Their Own. It was so stunning and brave, you just don't even know. I'm sorry. It's just been a rough year, you know? It's just been a hard year. The Entertainment Community Fund, just compose myself, which provides assistance in the forms of funds, badly needed assistance. Your pledge today could save a struggling writer's life. A life could be saved. And they provide assistance in the form of funds, workshops and trainings in how to be woke as hell for those who work in the film and TV industries, has already distributed more than $3.25 million to 1,600 folks from January. What's that? You lost your job during COVID? Shut the fuck up, plebe. I'm trying to tell you about an important problem. Now, that's on top of the $18.8 million that the ECF handed out in 2023 during the dual work stoppage to 8,500 people, including more than 600 writers. You care a great deal about that, don't you? You stupid, toxic peasants who don't understand our genius. Keith McNutt, executive director of the ECF, says the group has received requests for financial assistance from poor, struggling writers of all experience levels and cultural backgrounds since the strikes concluded. The ECF, he says, is dispersing between $200,000 and $300,000 a week. You can't live on that. How are you supposed to keep the disgusting homeless migrants off of your lawn in Beverly Hills? That's not even enough for basic security or a Lamborghini or a helicopter lease. There must. What else? I totally lost my place there. Oh, I'm having so much fun with this one. Meanwhile, another act. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong article. Hang on, chat. Hang on. Yes, this is a very important story, and I want it. I want this brought to you. This article goes on and on and on. It's erratic. The market has settled into something different with only 5 or 6 buyers left, says one veteran executive turned studio chief of the new TV landscape. It has been reshaped with fewer rooms that are smaller, with fewer jobs. Folks, if you don't help these poor struggling writers, they may be forced to take a shit-ass job that you have to work. And you don't want them on your level. You don't want that. You don't want your movie stars and your writers having to do peasant work. How would you be able to enjoy the brilliant entertainment they're creating for you? You must donate, chat. Though the WGA won some room-size protections in its new minimum basic agreement, big writers' rooms with a dozen or more scribes once commonplace. Beautiful fields of rolling waves of grain and sugar and gumdrops are increasingly hard to find. There are thousands of people going up for one job. Thousands of beautiful, marginalized people, and only 6 slots, not for a white dude, per show on a good day, says one veteran lit agent who pointed to Watson adding 3 writers after it was picked up for only 13 episodes. As writers anxiously wait for a new wave of script deals to begin, and surely they must come, many are turning to other jobs or considering leaving the industry altogether. No. I was interviewing for teaching jobs. I was going to help trans some kids and all, but I was interviewed at a university and was close to leaving Hollywood forever, says an experienced shooter. Nobody ever starts their career thinking it'll last forever. I never thought I'd be a writer for as long as I have, but I didn't expect to run into a brick wall. I thought that it'd be like a slow tapering, but this feels like a cataclysm. It was a very emotional thing I did when I applied for teaching jobs. That's basically like the grossest thing you could do, And I don't know if I'm ever going to forgive Hollywood for this. It's so unfair. I'm never going to forgive you stupid, toxic man babies who don't understand how important it is to have diverse representation in the portrayal of Silver Surfer, you stupid peasant. And to go from the pandemic, which was not our fault, what did we ever do? To the strikes to this, it just feels like one war of attrition after another. For this showrunner, the recent salary gains secured in the new NBA are helpful, but they pale in comparison to the residuals. I can't do much more of this. My dear sailors and Starnuts, can you spare a few dollars a week? That's less than the price of a cup of coffee, to sponsor a struggling Hollywood writer who's ruined all of your favorite characters, made fun of you and insulted you, and lied about you and all of your opinions for years, and assisted compliantly in censoring your speech and having you locked in your homes, and saying let them eat DoorDash when you complained? Can you find it in your heart to open your wallets and support them so that they don't have to take a disgusting peasant job like you work? Your donation could save a life, a precious life. The situation is desperate. You will receive a picture of your sponsored writer and a handwritten letter in crayon. There will not be any glue on it because they've eaten all of that. But they will keep you updated on their progress, and you will know that you have done something to make the world a better place, because with your funding, they will be able to get back to work, writing important propaganda about how America sucks, and everyone is racist, and everyone is sexist, and everyone is homophobic, and fuck you for ever liking Indiana Jones. Because he's a cis white male and he's gross. You could help them fund that important message one more time and save an industry and save a life. Thank you for listening to this important message. Or as I would like to say, burn, baby, burn. Oh, folks, isn't it delightful? Oh, isn't it wonderful? Oh, it cost you, didn't it, Hollywood? It cost you dearly. Oh, you just couldn't wait to dance on the graves of Ghostbusters. You dance on the graves of Luke Skywalker. You dance on the graves of Han Solo and Captain Jean-Luc Picard. On Indiana Jones, every single character. You've destroyed absolutely everything, and you're digging for more. And guess what you were digging that whole time? The grave of your sad, pathetic career. So choke on it, Hollywood. Enjoy my not sympathy for your plight. That's what happens. That is what happens when you bite the hand that feeds you. What do you think of that, chat? Was that fun? I had fun with that. Maybe it was a bit much, but you know, what could you do? Oh, the chat was going crazy. I gotta oh my goodness, my dear Star Fury, I am so sorry, sir. I missed this. Star Fury with a 2 pounds sterling says, I am so glad I could bring a laugh to the show too. You are Star Fury. You are our sweet prince across the pond, and we treasure you. We treasure your positive and optimistic worldview. and I appreciate you agreeing with me about Shkishkiba. Temporarily. Yes. Redoubt Production says, be sure to donate your pennies to the Human Fund. See George Costanza for more detail. Yeah, exactly. Anthony Timmons, welcome to the chat. Ahoy! Welcome aboard. Well, I was just going to add, if they need jobs, I hear Walmart is hiring greeters. No! Anthony, no! You can't possibly mean that. That would mean that they're on the level of the audience. You just don't understand. That's not their role. Their role is to provide entertainment and to lecture you about what you're supposed to believe. That's their job. You wouldn't want them down at your level. No, we can't have them down here. Surely, Anthony, you wouldn't wish that fate upon them. Yes, what? Dude, it's so incredible, the level of entitlement, isn't it? They're just like, this is ridiculous. We're not getting renewals. It's like, you live in a superfluous luxury industry. You are lucky to have ever worked in this industry and been paid for this ever. You are lucky. You hit the freaking lottery to have ever been paid as a writer. The levels of delusion and hubris are quite shocking, really. Really. It kind of reminds me of George R. R. Martin, just sobbing George R. R. Martin, just talking about how difficult it is. It's like that millions of people are begging me to write this book. Oh, what? Geez, what assholes. What assholes. They've made you a multimillionaire. You get to globetrot around the world, hobnob with celebrities. You get to write outlines and get paid millions of dollars for those outlines to turn into TV shows. How dare your grasping, greedy audience ask you to finish the work that made you a millionaire, that they love, that they enjoy, that they want an ending to? It makes me sick. Dude, I'm not saying that just because you're successful, you don't have problems and life isn't hard. I'm not saying that. I understand that. Life is always hard. It always is. There's always things that are going to be tough. Especially when you're running a major business, you have lots of employees. You may be wealthy, but that doesn't mean you now have hundreds of people's livelihoods that depend on your decisions and your responsibility. That's its own bag of monkeys. I'm not disagreeing with that. But have a little humility, George. Have a little gratitude. Understand that you can communicate with your fans. Honestly, what it comes down to is he's a liar. George R. R. Martin is a big fat liar. Because if he were honest, he would admit the truth. And the truth is, I am struggling with this. I'm struggling with this, and I don't know the exact reason. I'm just guessing these could be some of the reasons or a combination. I'm just not wild about the story anymore. I've lost interest. I've lost my feeling for the story. Honestly, I'm having trouble caring what happens to Jon Snow or whatever it is. I know that he means a lot to you, and I appreciate that, and I'm so grateful. I'm just struggling as a writer to find my groove. I'm working on it, but I'm struggling. Or, frankly, I'm unsure what to do with this story since the fallout of Game of Thrones Season 8. I know a lot of fans were unhappy. I don't want to let you down. It's really been difficult for me. Or I've been having so much fun with HBO and TV writing was my real passion. So getting back to novels is difficult. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth to your audience and be honest about the fact that you're struggling with resistance. But no, what does he do? He blames his fans for being assholes, for wanting him to finish his book. I got a lot of, in fact, I should just pull it up right now. Because on my YouTube video, people were mad at me for my thoughts on this. Let me find it. Let's read some comments, shall we? We're closing it out soon. This will be fun. I don't usually do comments. Let's do that. Content. Come on now. There it is. Here it is. Pause. Hang on. I really hate how StreamYards does not let you like share. It doesn't let you like
Every
switch
artist,
tabs, writer, musician. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, was it in there already? Oh, okay, cool. There it is. All right. Yeah, so I got 25 comments on this. Wow. Jeez. Top comment right here. Oof, are you sure you know how to read? He wrote 2023 was a nightmare of a year, not 2023 was the worst year in history. Fair enough. However, what I was saying was he's acting like it was the worst year in history. He's whining. He was whining. That was my point. People who misquote like that while showing the fucking text at the same time, well, fair enough, are the reason we can't have nice things. No. Listen, Yeti25934. Let me explain something to you. Me misquoting George R. R. Martin is not why we can't have nice things. You defending privileged, entitled creatives with vast sums of money, shitting on fans and dividing the fan base is why we can't have nice things. So there you go. This one, George, shut up and finish your damn books. I agree. I'm putting a heart on that one. You need to find something to take your mind off all these woes, George. Here's a thought. Why don't you try writing the damn book? There we go. Heart on that one. Finish the series, George, that you started back in 1996. It's been 13 years. There you go. Lots of replies on that one. I like this one. The hypocrisy of calling out George for whining on his blog. He was whining, sir. As a waste of his time while spending your own precious time. Making videos like this is pretty funny, you know. Making art is hard. You sound like that Chris Stuckman loser. You sound like that loser Chris Stuckman. The shit you're doing here is piss easy. Well, it is. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, it is. Well, I will say easy in a strictly labor sense. Yeah, of course. There's no place I'd rather be than working on my stories, working on my channel, and streaming is easy. Yeah, I will agree. Live streaming, super duper easy. Very easy for me. I will say there is an element of resistance psychologically because, you know, you have to deal with things like self-doubt, and it does take discipline. You know, there's days where I'm not feeling it, and I'm like, I could just cancel the Captain's cast and blow it off. I never do that. I never do that because I know that that is resistance trying to talk me out of doing my work, which is working on this channel, right? So overcoming resistance is not easy for any artist. And if you were watching the video, Gabraham9509, what you would have understood was that I was sympathizing with George on that level. I was saying, in fact, didn't I even say it in the title somewhere? I said it in the, I think I said it in the description. Oh, this is pretty clever. Do you routinely deadname Jake Skywalker as Luke Skywalker? Do you sometimes wish Indiana Jones was not Phoebe Waller-Bridge? I mistyped that. Had been the principal Wait, do you sometimes wish Indiana Jones... I'm quite the writer here. Do you sometimes wish Indiana Jones and not Phoebe Waller-Bridge had been the principal character of Dial of Destiny? Dial of Destiny. Do you find the purchase of the Riva lightsaber at the super discounted price of just $699.99 a touch too high for a meaningless character unearned in the franchise? You may be suffering from anti-fan syndrome, and a small injection of Martin of the Poppy may be able to help. I think that's pretty clever. But I did say in the video that what I think is happening with George is he's suffering from resistance, and resistance is very difficult to overcome. So I did not say that what George is going through is easy. I never said that. But the comment resumes. Whining is your entire channel's purpose, LOL. Well, I do whine sometimes, but not all the time. Also, as the vid goes on, it looks like you're mostly mad that his politics disagree with yours. But so what? He can share his opinions on his own blog. And yeah, we know who he voted for, but we know who you voted for too. Yeah, I fucking voted for Donald Trump. Fuck off. And I voted for him twice, and I'm about to vote for him a third time. Donald Trump is who I voted for. Go fuck yourself, Graham9509. That's supposed to be some kind of gotcha. You voted for the guy, I bet, who fucked up the whole fucking world. We're going to nuclear war here. And you want it? Shut your fucking mouth. Anyhow, but what I would say is that I'm not mad at George's politics. I'm not mad at George's politics. I am mad that George is lying about the politics of his opponents. He said that our country hates immigrants. That is a lie. That is a lie that is intended to persuade idiots like you, Graham9509, that we are a racist country, and therefore it's justified that we're being destroyed. So that's what I was commenting on. He is perfectly entitled to have liberal views. All I am asking is that he not use lies to stoke division among fans. That's all. That's all, sir. That's all. And let's see. I replied to you in the Captain's cast. What issue are we at? We're on 65. Captain's cast 65 towards the end. Enjoy, sir. There we go. That'll tune him up good. Oh, that'll tune him up good. All right. Melodic Method said, comment. Oh, my comment. Thank you, Melodic. Get going writing. Agree. Wah, wah, wah. Germ is such an eternal whine. I don't even know. What does this even mean? What is that? Okay. Well, anyway. Quite seriously, because now he might actually watch it. Grabraham9509. Nah, I said what I needed to say. But I appreciate the comment. Thanks for watching the video. I do appreciate that. So there you go. There you go, my dear Sailor Star. So there was some pushback, but most agree with me. Look, am I saying that I don't sympathize with George R. Martin? No. It's very difficult to overcome resistance. I am saying he needs to stop blaming fans. And by the way, if any of the commenters do watch this, what I am advocating is that you stop shilling for these very wealthy people who look down on you. I'm asking you to stand up for yourself. That is what I'm suggesting here. I'm not suggesting we whine. I'm not whining. I could care less. If, honestly, I've never read The Song of Ice and Fire. I will never read it. I've been very honest about that. I watch the show. I have my opinions about the show. I will never read his books because he will never finish them. And honestly, I didn't even care much to read them before then. Just not my thing. I'm not dismissing anyone who does love the books. Don't misunderstand. What I'm saying is, I'm not whining about George R. Martin. I could care less whether he finishes the book or not. But what is happening here is that fans have been divided by lies and mistruths. By lies and mistruths. So that was my issue. There you go. What else we have in the chat? I'm sorry, chat. I've been neglecting you. What is that stuff? Why don't we give him free tickets to the infamous? I don't even know what that means. Oh wait, is that like the forest? Oh no, Star Fury! Oh no, Star Fury! This is why you get timeout, Star Fury. This is what, I mean. I don't think the algorithm will detect that one. This is why you get timeout, Star Fury. You gotta be careful. It's a joke. It's a joke. Nobody is saying that. At Swords, let's see. Discord's in the description at Anthony Timmons. Welcome aboard, a new crewman. Love to see it. I'm at the top of the chat, so if there's anything I missed, let me know. This is why you get timeout, Star Fury. He did. He got a timeout last week. But by the way, one last thing, I probably wouldn't still be watching, but if any of the commenters that I responded to are watching, I just want you to know, you're welcome here. I welcome your disagreement, and you're welcome to be a dick to me if you want. I'm just saying, like, I stand by my principles. I want people to be free to speak their minds. That includes you. That includes you. I want George R. Martin I would like him to be happier, and I would like him to overcome resistance. But that does not mean I'm going to sit here and shill for him when he's being a douchebag. So that's all. That's all. Anthony Stafferi has assigned you duties aboard the ship. Anthony Timmons, you are now the captain's steward. Thank you. How well are you at shepherd's pie? Captain prefers shepherd's pie. So if your shepherd's pie game is not good, Staff here and I may have to have a discussion about proper staffing decisions. Well, thank you, Anthony. I do appreciate that. He said, I have subbed. He said, this was good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, there's a lot of whining on this channel, so I don't know. I hope to retain your... Oh, take it. Force of habit. Sorry. It's a force of habit. I turn things on and off. All right. But yeah, there is occasionally... There's occasionally whining aboard this. Now, there is no whining aboard the Swords and Starships. I just have a whiny voice because I'm a weird guy. That's all. That's all it is. I'm just a nerdy guy. I have a nerd voice. I have the, it's not my fault. I was born with it. It's congenital. Redoubt Production says, I am not always a shepherd's pie guy, but when it's done right, nice. Dude, a good shepherd's pie is the best. A bad shepherd's pie is like the worst. As Gordon Ramsay would put it, it's like eating a wet diaper. Ugh. I swear to God, nobody wants that. Dude, it's like, it always seems like really good bar food. Like I went to an Irish bar one time and they had a shepherd's pie on the menu and I thought that would just be amazeballs. And I'm a grown man that just used the term amazeballs. And I ordered the shepherd's pie and it was like water came out of it. Like ground beef and just water was coming out of the pie. And I was like, no. But then I went to like a really good steak restaurant, got a shepherd's pie. It was fantastic. So they can be really amazing. Which just proves that there are occasions, rarely, but there are occasions where the British can cook. So, Star Fury's gonna unsubscribe. He's gonna be like, I've had it with this shit. The captain, no, Star Fury, come back. Star Fury. We love that. We just love the mess with Star Fury because he's got a very sunny disposition. Star Fury says, shepherd's pie, you assholes are making me drool. I know. It's so good. I love shepherd's pie. Fu Man Blue says, blah. What's blah? Fu Man Blue says, plug the tabletop game. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. So if you don't know, my dear sailors of Starnauts and anyone new in the chat, Fallout is debuting this week, and I have decided, I predict it's going to be shit, but I'm not just going to stand by and allow it to be shit. I have created a tabletop RPG, which we're going to be streaming live on this channel this Friday. So stay tuned to the Swords and Starships channel. Make sure you've liked, subscribed, and hit that notification bell, because it is going to be a tabletop RPG, just like, you've heard of Critical Role. That's how we're going to do it. It's going to be a live tabletop session using the Fate core rules. I'm going to call the show Fatecast. Fatecast. It's got a ring to it, right? And the title of the campaign is Fallout Dead Man's Cache. It is going to be a rousing Golden Fleece adventure across the wasteland to get the rumored Dead Man's Cache, which it is said has claimed the lives of every wastelander, every vault dweller, every hero ever who has sought the dead man's cache has died. But one day, someone will have to claim it. Yes, I'm riffing on Morpheus's line to Neo. So check it out. There's going to be music. There's going to be character-driven story. The captain doesn't half-ass anything narrative-driven. It's going to be a lively story. It is going to be a robust story. It's going to be dramatic arcs. There's going to be glorious battles, and it will be faithful. That is the most important thing. It will be faithful to the tone and theme of Fallout, which is, it is the Book of Eli with elements of jingoistic 1950s war propaganda sprinkled in. That's all it is. We're gonna have fun adventures in the wasteland, and let me just tell you, Fu Man Blue is playing. Stormcrow is playing. My author friend Janie Mack is playing. She's playing a character called Sunny Slaughter. So we have strong female women are represented. And, so the wackos are welcome to join. I'm just kidding. Everyone is welcome to the Swords and Starship chat. I swear, if someone came in the chat and said, I am trans, and I think you're getting this all wrong, I think we'd have a great conversation, and I'd love to have that. I love everybody. I just don't like authoritarian behavior. That's all. Advocate for your beliefs. I'm okay with that. But be respectful that other people disagree, and let's all agree to live and let live. If we can agree with that, I'm happy with you. So everyone is welcome here. I truly mean that. I would never be mean to anyone who chatted of any kind, any walk of life, who came in this chat with any set of political views. Anyone who comes aboard this channel and wants to have a conversation, I would never be mean or disrespectful to. I might be passionate in my statement of my arguments. If you come into troll, you're going to get it from SurfHER. SurfHER is out there. He'll handle the trolls. So you have been warned. You have been warned. He's out there, folks. He's out there. Wait, what? Yep, pass. Dude, I'm plugging it. You can't say pass, Booman. No, I'm just kidding. I know your price. So anyway, Fallout Dead Man's Chest. Let me show you this, though. Let me show you this for anyone that's new. I'm going to have a trailer I'm working on this week. Now I've just promised more. I'm promising all this shit. It's all right. We're going to get there, folks. We're going to get there. What is it? Fallout. I know I saved this image somewhere. Forget. Cancel search. Cancel search. Boomer moment here. Nope. Yes. That's the little robot voice that Grogu has. There it is. And we'll take that one. Okay, share screen. All right, so this is the logo that I designed. Stop share, present. Screen. So this is my logo. There it is. Fallout Dead Man's Cache. Dead Man's Cache. It's going to be... And it will live up to the name. You better believe it, folks. You had better believe it, especially you players. These players are in deep doo-doo. They have no idea. It's going to be fun. All right. And then this is my custom homebrew Fate character sheet. And I'm calling it the Pip-Boy because it's designed to look like a Pip-Boy screen. So there you go. So we're going to be using the Fate core system. And the reason I love the Fate core system is A, it's very simple. But B, and most importantly, it is very narrative driven. It's designed to build a story. And it's a great system for that. So you're going to love it. The players create the story as much as the GM, which is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So I'm not as much of a dungeon crawler GM. I know some GMs are all about, the dungeon crawl. I'm less about the dungeon crawl. I'm more about the role play and the story. So you guys are going to love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that's this Friday, the premiere of FateCast, Fallout Dead Man's Cache. And I will also be reviewing the Fallout show because I'm a great fan of the Fallout games, and I will be reviewing the episodes. And I might just go back on my thoughts on this, and I might start reviewing the Halo show as well, because I don't know, probably no one cares. But I love Halo, and I think I need to review the absolute destruction of Buttface. That would be Paul Schreiber, the guy who plays Master Chief in The Nude. That would be Buttface, is what I call him. The man, it's not his fault. It's congenital. He's a very unfortunate-looking man. He has a face shaped like a butt, and it is present in every scene of Halo, the show. So I may be reviewing Halo as well, but definitely Fallout. And there you go. What's that? Fu Man Blue says, you need a voice-to-text app if you're going to handle the trolls. Well, that's possible, Fu Man Blue. That is definitely possible. So, yeah, we're wrapping it up. We are. And it's been a barn. This has been an absolute stem winder. If I do say so, I mean, it's not polite to compliment oneself. But if I do say so myself, I think this Captain's Cast has been an absolute stem winder. We've covered it all, and it's been good news, folks. What do you think? I was a little bit harsh on the commenters? That was maybe harsh. Star Fury, what's your thoughts on this? Star Fury's like, do you want my thoughts on this? Yeah, it's so funny that they think like, oh, I know who you voted for. You voted for the Orange Man, didn't you? And they just expect us to slink away. It's like, you think I'm here to slink away from you? Dude, history's on my side on this one. And frankly, I wish it wasn't, because that would mean a different result happened 4 years ago. But it is. It is. So there you go. But this is not a political channel. Swords and Starships does not have a political opinion. Swords and Starships is about telling stories and entertaining an audience. I am merely a servant. I am entitled to my views. Those are the views of Captain Garrett. But Swords and Starships will always be a place for anyone who loves stories and hates censorship. That's all. So please do like and subscribe. We are live every week, this same bat time, same bat channel, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, the Captain's Cast on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. And Fatecast, the first ever episode, premiering this Friday. Starring you, members of the chat, that have volunteered. And we're going to have so much fun. Exactly, Anthony. Twice on purpose. Good man. Good man. All right, everybody. Well, this is the Captain's Cast. This is Captain Garrett saying, until next we meet, I will see you out there.